In this chilly Friday morning in Namma Bengaluru. That's the beauty of Bengaluru, right? Welcome to Electronics City, Industry Association's Tech Summit 2024. Yes, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This summit is co-hosted by ELCIA and ELCIA. And we have got amazing panelists and speakers lined up. So the theme, it says, humans, machines, and meaning. And some of you might be wondering, what does it mean? I'm with you, and that's why we are all here to learn during the day. I'm excited to say we have got Sudha Murthy ma'am in the hall. This is my way of testing the audio. Please be seated. And your alertness. So just wanted to see if the coffee has kicked in. Well, I've been told that Narayana Murthy sir is already in the building, and anytime he might be walking inside. Now, my daughter, this morning when I was getting ready, she was asking me, she's 3.5. Now, that's the age, they ask all these questions, yake, yenu, why, what, and they go on repeating the same thing again and again. So obviously she asked me, Appa, where are you going? I said, her name is Nishi. Nishi, I'm going to a meeting. Which meeting? It's a meeting. How many of them will be there? So many people, hundreds of people will be there. Oh, big meeting? Yeah, big meeting. What is it about? I said, no, it's about Tech Summit. And then I started realizing, how can I explain Tech Summit to a 3.5-year-old? Then I said, let me give it a shot. Nishi, you know we have Alexa device at home. And you say, Alexa, lights on, Alexa, lights off, Alexa, play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. She said, now I'm going to understand what else Alexa can do for us. I want to know what else it is capable. What else we can ask Alexa and make her do things for us. She thought for a while, she looked at me and she asked, Appa, do you think if I say, Alexa, bring plane, I want to fly, will it do? I said, you know what, I don't have an answer for that, but I'm sure that it is going to be a likely possibility in the near future. Because I remember reading this article where back in 1999, the president of Futurist Association, he said, the future is here, but it is not evenly distributed. I repeat, the future is here, but it is not evenly distributed. He made that statement back in 1999. ELCIA, they are a catalyst to make sure this knowledge. Oh, by the way, we have got Narayana Murthy sir who has just walked in. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to N.R.Narayana Murthy sir, who has joined us. Thank you, sir. Please be seated. So just to continue where I had left, the Futurist Association president said, the future is here, but it is not evenly distributed. And ELCIA is doing the job by creating a platform and coming up with these kind of summits so that the knowledge, the information, everything is kind of shared with people. Now, ELCIA is a pioneer in whatever they're doing. In the last few weeks, I've been closely interacting with the office bearers to understand the intention behind this particular summit. And it reminded me of a story. Let's go back in time. Let's get our imagination wild, because that is what we will be doing during this particular day. Millions and millions of years ago, when there was no life on land, there was only life in water, inside water. There were two small fishes. They were swimming next to each other. In front of them came a big fish, and it looked at these two fishes, and it asked, good morning, how's water? These two fishes went, what do you mean by how's water? The other fish said, don't worry, these elders, they always keep asking all these nonsense questions. But the other fish, the first fish, got curious. What's water? What's water? What's water? And it looked up, and there was a light on the top. And it started following that particular light, and it jumped outside the water, and it saw land. It got even more curious, and it jumped on the land. And people say that is how life started, on land. If that fish on that particular day did not take that leap of faith, probably evolution would have been delayed. The point I'm trying to make here is, after interacting with all these ELCIA members, past and present, they possess the quality of that first fish. They take that leap of faith. They travel the road untraveled. And they are the ones who are making things happen. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to ELCIA Tech Summit 2024. And I would like to now invite the president of ELCIA, Mr. Sriram Kumar, who is also the assistant general manager at FANUC, India Private Limited. It's a Japanese company. They are the leaders in whatever they are doing when it comes to factory automatic and robotics. He has been part of ELCIA Trust for more than 20 years. And something unique about him, which I got to know yesterday, he knows more than 500 species of trees and plants. The names. Well, we'll not be testing his knowledge. Yes, huge round of applause for that. And he's the one who conceptualized this particular summit. So now, let me welcome Mr. Sriram Kumar to kindly address the gathering. Sriram, sir, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chinmay, for that wonderful talk. Good morning, dear Narayana Murthy, sir. Friends of Electronic City and beyond, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure on this wonderful day to welcome you to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2024. At ELCIA, we've always believed that results are perfect reflections of the quality of thought. The higher we aim, the better we perform. At Electronic City, which is the first industrial area in the country focused on electronics manufacturing, it's also the first to achieve the industrial township status in the country after decades of ELCIA's development initiatives, guided by the foresight of visionaries such as Mr. Murthy and others of his class. Today, Electronic City is a melting pot of the latest technologies amongst organizations of scale. Our contributions to the Indian economy in terms of per capita GDP are a testament to our conviction. The ELCIA Tech Summit 2024 marks a significant milestone in our three-decade journey. This inaugural summit, themed Humans, Machines, and Meaning, brings together experts, leaders, industrialists, innovators, companies from various sectors, creating a confluence of leading thought leaders. It embodies our commitment to fostering innovation, empowering businesses to thrive in the highly competitive Industrial 4.0 era. I'm particularly excited about the interactive platform we've created for this summit. Attendees have the opportunity to immerse themselves in our experience zone, featuring tech products and installations powered by AI, ML, robotics, and IoT companies and startups. Additionally, the ELCIA Tech's Next-Gen Innovative Tech Hackathon that was concluded yesterday has connected software and electronics, providing bright young students from across Karnataka with opportunities to showcase their talent and not only win prizes, but also receive support from ELCIA's Tech Hub to take the products to market for up to 3 to 6 months. ELCIA's legacy of fostering innovation and inclusive growth is the cornerstone of this summit. We aim to eliminate future tech trends beyond AI and Industry 4.0, leveraging these advancements to transform businesses as a catalyst to growth. Our history of hosting Bangalore.IT.com, which evolved into the renowned Bangalore Tech Summit, sets a precedent for the successes we envision for ELCIA Tech Summit, which we hope will become a recurring event. Together, let's explore the future of technology, unlock growth opportunities, and build a sustainable way of life for all. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sriram sir, for that welcome speech and also giving a context with regards to what this summit is all about. To pull off a summit like this, it's not something that happens overnight. So there has been a lot of groundwork that has happened. And once again, let us appreciate the office bearers, past and present of ELCIA for making this and bringing this to us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if you realize ELCIA, they are pioneers in whatever they do. They started Bangalore.IT.com back in early 90s. And now they've started ELCIA Tech Summit, which I'm sure is going to be bigger and better in years to come. So I don't know whether we realize on this day, in this particular patch of land in Electronic City, the significant event that is happening. Well, it is getting recorded, so probably 100 years from now, they might say, hey, this is how Vaidehi was looking at now, this is how it was. Now, let us invoke the blessings of the Almighty. For that, I would request Narayana Murthy sir to kindly come up on stage and light the lamp. Along with him, I would request Mr. V. Sriram Kumar, President of ELCIA and AGM of FANUC, India, and also Dr. Veerappan V, who is the Chairman of ELCITA, co-founder and President of TESOL. So please. Kiran sir, please join us on stage. Let's invoke the blessings of the Almighty to enlighten us. Please, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, keep the applause going as we invoke the blessings of the Almighty to dispel the darkness, to illuminate the spark of curiosity. Let this ELCIA Tech Summit 2024 be filled with inspiration, learning, and shared sense of purpose. I always wonder, while lighting the lamp, should we be focusing on the lamp or the photographers? Okay, now it's time to pose for the photo. Thank you. I'd request all the dignitaries to kindly be seated. Narayana Murthy sir, please be with us on stage. This side, sir. Vastu prakara ikkade korak helidare. Now, as an MC, sometimes they ask us to invite a lot of dignitaries, and sometimes we have to invite someone when we know everyone in the audience knows that person. And we say, here is a man who doesn't need introduction. Sometimes we say it for the sake of saying it, but today I really mean it. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone in the hall who doesn't know who Narayana Murthy sir is? Is there anyone who doesn't know the story of Infosys? Everyone, in fact, the entire world knows about this particular gentleman. But there are a few things that I would like to mention because he's an inspiration for me, and I can't believe that I'm sharing stage with him. Photographer, please click, Madi. Started Infosys back in 1981 with $250, and today it is more than $18 billion in revenue. I still remember reading an article in 2001 when Infosys became a billion-dollar company in terms of revenue. In 2002, it became $2 billion. And my father said, Nodu, Kali, and he gave me the newspaper. And I was going through the newspaper, and Narayana Murthy sir said, it took us 20 years to make it a $1 billion company, and took us just one more year to make it $2 billion. Now we need to be more responsible. That's the quality of this visionary man. Now, under his leadership, Infosys became the first company to be listed in NASDAQ in 1999. In fact, I was given these 2-3 pages of intro, and I was telling my wife, you know what, I'm sure a day will come when my daughter will be reading his story in her book. Question number 2, which was the company Narayana Murthy sir founded? I'm sure all the people today will write Infi, they'll get half a mark, rather than writing Infosys. Well, The Economist ranked him as the 10 most admired global business leader back in 2005. He was the first Indian to win the Ernst & Young World's Entrepreneur Award. There are several more, but some of the significant awards are Padma Vibhushan in 2008 by Government of Karnataka. It is our privilege, and I would say it is a blessing that he is amongst us today. And we have Infosys, which has headquartered here in Electronic City. It is Narayana Murthy sir's visionary leadership that laid the foundation for ELCIA. Narayana Murthy sir, along with Mr. Azim Premji, they took the tools and started to work on the infrastructure of Electronic City. I don't know how many of you remember 30 years back how it was, 2-lane Hosur Road, and today we have got 14 lanes, and these are all simply because of direct or indirect contribution by this amazing person. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Yes, let us give him a standing ovation. And again, we'll give him a standing ovation after the talk. It is said when the lion roars, only the other lion can understand. Kindly be seated. And that's why we have got this amazing person who joined Infosys back in 2001. She heads the education, branding, and learner engagement function at Infosys Limited. She is part of I Am the Future cohort, and she has completed her strategic leadership from Stanford and AI specialization from Kellogg School of Management. She says she is extrovert at work and introvert in her personal space. I went through her LinkedIn profile, and it said, Our passion for continuous learning at Infosys encourages me to reach the moon. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Ms. Padma Bhamidipati. Padma ma'am, the stage is yours. You have the man. Narayana Murthy sir, ladies and gentlemen, just relax, sit back, and let us enjoy this one-of-its-kind conversation. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chinmay.
First, let me say a few words. It was in 1993 June that we were allotted as a punishment. I don't want to mention the name of that gentleman, he is dead now. A 4-acre plot which was full of mud, which had lots of ups and downs. And I said, look, what God has given, let's accept it. And let's see what we can do to make it better. We were the third or fourth institution to come to this place. There was ITI, there was the Industrial Training Institute. BHEL had a small office there, and we were the ones. But thanks to the extraordinary team of Infosys, led by perhaps the most imaginative leader I have come across, Mr. Sri Mohandas Pai. Not just Infosys, which is an 80-acre campus today, not just Infosys, but the entire electronic city as it exists. That vision took place under him. Of course, I was a catalyst. I used to encourage him. I used to support him when he was down. I used to make sure that whatever resources he wanted was made available. Today, I have no hesitation in saying that it has become a model for all tech parks. You know, at that time, Minister Inamdar, Sri Shadagopan, and I, we fought so many battles with both the state government and the central government. Sri Inamdar was the minister. He was very, very helpful. We brought IIIT to this campus. Today, it is flourishing very well. It is one of India's best IT higher education institutes. Second, I still remember, it used to take us about 2 to 2.5 hours to come to this place. And when there was no response from the state government or from the central government, several of the CEOs, many of them are assembled here. We went on a dharna. We sat on the road. And then Minister Balu in the central government, he took notice of it and he called us. We, Mohan and I and Ramdas, we went. And we said, we will write a check for 400 crores. Infosys will write, no other company, let me tell you this. No other company was ready at that point of time, including some of the larger ones. I don't want to mention their name, that's not the purpose. We said we would write a check of 400 crores to make a reasonable road to this place from Silk Board. And he was a little bit surprised. He said, we have never heard this except from the Tatas, who had built Jamshedpur and Pimpri Chinchwad. But as luck would have it, there was Metas, which is a Satyam-related company, which offered to pay to the central government to build this. And that got built. Then Mohan, Raman, and several wonderful people assembled here. They decided to form both ELCIA and ELCITA. You know, as I was coming to this place today, I was so impressed with the toll gate. I was so impressed with the footpaths provided, so impressed with the guardrails that have been provided. Everything is maintained clean. I have almost no hesitation in saying that I have not seen such a technology park anywhere else in India. I have seen only Cambridge Technology Park. I have seen in Research Triangle Park in North Carolina. I have seen Route 128 in Boston. Other than that, I haven't seen anything which is maintained clean. You know, somebody told me that the government is planning to take it over. So that brought on my enthusiasm immediately. Anyway, so all of these things have happened because of every one of you. It has not happened solely because of one individual or a set of individuals. They're all great people. But the support that each one of you has provided, the pride that each one of you has shown that this is our place, this is our workplace, we want to be kept clean, this is like our house. I think there is an important lesson that if you look after the commons, as they say in English, or the public grounds, or the public places, then there will be a set of confidence that you gain. So, congratulations. I'm very happy with this hotel also. They have done a good job here. I believe there are 260 rooms. The occupancy is about 53%. So, please increase the occupancy because we want them to succeed even more. Well, I will stop here. Now we can go.
Sure, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got a note from the man himself. So another round of applause for yourselves. Well, that sets the context, and let me start with a shloka, and it goes, Yat bhavo tad bhavati. Translated, it means, what you think is what will happen. It discusses the power of thoughts and emotions in shaping real life. It also, therefore, sets the formal stage for our conversation with the luminary who embodies it, Mr. N.R.Narayana Murthy. So it's my singular honor to host this dialogue with you. And our first question, the IT industry can both benefit and be challenged by the advent of AI. What are your views on how the IT industry should embrace technologies like large language models?
Well, technology is about improving productivity, is about enabling growth of revenues, control of costs, making sure that you innovate further, raise the confidence of people, etc., etc. Whether it was computers in the initial era or the core banking software, which helped banks to expand in a big way. Or later on, case tools, which came in the 70s. Or even AI, which has now become the rage, is all about these attributes. Therefore, AI using large language model, which helps you to, if necessary, look at the entire internet as your own database and get the best out of those. And using a technology like ChatGPT, do a lot of the work that a programmer was able to do. For example, in the olden days, check printing program was a big deal. Today, if we go through ChatGPT, it will extract the check printing program and provide you as a piece of code. In other words, it will improve your productivity. It will perhaps improve the accuracy of your information. It will bring a certain level of creativity. However, it is not very, very clear to me how AI can indeed improve areas where human creativity is very much needed in our own business. First one is optimal functional design of systems. The second is optimal database design. I have still not seen any ChatGPT answer for me. Maybe I have not seen it carefully. How to produce a database to get to what we call third normal form or fourth normal form, which is what's called Boyce Codd normal form. Basically, normalization of database helps you eliminate duplicates in a database. That's all what normalization does. This is a 54-year-old concept. Why that is important is because if you eliminate duplicates in a database, you reduce inconsistency of database. That I have not seen. Similarly, I have not seen it in the area of performance engineering. I have not seen it in the area of user interface design. I have not seen in the area of distributed data management, etc. So there is still a lot of areas where I'm sure as we move forward, AI and both large language models as well as ChatGPT will perhaps come to use. But my own belief is that AI will not replace the need for designers and implementers of large-scale application systems, simply because it is too complex. There has to be huge data dictionaries. There will have to be thousands of programs. There will have to be a lot of subsystems, a lot of interconnectivity, all of that. Let me give you an example of that. In 1975, the world saw a system called CASE tools, computer-aided software engineering systems. Everybody wrote exactly like they're writing now, that the days for programmer are over, everything will be taken over by CASE tools, because case tools also came with program generators. But we all forget one thing, and that is the power of human mind, the creativity of human mind is far, far, far ahead of anything that we create. And even though you have unsupervised algorithms, even though you have self-learning algorithms, but almost everything is according to the rules that we put in. So what happened in 1975 was people started designing much more complex systems, and case tools couldn't handle them. So therefore, I am not very certain that the jobs that reward creative, disciplined, smart and hard-working professionals will go away because of AI or ChatGPT or large language. But, as I said, discipline, hard work, creativity, dedication, these are all cultural issues. They will be the final arbiters of the thing. Second, in terms of negatives, there are areas where definitely AI will take over. For example, autonomous driving. As you people know, there was a study in the US that found that if human beings were driving cars, the rate of mortality was 3.2 per million miles driven. When they tested the same thing with autonomous cars, they found it was 2.2 deaths per million miles. So therefore, whether we like it or not, that will be taken over by AI. What that also means, there will be a huge job loss because in most countries, there are a large number of jobs for truck drivers that will be taken over. Second, precision surgery, precision engineering, they have a certain limit below which human beings cannot operate. And those things will automatically be taken over by AI and others. But what will happen is that as a result of the displacement of human beings from those activities, the creativity of human beings will open up new opportunities at a higher level of thinking for human beings. Therefore, the only antidote that you and I have for all these technologies is smartness, hard work, discipline, and high aspirations. Anybody who shuns hard work, anybody who shuns discipline, he or she won't come up. That's very clear. So that's where I'll stop. I can go on and on. Yeah.
Sure. We have many manufacturing companies represented in our audience here today. What are your thoughts on India becoming a manufacturing hub for the world, just like we did for IT services?
No, India is still far, 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 far away from becoming a hub and all of that. These are all big words which we shouldn't use. See, just to give you an idea, China has already become factory of the world. All of you have traveled abroad. You have seen, you've gone to supermarkets, you have gone to various, Home Depots and all of that. 90% of it is made in China there. Why? Because Chinese are disciplined, they have national pride, they work hard, They don't argue like we do. All of that. So that country has a GDP of 6 times that of India. We were about the same in the middle 70s. Today, they are 6 times. So therefore, I think it is too audacious to say we will become manufacturing hub and all of that. There is also another important reason why that is going to be very difficult, and that is, unfortunately, unlike our business where we depend primarily on exports, for example, Infosys, 98%, it used to be, even today, I can't say how it is different, 98% of the revenue comes from outside India. So we hardly depend on India. But unfortunately, in manufacturing, by and large, we look at domestic thing, and the government plays a very important role in the success of manufacturing. Unfortunately, the response time, the transparency, the accountability, speed, excellence in public governance systems in a country like India still has to improve a lot. It will improve, but it will take time. Therefore, unless there is a mechanism whereby you reduce this interface for the benefit of our government and for the benefit of the industry, the growth of manufacturing will take time. It will not grow at the same level as those industries which depend upon outside India. One way for you people to do is to say, we too will become global manufacturing people like China has become. And we will export outside India and maybe 30%, so that we will not feel the breaks of our public governance system. So I would say that we are still a long way. My belief is that the government is working on it, and I hope they will remove most of the bottlenecks. You know, I don't know if I should tell you this story. A few years ago, in Delhi, in one of the software companies, a factory inspector went. And that fellow looked at everything, it was clean, everything was excellent. But he couldn't demand whatever he wanted, and therefore what he said was, what is that you have kept? It said, it's a water cooler. Said, no, this is not acceptable. There is an 1890 rule that every factory where people assemble should have some vessel with cold water. This, you have violated the law. Therefore, I am going to book you. Then, of course, you know how he was mollified and all of that. I don't want to get into that. So, therefore, I think we have to sit down with our leaders. We have to convince them that we too are as patriotic as them. The only way India can improve is if we improve the interfaces between the public governance system and our internal system. Then only, I think, we will. That is, IIIT will all come later. Because as those of you who have studied it's not possible. The response time of the two systems that come together must be very similar. Today, it is not so. Therefore, I am not highly enthused with AI and manufacturing. All of that will come. But first, let us set right simple things.
Keeping it honest as only he can. Mr. Murthy, you interact with a lot of startups. What are the positive aspects and improvement areas that you think should be addressed in the startups? IT startups. Startups.
Yeah. Well, I think first of all, I've retired from Catamaran also. I don't participate in any business now. At least till 3-4 years ago, the first thing that we looked for was whether our entrepreneurs are able to express the power of their idea in a simple sentence. Not a complex sentence, not a compound sentence. No ifs, no buts, no nevertheless. That just a subject, a predicate, and an object. That's all. Why did we say that it was required? Because if you can explain the power of your idea in a simple sentence, it is easy to communicate it to your prospects. It is easy to communicate to your investors. It is easy to communicate to your key prospective employees, etc. Second, the leaders have to learn to assess the market size with a reasonable level of accuracy. Estimate it. The biggest problem I have found is most of them don't do a proper analysis of the market size. And then they raise money. Of course, in good times, everybody writes big checks. They start spending, and then they all end up, not paying PFs and all of that. So that's not. So first, our entrepreneurs must learn to use advanced techniques to estimate the total market size. And number two, estimate the possible market size they could take. In order to do that, they have to clearly understand the unique differentiation that their idea has over all other existing competing ideas. In what way is my idea better than the existing ideas? Does it provide at a lower cost or a higher productivity? Does it increase the revenue faster? What value does it provide? There is a concept that I introduced at Infosys 20 years ago called business value leverage. Economists say price is what you pay and value is what you expect. That's what economists say. When you go to buy something, you're all the time trying to enhance value that you get per rupee that you spend. That's how all of us buy. So therefore, our entrepreneurs must be able to produce simple mathematical models to assess the value of their idea, assess the value leverage of their idea vis-a-vis all other existing ideas. For example, let's say Debabrata and I are competing in the marketplace. I go and tell that, look, you give me 100 rupees. I will show you that my idea will deliver 200 rupees worth of value to you. the value leverage that I am providing is 200 over 100, which is 2. That is, for every rupee you give me, I will give you back 2 rupees. On the other hand, Debabrata goes and says, I will charge you 120 rupees, but my idea, of course he shows it through his mathematical model, my idea will give you 300 rupees of value. His value leverage is 2.5. Therefore, we have conducted this experiment in 2000 with various customers. Invariably, customer chose the option that gave higher value leverage. So our entrepreneurs have to learn. Third, our entrepreneurs must understand that access to the market and access to the talent, these are the two most important mandatory requirements for success. Most startups fail because either they have not been able to assess the market or they are not able to attract good quality talent. Money will come. Money is not a big deal. The last one I would say is entrepreneurship is a tough journey, particularly in the beginning. It requires a lot of sacrifice. And as Mahatma Gandhi told all of us, the best way to demonstrate or the best way to infuse confidence in your colleagues about your idea, enhance trust in yourself, trust in your idea, is to lead by example in sacrifice, in values, in competence, in hard work, etc., etc. I would say that these are some of the things that we should do that. Sorry, go ahead.
So, Mr. Murthy, in addition to terming the business value articulation that all of us at Infosys know, you also have been a very strong advocate of compassionate capitalism. What are your views on how next generation technologies can be used in solving social problems such as water scarcity, urban traffic, etc., and what can make such businesses viable for investors as well?
Well, you know, I coined the term compassionate capitalism in 1975. I realized that in a developing country like India, capitalism will not take deep root if the evangelists of capitalism, if the leaders of capitalism, they take 90% of the fruits of the labor of the corporation for themselves, if they lead a highly luxurious life, and then they keep on preaching everybody, you have to sacrifice, you have to sacrifice. That won't work. That just won't work. It's like saying, I'm the servant of you people, and then I live in a mansion and I make all of you live in a hut. That won't work. As that happens in India today, we all know where. Anyway, so the most important thing in compassionate capitalism is to ask the question that Mahatma Gandhi asked. While we all believe in rewarding people based on the value they bring to the corporation, however, we will have to put a floor level to what we pay our employees, and we have to make sure that the ratio of the lowest level salary to the highest level salary is an acceptable one. Second, by and large, it is a good idea not to demonstrate our wealth in a glaring way in public, because children will get confused. Families will get confused. What is it that we have done so that we are not able to live like that? Third, first make sure that the lowest level employee is paid his or her salary increase before you look at your own salaries. If we did, these are things we have done at Infosys. Let me tell you that in 2001, when the internet burst took place, and all companies except Infosys, they postponed the offer they had made to employees, including from IITs. At that time, we all sat down, Nandan, Mohan, Chris, myself, we all sat down. And we said, it is not the fault of the employees. It's not the fault of those people that we are trying to. It is our fault. We should have forecast better. And if we were not certain, we should not have offered them. Therefore, we came out with a thing saying that we would reduce the increments in the descending order from the bottom to the top, so that the top fellows got the lowest increment or zero increment. The bottom fellows got almost what they were to get. And with the money saved, we honored every one of the 1,500 offers we had made. It's just here. It's not imagination. So I think if we try to do a few of these, employees are not expecting you to be God. There's only one God. He is perfect, or she is perfect, whatever it is. All that they want you to do is to say a few good words, to do a few good things, to look after them to the extent it is possible. And I think if we did a few of these things, they will work hard, they will make sure that the corporation advances well, because unless there is a sense of ownership of everybody in the company. I don't know how many of you know, Infosys is the only company in India which gave stocks to everybody, including the lowest level peon. Now, why did we do that? Because we wanted a sense of ownership. And what does ownership mean? Ownership means there is pride. It's like, every one of us is very proud of our children. Why? Because they have come out from us. Similarly, if we did a few of these small things, I do think that people will accept capitalism better, and they want their children to emulate capitalism. Sorry, go ahead.
Sure. So, Mr. Murthy, as we wrap this conversation, my last question to you. Sure. You have always said good governance, strong ethics and values are the bedrock of successful organizations. However, on immediate gratification and fast-paced growth, how should the next generation of entrepreneurs balance these?
When I decided to found Infosys, I selected a few people, 5, 6 people, youngsters, and I invited them to my place in Mumbai. And we wanted to decide what should be the objective of our company, Infosys. It was in 1981 May. I used to live in company's quarters in Bandra West. And my style has always been to give opportunity to younger people to say what they want, and finally I would say, and then I would decide. One fellow said, we must be the company with the highest revenue. Another fellow said, we must be the company with the highest profit. Third fellow said, we must have the best technology, etc. And when my turn came, I said, we must become the company that is most respected. And we were a nobody. Company had not yet been started. Zero revenue. Then a few of my colleagues asked me, what is the value of what you are saying? How will it help us? I said, if you want to earn respect, you must conduct yourself in a way that enhances ethics, that enhances values, that enhances confidence, that enhances trust and hope in your words and they happen that your words bring all of that because your actions follow your words. I said, when you earn respect from customers, repeat business will automatically come. And as you people know, repeat business is what brings faster growth of a company. Second, if you earn respect from your employees, they will become messengers to bring many good employees and they will become long-term employees. If you earn respect from your investors, they will become long-term investors. If you earn respect from your vendor partners, they will show you concession when you are not able to pay them on the appointed day. They will make some adjustment. If you earn respect from the government of the land, they will create policies that are conducive to your growth. And finally, if you earn respect from the society, everything will be done because society contributes customers, society contributes employees, society contributes investors, society contributes vendor partners, society contributes bureaucrats, society contributes politicians. Said, if you earn respect from the society, your growth will be high, your profitability will be high, your employees will be ready to make sacrifices, all of that. So therefore, I chose respect, and my request to all the wonderful entrepreneurs, startup people is that if you seek respect from all your stakeholders, you may have to make sacrifice in the short term. But let me tell you, in the long term, you will be a big winner. Today, Infosys has probably about 6 or 7 billionaires, multi-billionaires. That happened simply because in the early stage, almost first 25 years, we ensured that company became stronger and stronger and stronger because we knew that we will get the benefit out of it later on, legally and ethically. And nobody will say there will be a case against you, you have not paid PF, you have not done this, you have not done that. Nobody would say that. So this is the right way to make money. This is the right way to create wealth. This is the right way to become richer. So my request to all the entrepreneurs is, while in the beginning, it may seem a little bit of discomfort, but always look at the long term. And in the long term, by putting the interest of the community ahead of your own personal interest, in the longer term, you will be a winner. That's all what I would like to tell our entrepreneurs. But almost every startup that has failed, I don't want to mention the names, all of you know, violated this principle. You know, some people may have made some 100 million, 200 million, but if they had followed the right path, they would have made 2 billion. Not just that, 2 billion. Nobody would have grudged them. Nobody would have said bad things about them. Everybody would have respected them. But these people, unfortunately, greed doesn't help. So, I mean, there is a saying in Kannada, my mother tongue, and I used to repeat it many times at Infosys. In the end, a thief's wife will be a widow. That's very important to remember. Nobody will escape. Let me tell you that. I may escape for 2 years, 5 years. Somebody who is luckier than me may escape it for 10 years. But finally, my wife will become a widow. So I think if the entrepreneurs understand this, they will all be better off. That's what I think.
Sure, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree it was indeed a masterclass on humans, machines and meaning from none other than Mr. Narayana Murthy. Let's give it up a really round of huge applause. Thank you so much, sir.
How I wish we can freeze time and have Narayana Murthy sir with us whole day. In the last, please kindly be seated, or if you want, you can quickly turn back and take a selfie so that he's also in that particular photo. Now it reminded me the last thing that he was emphasizing of Mankutimana Kagga DVG. How many of you don't understand Kannada? I wish you all the best. Anna una ಒಂದು ಕೇಳ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಬೇಯಿಸಿದ ನೀರ್ ನಿನ್ನ ಬೆಮರೋ ಪರರ ಕಣ್ಣೀರೋ. If I had to literally translate in English, what it means is to cook rice, you need rice grains and you have to put it in water. That water, is it your sweat? Andre kastapattu ದುಡ್ದಿದ್ದು. Parara kanniro, is it tears of someone else? Thank you once again, Narayana Murthy sir, for emphasizing on the values and ethics. Means a lot. Now, we will be felicitating Narayana Murthy sir in our own small way. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Sriram Kumar, President of ELCIA and AGM Fanuc India, and also Dr. Veerappan V, who is the Chairman, ELCITA, and co-founder and President of TESOL Semiconductor Private Limited. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause. Padma ma'am, please join. You will not probably get an opportunity like this. You know, this can go on LinkedIn and Facebook. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very kind.
Thank you, Padma ma'am. It is said a picture speaks 1,000 words, but a video is worth 1,000,000 words. Now it's time to see an exclusive ELCIA and ELCITA video. Can we have the video, please?
Electronic City in Bengaluru. Largest electronics industrial parks. It is home to a mix of small, medium and large companies catering to IT, ITES, BT, electronics, hardware design and manufacturing. Established in 1978 and spread across 903 acres, with a 2 lakh employee base, 160 Indian and international companies like Infosys, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, Siemens, HP, TCS, Tata Power, Fanuc, Timken, TESOL, Heikel Technologies, Tescom, Bhavani Industries, and Synthesis, among others. Electronic City Industries Association, ELCIA, formed in 1992, was responsible for the estate management of Electronic City. ELCIA, a unique organization, has evolved and has established 4 crucial entities: ELCITA, ELCIA Cluster, ELCIA Trust, and ELCIA Skill Development Center, ESDC. The united vision of ELCIA is economic growth and improved quality of life for members. Enabling partnerships, enriching relationships, and enhancing capabilities are the 3 pillars on which ELCIA is concentrating. ELCITA, Electronic City Industrial Township Authority, or ELCITA, as it is popularly known, was established in 2013 by amending the Karnataka Municipal Act 1964. ELCITA has set upon itself to make Electronic City a futuristic model city for the rest of the country to emulate. ELCITA is governed by a committee comprising of 5 elected members, 3 government officials, and 2 members nominated by the Government of Karnataka. The Township Authority is led by a Chief Executive Officer who is supported by a Chief Security Officer, and large projects handled by a Township Development Officer. 7 teams work under the guidance of the officers. ELCITA has set up expert groups comprising experts drawn from the industry to create a focused, integrated, and inclusive development model in various core areas. The estate management team, supported by the housekeeping staff, monitors construction, operations and maintenance of the township's infrastructure and services, including water supply, waste management, infrastructure repair, cleaning, including maintenance of the landscape and green cover. Citizens can file complaints about services and infrastructure through ELCITA Citizens app. The complaints are automatically forwarded to the concerned department. ELCITA has banned the use of single-use plastics and is encouraging citizens to adopt reusables. A cutlery bank established by ELCITA loans out cutlery free of charge to citizens. To reduce freshwater demand and tackle the surplus wastewater, ELCITA uses treated water for maintaining the green cover, for construction and various other activities. ELCITA has also initiated rainwater harvesting and other water conservation policies. Air quality is monitored through fixed and mobile devices. ELCITA has set in place rules to ensure that the township runs in a transparent and effective manner. All citizen-centric information such as taxes, license fees, kata fees, notifications, bylaws, statutory data and instructions for application of services are available on its website. ELCITA reaches out to its citizens via the Citizen app, emails, newsletters and other social media. ELCITA has established a functional smart city project in the township. It covers solid waste management, wastewater management, smart lighting, smart water management, surveillance cameras with video analytics, e-toilets, and smart parking and many other features. ELCITA is expanding smart city initiatives to cover e-governance, analytics, and decision support systems. ELCIA Cluster Common Facilities Center, CFC, was Karnataka's first shared MSME Common Facilities Center for electronics assembly and testing and machine shop, set up in Electronic City and was built with financial support from central and state governments. It supports small companies manufacturing their products using the shared facility without deploying additional capital. It has state-of-the-art equipment that can be used for pilot or small volume production and new product development. ELCIA Trust has been involved in community service for 20 years and supports 24 government schools for midday meals for 4,500 children. Infrastructure improvement, education aids and civic knowledge improvement. The ELCIA Skill Development Center, ESDC, was established in December 2021 and works to equip job seekers and organize apprenticeships to supply companies with skilled workers. ELCIA has empaneled a network of consultants in the areas of legal, finance, IPR, IR, statutory affairs, marketing and other consultancy and advisory services to support individual MSMEs growth. For us at ELCIA, sky is the limit for what can be achieved with extraordinary member participation.
Proudly co-hosted by ELCIA and ELCITA. Let's give a huge round of applause to all the office bearers, core team, past and present of ELCIA and ELCITA. Now it's time to listen to the keynote speech by Dr. Debabrata Das, who is the director of IIIT-B. He has, we'll once again thank Narayana Murthy sir for joining us, gracing the occasion, and for sharing his invaluable thoughts. Okay, while we are waiting for Debabrata Das to join us, Narayana Murthy sir mentioned that 98% of the services they offer is exported. Now, it reminded me of an incident previous Chief Minister of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai sir, narrated. Last year, I had an opportunity of meeting him on stage, and he said, back in 1996, he went to Taiwan, and he was amazed looking at the metro trains. No, he could just put that card, and it used to punch, and wherever he got off, again another card, and he was like, everything is so automated. And he got curious, he went and he asked, no, what's happening here? What is this technology? For him, it was like a magic. And the person took pride in saying, yes, we are doing all of this. We are very advanced in technology. And he went on boasting about the particular aspect. And later he asked, who are you? He said, I'm so-and-so, I'm from India. And immediately that person shoulders shrugged and he became very humble. Oh, you're from India, is it? Yes. In fact, it is one of your Indian company called Infosys who built this for us. Future is here, but not evenly distributed. Oh, well, Debabrata Das is right here. He completed his PhD from IIT Kharagpur and he joined IIIT-B in 2002. He has more than 200 peer-reviewed papers, and 9 of them have received Best Paper Award. He has got 6 patents in India and US, and 11 of them are in the pipeline. He has received many awards for his excellent teaching and research in telecommunication and electronics. I just got to know this morning where he said he's the advisor for 5G base station Oran technology, where he's leading a group of 20 IIIT-B and IIT professors. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome the director of IIIT-B, Dr. Debabrata Das, to kindly give us his keynote. Sir, stage is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Are you able to hear me? Thank you. So, thank you, ELCIA, for giving me an opportunity to speak on a very interesting topic, which is you have made here, is that called human, machines, and meaning. And I am really grateful, and my deepest regards to Mr. Narayana Murthy after his talk, my talk. So please forgive me and pardon me. He has such a high voltage and what a knowledgeable person from whom we all learn. When I was very young, I joined here as an assistant professor long back, around 23, 24 years back. So he was my chairman of the board at that time. So it is always a learning, and thank you very much to him for such a wonderful speech. And thanks to the Dr. Veerappan, Dr. Sriram, and Madam Sajja is here, and all of you from the ELCIA. So all of us knows humans. Of course, we are all humans, and we understand machines. But the last word is very interesting, and meanings. So what is the meaning stands for here is that the combination of these two can make our life more meaningful, or more better, or more productive, and all. So in that sense, if I look at how to leverage these technologies, and you must have seen today also people asked Mr. Murthy about the AI, ML coming in and what will be its impact. So myself has been working in the research areas of advanced computer networking and all, but I have been also involved in many industry collaborations. In that regards, I'll be talking about this combination of human, machines and meanings. In the introductory, I will tell you what is the challenge, the impact of AI, industry 4.0, 5.0 is the topic here, 5 advanced, 5G advanced and 6G, where we are going, and the software, because the whole city of this electronic city is the software and also the hardware and manufacturing. And the last, which is the most compelling to all of us, is the ethics, because the AI, when we are more and more dependent on the machines, then the ethics and how which he was talking, the whole talk was of him was on ethics, trust and all those things, how to bring in and how the research and the machines will bring in that. At the end, I will be talking about some of those research problems. So if you look at the most interesting part in you see 19th century automation was there. Automation and this AI is nothing new. It has been there in our life for a long. 20th century also the invention of programmable controllers are also made automations. 21st century now you have already the AI ML is knocking the door and people are asking about that job. But the most important is the last line. If you see for the last 2 centuries, one common fear, the word is the most catching is the fear. The fear is human being replaced by the machine. That is our fear, because we always feared that over the 19, 28, 21 that we will lose jobs. What do I do? What is the next change in technology? We may not be knowing which is coming and knocking our door. So that fear I am trying to today, I will try to tell you that we are all brave because we have survived this software and all kind of industries, competition and all. So we are brave people, we should not be fear at all. But what is the solution? That will be at my last slide. So in between starting, I put the question mark, the fear, and the last slide will be the solution, that what should be our next goals. So if you look at those things, and one of the most important thing which I am going to talk is that what is the machines and the human and where we should leverage these combinations. The machines are good in many things, as you know, computations and the precisions and all, and humans are good in many things like creating meaning, having desire for belief, creativity and all, and the machines and human brains works differently, because one computes well but the humans which understands well. These are the two different things. We cannot beat the speed of the computers to compute something. For that only, if you remember in your young age, we got the calculators and then the computational algorithms all came in. But the understanding of a subject, human beings and the ecosystem, humans are much better at the moment, and it will remain. So the future of the technology should aim to bring the best of the both, computation and understanding. So, and there will be no competition between these two, what I understand. So the last is that human and the machines, the collaboration is needed. That is the theme of my talk, that how will you collaborate? So if you want to remove your fear and you want to be successful, the last point is that how you will collaborate and go forward in the future. So in this regard, what I wanted to say is this, is that this collaborations has multiple possibilities. Example I will give you at the end, very interesting example is, but then before that, the collaborations are between the automations of and also the human being. If you look at that, if you look that how the human and the machines collaboration has happened. Classical example, which is the second highest revenue getter of this state. You will be really, after GST is the most highest is your excise department get from the beverages and all. So I took that example, and also if you'll see that there are AI ML algorithms were developed, given to the lot of vineyards and all. One of the companies called McMurray, these combinations of different blends give them billions of options of the taste can be possible to the human being for a better sales. I took this example because it is a completely away from our classical kind of things. And it's very interesting. And we found out that they couldn't able to finalize any of these which was given by the machine. What they did, they brought in the best human who have been the best chef of this blend testing and all, and they combined the machine's output with the human interface, human beings, like this picture shows both, and they selected a few which become a result out is that which become one of the best selling wines of the world in the recent research and also the output. What I wanted to say is that we cannot replace the human beings so easily, even though machines are there, because we need the combination of this both. So how we will leverage then? The leveraging in the industry 5.0, telecom, softwares, and all those things is the important by the using the AI/ML. And if you look at the 6G and all which is coming up now, I mean people 5G is coming. So if you look at whole world in this digital world only in 3 states, you'll be really surprised. What is this 3 states? I say 3 C's, A, B, C, the alphabet C, C. The first C is these 1 and 0s are in conservation. Conservation means it is in the memory. And in memory has hardware and software, memory management and all. Second C is computation. Computation means it is CPU and GPU. You pull out from the memory, you do the algorithms, AI/ML, compute in your CPU, GPU, take a decision. And the third C is your communication. Means you are in optical network, wireless network, or inside your laptop or inside your mobile, there is a beautiful networks are there, or your data center. So you will not find digital 1 and 0s except these 3 C's: conservation, computation, and communication. So all these things you see, 5G, 6G, or your memories, clouds, and all belongs to this digital, only these 3 C's. So we belong to one of them in this industry 5.0, automations and all, where I will tell you this industrial revolutions which you have seen, where this digital world was not there for first 2 centuries, now it has come in. But the only thing is that if you go to the bottom one, you see the evolution from industry 1.0 to 2.0 is 100 years. 2.0 to 3.0 is from 1900 to 2000, another 100 years. But industry 3.0 to 4.0 is only 10 years. And 4.0 to 5.0 is also 10 years. So what we learn? The learning is that after the digitization has come in, the time has shrunk from 100 to 10 years, 10 times. And it will further shrink after AI/ML coming in, because your speed of the industry evolution. So please mentally get prepared. These are the things. What I wanted to say is that this 10 years will be 5 years or maybe less than 10 years, sure, with this. So having said that, what next is that how to collaborate between these two. These collaborations are only way to survive. So industry 4.0, as you know, it is a digitizations, and 5.0 is about the human-centric sustainability, resilience, because the contribution of the industry and the society. As a resilience word means that the industry and the human beings are not going through a very peaceful time, because complete churning up is happening. The complete challenges, things are happening. So human and machines collaborations by placing the well-being of the workers at the center of the production process. What Mr. Murthy was telling, that even the machine is coming, the human will be the center of the decision making, because the innovation will come from there. Research and innovation, problem solving will come from the human, which machine will be developing. And adopting a human-centric approach for the digital technologies like AI leverage the human expertise and creativity. Even though we do a lot of AI/ML in our labs for last 5 years, I'm not saying, and it is an old concept. If you remember, AI/ML previous name was expert systems, genetic algorithms and all. In 1980s, we worked when we did our undergraduate, but now it is so active because of the computational speeds and the data available. but we are still leveraging the human experts. All the AI ML algorithms which you used in the advanced technologies are human created. And still in nascent stage, this I wanted to tell you needs to be regulated carefully. The last part is that still it is a nascent stage, lot of works to be done. So what you see now, the AI ML will take away the job, it is yet to come. But what you see, the jobs kind of thing, which is happening for different market economy and other kind of things, but AI ML real impact will take around 3 to 5 years, because those tools are still in the R&Ds. And it has to be regulated carefully, which I'll talk about it in my last slide and about that. So this is a complex 6G. Let me give you a quick example that when you talk on your phone end-to-end in 4G, it is a 150 millisecond delay. But when the robotic operations and the robots are coming on the stage, the accuracy will be coming down to the 2 milliseconds from 100. So those kind of delays and all the 6Gs and the 5G advance will be taken care. It is not possible by human interference. So the machines will be taking decisions in this AI ML world. And the right side, I wanted to only touch base here. You can see here, these are the 3 bullets of the 5G standards. These are the 6 bullets by the International Telecom Union has given IMT. This is the India's contribution. We took 75 years. You will feel proud as an Indian that in international telecom standards, we pushed this standard body, this area of research and all from India, due to my collaborators and the Government of India's telecom. And this is going to be in the 6G standard, and which will be pushed from the India to the world. First time after so many Gs. So we as a country now heading forward on the research and all. And my last 2 slides is this, because we are in the software and the hardware world. In the artificial intelligence, in software cycle, you can see here software project planning, problem analysis, software design, implementations, testing, and software maintenance, all these things, every small bullets you see, everywhere the AI tools are coming in. The most important part is in the AI, all the top labs are doing research, is that the security in the AI code. Anybody can hack, if change those codes or the programs, then the results which is automated, it will have a danger forever. So those kind of things are also in the very high-end labs people are working. And also, because of the less time, I will be quickly going to some of those collaborations of the AI and software, being the human and the machines. So these collaborations, what you see is this, that AI will be useful software development, like task automations, like manage your dependency, quality assurance and all, but AI cannot do the job alone. These are the bullets which are extremely important, which is important from the industry point of view, because look at these last bullets of the point, the complexity of the problem solving, and the creativity, innovation, ethics, contextual understanding, and strategic decisions. So these kind of thing which has to be deep human interference with the machine. And some of the takeaway of before is that leverage AI to augment human expertise. So you should not be at all worried that the loss of the jobs, because there are so many complex problems still open, unsolved on this earth, which is required, where the human interference has to be there. So in this, I wanted to say that ethics AI, we have a lab in IIIT Bangalore, which is the only lab or center of excellence which works on center of Internet of ethical things. We are come out with a policy which you have already handed over the papers to the government, and government is going through reviewing it, and what should be the ethics and all in AI. And also we are doing so many research technology on privacy, security for supporting your AI to be better and better for the society. Some of those are bias and fairness, privacy and data protections, responsibility and accountability, and transparency. So if you look at the bias and fairness, we have so many examples. in the medical science, that we found out some of the AI algorithms which are biased between the colors. So, and also we have found out some of those responsibilities also biased, because the people who writes the algorithms or invents, they are the creator, they are also themselves as a bias. So those kind of things have been taken care of in this research world. Each of these above factors as a human elements, it is only through the human-machine AI collaboration that we can create a better world. Research has to be carefully understand to take the grassroots approach ethically, and the humans are developing AI. So research should aware of their own bias and example. So for an example, I'll give you the example in the next slide, last but one slide. So that is that research itself, the human beings does the research. We are all biased. So how to make it fair? And particularly when we will use the softwares of the AI for the judiciary. Judiciary has to give a judgment. It is between the life and prison or maybe free. So those kind of things, because these are the bigger questions which we are facing at this moment in our labs. For examples, I will quickly give, and then I will say is that AI can be biased. Research first two bullets, if you see, these are well biased kind of things already happened. So people are correcting it now. So in the top universities identified signs of racial bias in medical AI algorithms. And white patients received higher risk scores than the black patient, and let us give the white patients more attention. Similarly, AI in the arts. So as well-known company announced that its AI algorithm could complete the last two movements of the Franz Kunzberg's undefined symphonies. So who will get the credit? Whether the Franz will get or the AI algorithm will get the credit. So now the debate is going on this, where to go for in this ethical world. So AI in autonomous decision making, autonomous car needed to make a critical decisions. So when the accident happens, or God forbid nothing happens, so this one will lead to decide where you are heading for. But let me tell you, when I gave you the last example, and that I thank the ELCIA. ELCIA has one of the owner of the ELCIA, one of the members who has a company here in the close to SBI. There is a flagman's company. So the owners was in January. I visited them they are a big venture capitalist in California also. So when I was sitting beside, and the owner CEO was driving, see, suddenly from manual to just press a button, it went to automated in the highway, 110 kilometers. Then I understood that in the highway, when the life and death are very close, if you make a mistake, and but it was very smooth drive, automation, driverless car. So that means AI and automation has entered our life. Till last year, I was not so much convinced, because AI, ML will take another 5 years, I was thinking, because of the critical applications was not there. Classical applications people give on entertainment like Alexa and all, those are all were in entertainment. But now it is on road. It has hit the road on critical applications like driverless car. So we cannot keep AI away or ML away from us. We have to embrace it. Like every century we have embraced technologies, we have to embrace it, but we have to leverage between these two advantages, because let me tell you, business house will take the advantage of both, go forward, because it is a competitive world. So in this note, and I will be concluding my talk with this, is that very interesting, you can see both the people are being connected, robot and the human being. The future of leveraging technology for societal good is bright, because decision making will be more faster by the machines and more informed with the data and all. Machines and AI ML will be required to collect and process complex data and perform tasks efficiently. However, human experts cannot be sidelined, as it should not be a human-machine competition. It is rather human and machine collaboration. So now we are in the newspapers, news channels, it is presented as if they are taking away jobs and all. No, this is not true. Because if you remember in early 90s, when computer came to the came to the banking system, everybody opposed, bank employees opposed, what happened to our job? But if you look at now, there are more banking jobs than at that time. And this is a classical example given everywhere. So that collaboration is better. But the last bullet which I wanted to say is that need to train human resources on where to leverage from the machines. So those who are already in the job for 5 years, 10 years, who have not gone through AIML courses or not been trained in the AIML tools and all, they should take online or come back to their training programs or learn from the younger generation. Till today, I learned from my young friends in my labs and my students a lot, because they are more and more acquainted with this kind of things. So we have to learn quickly and come back and be productive. With this note, I wanted to say thank you to ELCIA, and also I wanted to say IIIT Bangalore is just in this campus, in the Electronic City campus in the Infosys Avenue Road, and IIIT Bangalore has produced as a project products which is being accepted in 21 countries, and also not only we teach, not only do research, but also we make products. Academia has gone out to make products also now. It is a mandate from the government and the society that academia along with the industry should work together, collaborate, like this collaboration machine and human being. Academia and industry should collaborate now, because it's needed now, because we can't solve all the problems alone. Together and make products from India to the world. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Debabrata sir. Kindly be on stage, because we would like to felicitate you for that. I would like to request Mr. A. Vaidyanathan, who is the committee member of ELCIA and is also the founder and managing director of PAQS. Dr. Debabrata sir, huge round of applause for him, please. I'm not saying just because I'm here with you on stage, but sir, for me, you're an unsung hero. When you said it took 75 years for India to reach wherever it has reached, it is because of your experience, expertise, and also collaboration and leading all these amazing professors and technologists. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again to Dr. Debabrata, who is the director of IIIT Bangalore. I am a governing body member in a spiritual organization in Bangalore, and last week I was there, and we renovate, and there were many things that we were looking for, so we were getting all these plumbers, electricians. And one of them, they came and I said, you know what, the policy is we take 3 vendor quotes and then we decide. So you have taken a look, give us a quote. And I was trying to pressurize him, saying that tomorrow by 12 o'clock, if you don't send, then we can't take a call. He was doing something on his phone. And then he said, sir, sent. I said, what? Sir, quote is sent. You mean you send the quote right now? He said, yes. And I got curious, asked him, how? He said, sir, avalla gottilla. One of my brother's friend has designed something. He said, enter this number, click, it happens, sir. Adeno chart GDP antaralla, sir, adu. You know, chart GDP. Oh, okay, chat GPT. Now he doesn't even know how to pronounce it. Now I'm not trying to belittle him. Without knowing that he's embracing technology and he's adapting to it. So how many of you use chat GPT? How many of you use chat GPT in your business? Awesome, awesome. Then I'm sure you will be mind blown with the conversation that is going to happen right now, because the theme of this particular session is the shape of things to come. Generative AI at the helm. Latha ma'am has made my life simple by saying that just invite me, I'll invite my panelists. Let's give a huge round of applause to Miss Latha Chembrakalam. She is the Vice President and Head of Technical Center India of Continental Automotive, and she leads a team of 6,000 engineers. 6,000 engineers? My mother is like, I'm fed up of 3 engineers at home. 6,000 engineers, amazing. She has received many awards, Top 10 Technology Women Leader in India Award, Solidarity India Idol Award at CXO level, Well Women's Choice Award, Top AI Influential Leaders Award, and many others. She's also a certified coach from CFI, and she's well known for her speaking abilities in areas of business, technology, leadership, where she leaves a mark in several forums, and I'm sure that she is going to leave a mark in this summit. Latha ma'am, we can't wait to hear you and your fellow panelists. Over to you.
So thank you for that introduction. Very good morning and very happy to be here at ELCIA. I was just remembering when I was talking to Rama ma'am that, I used to work in Electronic City the year 1995 to 1999, yeah, and how the buildings were, the roads were, and how much it has shaped up. So I think thanks to ELCIA for that. So now coming to the theme for today, if you want to boil down the last 1 year into one theme, it would definitely have to be Gen AI, nothing else, right? And rarely we can remember a technology that has swept through the business community with so much of speed and so much of impact. And hardly a day passes without this new development hitting the headlines. While we are blanketed with the caveats and the unknowns, Gen AI stands to have a profound impact on the ways we live and on the way we work. I'm happy that we are all attending this conference at ELCIA in person, and I wouldn't be surprised, maybe 15 years down the line, our digital twins may be sitting here, God knows. Yeah. So I often wonder how these Generation X, Y, Z, and the millennials are coping up with the sea of change which is introduced by the technology. And I'm also curious about how organizations and academia are using these tools. And I know you are also curious to understand the incredible possibilities, the human concerns, regulatory landscape, and on top of all, how Gen AI can be used for making human lives better. So let's invite a panel, a very eminent panel today, and let me introduce them in the alphabetical order. So first, let's welcome Mr. Ashok Panda, Vice President and Global Head of AI and Automation Services at Infosys. Ashok has 27 years of professional IT and business consulting experience, and he has worked across multiple verticals, and he spent bulk of his career in Europe, North America, Japan, Asia, and he steers the strategic vision, execution of AI and automation initiatives at Infosys. He spearheads the design and deployment of AI-led platforms, solutions, and services that helps clients reducing cost, improving customer experiences, and increase market share. On a personal side, he is an avid traveler, I understand. And I was asking him what is a cool technology according to him, and he tells me that it is brain-machine interface. And when I asked him why it is so, he told that is something which can significantly improve the quality of human life. So I find that attitude really cool. Welcome, Ashok, to the panel. Our next panelist is Professor Bharadwaj Amrutur, Professor at IIT, Chair of Robert Bosch Center for Cybersecurity Systems, and Director Executive of Art Park. Art Park, for those you don't know, I think they have a cool exhibition outside. It's an incubatory of next-gen AI and robotics innovation, a right person to predict the future of these technologies. He did his BTech in Com Science and Engineering from IIT Bombay, followed by the MS and PhD in Electrical Engineering from Stanford University, worked in the Silicon Valley and has been a professor in ISC since 2004. The number of awards he has received, mind-boggling, some of them being the Satish Dhawan Young Engineer Award, Abdul Kalam Technology Innovation Fellowship, IIC Alumni Award for Research Excellence, and he is a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineers. His current research interests are in the tele-autonomous intelligence, where advanced communication network along with Gen AI and robotics can potentially transform multiple sectors. Very interesting, he believes that language is the coolest invention of humans. Yeah, and it's so much connected to Andrei Karpathy's statement, which tells that the hottest new programming language in the future is going to be English. So welcome, Professor. Our next panelist is Sandeep Alur, CTO at Microsoft Innovation Hub India. I follow him on LinkedIn, and I see a lot of very interesting posts. And most of the time when I read his posts, I really have to search again what it really meant. So it's so much ahead of technology. So with a career spanning for more than 25 years, Sandeep is a true technologist driven with a deep passion for technology. And he spearheads the Microsoft Tech Center, an experience center dedicated to empowering customers on the digital transformation journey. Sandeep's meticulous approach to implementation sets him apart. So he believes that Gen AI will usher human-computer interaction into a new era of transformation experiences. Wow, who else we can ask about user experience now? So Sandeep, on a personal side, loves being with nature, does trail running and hiking. I was asking him what would he have done if he was not the CTO of Microsoft. Yeah, and he tells me that he would have pursued his PhD and got into research and teaching, probably a right colleague for Professor Bharadwaj, yeah? Welcome, Sandeep. So with all the panelists on stage, maybe we can continue our conversation. So just to start with, I just want to give you all a challenge, yeah? And you have to answer me in just one sentence. And the question is, how would you describe your experience with Gen AI? Let's start with you, Ashok.
No, it's, Gen AI is really awesome. I mean, if I have to give it in one word, and in my 27 years of career in the IT space, I have never seen innovation happening at this kind of rapid speed. So I think it's an inflection point, right, where we don't, I mean, the technology is there and probably we can do much more across all business segments with generative AI. It's truly awesome.
Thank you. And to you?
Shaken and stirred. You know, it really kind of made me ask questions about what does it mean to be a human, right? I think we are at that stage. We have to kind of start answering these questions, I feel, as we go forward.
And Sandeep, what's your view?
I think it's more real than ever before. It is a lot more human aligned,
okay,
and it's still a baby.
Okay, good. Thank you very much for that perspective. So Gen AI has captured the imagination of business across industries. And I come from the mobility industry. I work for Continental Automotive, where AI and Gen AI plays a very important role. And this technology is essential for bringing in automated, connected, electrified, and yearly updated vehicles. Yeah. And the car, which was a mechanical device in the past, which took us from a point A to point B, it is actually an IoT on wheels, permanently connected to the internet. And like Mr. Murthy was telling, you know, the AI is sitting behind the steering wheel now instead of a human in the automated driving part, and which also makes the user experiences, you know, very, very easy. For example, Continental has a Gen AI assistant, you know, a kind of a voice assistant, which is used for integrating to the smart cockpit HPCs, which can actually bring in a lot of personalization. And that's the technology that we use partnering with Google. So coming to you, Ashok, see, if you look at all the customers, all segments of customers, they have great expectations on bringing in efficiency, in bringing in accelerated innovations and automation and data-driven decisions. So working more than 1,000+ clients in this space in Infosys should have been a mind-boggling experience for you. And can you please tell your experience as a leader on how are you unlocking value for your clients in this space?
Yeah, thanks, Latha. So when we work with clients, we see a variety of use cases or application of AI and Gen AI for different industry segments. But I'll talk about the top 3 patterns that we are seeing, right? The first pattern I will say is amplify human potential, right? You look at various personas in different industry, and with Gen AI, how you can do much better, right? How the person can deliver far more than what he was doing before. I'll give one example from one of our banking client. For the wealth managers, they have some 18,000 wealth managers. And the wealth managers, typically they have to work with the high net worth individual, understand know what kind of risk appetite they have, and come up with a very customized wealth plan for them, right? So for that, these wealth managers have to go through thousands of documents, and every day something new is coming, right, about different companies, what is the right stock to invest and stuff like that. So they should focus on building relationship with the customer, or should they focus on reading the documents, right? They have to balance between the two. With generative AI now, we have built solutions with which actually there is with the AI can go through all the documents. We have built something with OpenAI, in fact, at the back end. And with the RAG framework, it can go through all the documents, thousands of documents, and come up with a very customized wealth plan, right, for their individual customer, so that the wealth manager can spend more time with their customer, to understand them and give them a more customized plan. With that, what we have realized that the wealth managers' asset under management has gone up by 34%, right? So it is a huge amplification of how GenAI can help, and the same applies in multiple different industry vertical, right? Even in Infosys, we have seen for developers, if you are using GenAI, they can do 2x, 5x improvement in productivity, and likewise in every industry. The second pattern that we are seeing is more of customer experience and employee experience, right? That is also another thing where generative AI can play a big role. Giving you an example, for one of the telecom client, they have a contact center operation, and then they reach out to many customers, right? These are the retail customers to give them a specified plan, right, for their customers. So with generative AI, it can create a proposal instantly based on what the client is looking for. And you can close the business so fast. And think from a customer experience point of view, right? They are just talking, and on the fly at the end of the discussion, they get their proposal, right, on what they can do. So for many of our clients, in fact, we are seeing that for their employees, they are talking about a enterprise GPT. In fact, we have something similar in Infosys as well, where there is a AI assistant where the employees can interact with that, and it can bring the entire organization's knowledge base, right, at the fingertip of the employee, or if it is a field sales force, then he has all the knowledge to talk to his customer. So employee experience and customer experience is another big area where generative AI can play a big role, which was not possible before, right? The third pattern I would like to call is unlocking value, right? Generative AI can do things which was probably not possible before. Giving an example, for one of the pharma clients that we're working on, they have this drug discovery, then there is clinical study, and then you do the entire trial, clinical trial management, and then you release that, right? It's a very long process. It's a very lengthy process. So for the drug discovery, and every phase actually generative AI has helped. For the drug discovery, you have these novel molecules, small molecules or large molecules. You need those molecules with specific properties, right, to address a specific disease that you are working on. So with generative AI, it can do the modeling and tell you that these are the stable novel molecules with this kind of properties which can fit in. So when you are selecting your molecules for a particular disease, that generative AI helps in a significant way in reducing that time, right? And then once you do the simulation, again, generative AI helps in doing the simulation of various adverse situations. When you go to clinical trials, again, it identifies the right set of kind of genome sequence or whatever you want to try on, right, those individuals, so that your clinical trials becomes faster. When you go to the, for filing the patents and all, there is a regulatory requirement that you need to summarize all your clinical study report into a 2-page document, which is in simple English. They used to put very, these experts who understand the bioscience and stuff like that to write that document in 2 pages, which is basically the original clinical study report will be thousands of pages. You need to summarize in 2 pages. With generative AI, now we are able to summarize it in 2 pages. And the people who have the knowledge, they can focus on innovation, focus on research. They don't have to do documentation. So this entire drug discovery to clinical study to releasing the drug, it has become much faster. And this is not possible without the generative AI. And they used to take a very long time before. It's a big benefit to the entire ecosystem, starting from the company to the entire society. So I would say these are the 3 patterns I would like to highlight: amplify human potential, experience, both employee experience, customer experience, and a third is to unlock value. And unlocking value can vary from different industry, but across industry we are seeing this pattern.
Thanks, Ashok. So you're trying to tell that it's kind of domain agnostic. reduces time to market, improved customer and user experience, and also bringing technology to the common man, right? So that's what we are talking about. So interestingly, if you look at it now, this genie called Gen AI is out of the bottle, right? And the technology is already in people's hand, and they are already using it to change the world for the good or for the worse. Yeah. And each generation is viewing Gen AI in a very different way. If you ask a Gen X to maybe a millennial, I think they are viewing it very, very differently and using for different purposes. So the rise of this technology is kind of blurring the boundaries of everything that we do. And even via a smartphone, a common man can access Gen AI. And when we talk about the engineers and innovators who also want to use, they are also able to use it. So how do these people, Sandeep, the question is to you, how do these people beyond tech, how can they be enabled to join this Gen AI bandwagon and create value?
Wonderful. In fact, everything Ashok said, or even for that matter this morning, Mr. Narayana Murthy spoke about chat GPT. That term chat GPT has been spoken every day millions of times. Honestly, everything that is happening right now, it's because somebody gave UI to AI. I don't think we ever had a UI to AI in the past. Recall, right? So we had AI in autopilot mode. It was invisible to us. For the first time, somebody gave a linguistic UI, right? Which can speak to us. By the way, this innovation can see, hear, and speak. Never happened in the past. They're all isolated innovation. They've all come together beautifully. That means today we have a linguistic UI which can understand us. All these days we made effort to understand systems. We've reached a point where systems are able to understand us, right? If I ask a question in a very incorrect fashion, it tries to understand what I actually intended to ask. That's the best part, right? So linguistic UI is real. Multilingual. I can ask in any language of choice, right? It's not limited to English. While we said English is a new programming language, it's true, by the way. And I recall last month, I think 6 months back, CEO Satya was in India, and on stage, there was a demonstration of somebody asking system to write a program, and the voice was in Telugu. Of course, what came out is English, but you could actually interact with system in Telugu and write a program, right? So, honestly, the reality today is generative AI is real. It is a lot more human aligned. It's becoming more responsible, but I'm not saying it's responsible yet. It is becoming responsible as we speak, because I'm speaking purely from a platform perspective. And it is becoming intelligent every single day, right? We've met in the past, Latha, so we've spoken about AI in the past, but everything I spoke 6 months back is legacy today. Because as of yesterday, let's take, Meta announced Llama 3.1. More intelligent, more responsible. So Llama 3.0 probably you'll call it as legacy in 3 months. By the way, OpenAI is called GPT-4 as legacy model. That 4 came in 6 months back, right? So in terms of empowering individuals, I think it'll be highly democratized. You would not see it. Expectation is you would not even call Gen AI. Imagine I'm an innovator. You can ask me to use Gen AI. You'll probably give me tools which probably has infusion of AI in a very profound sense that it is agnostic to me. That means I will start being more creative. I will do things faster, better, save time, and go back home with utmost delight. Thanks to AI, which will make it happen, right? In fact, Bill Gates made the statement. Today we talk about generative AI, and it's a largely a productivity multiplier, right? It is empowering people to do things better, faster, but it's not a mere measure of output per hour. That's not what it is. He says the true measure of generative AI today, when you empower innovators, creators, etc., is how are you elevating quality and creativity of the entire process? Be it a manufacturing shop floor engineer or retail banker or somebody behind the desk in any industry. It's about empowering them to stay creative, productive, go home sooner, do things faster. In fact, somebody made the statement, I'm going to say this, the biggest beneficiary of AI while people are talking about saving time is dogs. You know why they say that? Because you're talking about saving 10 minutes, 20 minutes. You'll go home early and probably take your dog for a walk. So the biggest beneficiary is dog, what they're saying. But long story short, I think the best way to empower people is to make it agnostic, commoditized. You don't even know whether it's generative AI or anything else. That's probably is real because tools are getting infused with generative AI. In fact, you said endpoint, right? Mobile endpoint. Endpoints can be anything. And I have a personal experience, by the way. I want to show that to you. See, we want to break the monotony of panel discussion. So Latha said, why don't you bring in a demonstration? This is as real as it can be. This is my I was flying back from Seattle to India, Bangalore last week, and in the flight, I will show an experience, right? I was able to, Narayana Murthy said earlier, you can have a large language model as a facade to the entire internet, right? I experienced this firsthand. Let me show that to you. If we can switch to the slides right away, right? So, conversation endpoint, let's show this. So this is, I'm in the flight. I recorded incidentally because I wanted to make sure I go back to in terms of what I actually witnessed. So in the flight, there's Wi-Fi, and I wanted to get some work done, and the free Wi-Fi only allowed messaging. When it's a messaging, I thought only SMS. But again, the choice was, for me was, I could upgrade to browsing experience, which cost me 12 pounds. Right? It's okay, you can pay and get upgrade, but I was more curious. With messaging, what can I do? Just messaging, right? Now, that's where it was magical for me. Earlier you said, what's your one-line experience? AI, you said it's magical. It is magical. Let's show that, right? So I basically, by the way, just so that all of you believe, it is actually in the flight I recorded. Let's see that, okay? You see that I have my phone next to me, and who came to my rescue there? It is Meta AI, right? It's WhatsApp. So I could ask any question to this particular WhatsApp endpoint. I asked, by the way, there is a thing called AI design win. I said, what is an AI design win according to you? Look, in a matter of a second, I'm in the flight having only messaging permission, but I'm able to browse the entire internet, right? Ask anything, it will come back and tell you, okay? Now, of course, this is what it says in terms of what is an AI-infused application. Okay, let's move forward. I'm going to ask a question in terms of, I want some factual data coming my way. So my question is, Microsoft turns 50 next year. Do you know the date? By the way, Llama may not know it, but is there a way Llama can browse on my behalf? Absolutely. That's what happened in flight. So you will see a citation at the bottom, right? Which is, it is powered by Bing, of course. Now, I didn't browse internet. I have no browsing rights in the flight, but my co-pilot is browsing my behalf and getting me real-time answers. This is the true manifestation of AI in real-time, Latha.
Yeah. So I think you are really telling me that the genie is out of the bottle.
This is the genie, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So the questions to you, Professor. So Gen AI is, there's a buzzword, a lot of excitement about this technology. But at the same time, there are a lot of fears associated with it. For example, I come from the automotive industry, and when we are talking about manufacturing, it is clear that we will have a lot of job losses. And then when we are putting the AI behind the steering wheel, people are worried about safety, people are worried about cybersecurity. Then also the fear that will AI start dragging itself? Will it be more powerful than human beings? I think a whole lot of questions, right? So there is a lot of anxiety which is there. So in some ways, the rise of AI is a technology challenge. But I strongly believe that it is a human challenge, and also it is a societal challenge. So what's your view on this, and how can this be dealt with?
No, I think you have very rightly phrased it. First, I think let's try to understand what Gen AI actually is. What is Gen AI? Gen AI is a set of techniques and technologies to model any data source. Okay, it's like a very boring definition, any data source, modeling that. But if you really think about it, now in the modern digital era, right, I can actually view an individual as a data source. Imagine that I put a shell, virtual shell around you. I can capture all the information going into you and all the things you produce. Everything can be digitized. And you're a data source. And Gen AI technology has cracked the problem of modeling such a data source. So that is the true kind of, I would say, implication of Gen AI technologies. The actual technology itself, actually, if you go into the mathematics and so on, it's not that complicated, but it is the power of scale and compute which has been brought to bear, that we can now model any data source, including humans. And that is why I said I was shaken, I was stunned and humbled, and also asking the question, right? Now, what is the value as an individual you bring? If your job is to take bits in and produce bits out, which is what most of us do, you're in deep trouble. Maybe not you immediately, because this technology will take another 15, 20 years to really get the impact, like internet did, right, from 1990 to where we are. In 20, 25 years, bits in, bits out, jobs are gone. Including jobs, creativity, right? Really, are we that creative? I mean, why do we think we are so special? I mean, that was the shaken and stunned part to me, is to ask the question. And kind of now I come to the belief that creativity can also be computed, is what I believe. Okay. So I think it's a really fundamental, I would say, inflection point. I mean, it is an opportunity, just like, what is that, the Y2K. Y2K was a great opportunity, right? It's a transient phenomena, but during that time, a lot of people made a lot of money. I think it's the same opportunity during the next 15 to 20 years, while there is a transitioning into Gen AI-based technologies. There will be new business opportunities for people to help make the transition. So people who are smart, who are able to capture that and say, look, I need to do that, right? So there is a huge opportunity. But longer term, when we look 25, 30, 50 years in the future, the nature of jobs which people do will be very different, right? In principle, even, like if you take a farmer or if you are a sculptor, right, you are actually physically manipulating things. You're using your hands, you're actually doing things, right? Will those jobs survive? I think those are the kinds of things which will probably be a little bit harder. Not that it is technically infeasible, but cost-wise, to kind of really replace at scale jobs which involve physical interaction, right? So it's kind of funny that maybe we'll go back to doing things with hands. Maybe those are the jobs which will remain. I don't know, but to come back to this question, I think it's as I said, in the long term, it's a very important question, because it is it is a paradigm changing, disruptive thing for the entire humanity, right? And certainly our education system, skilling system, everything has to start adapting, because we are slow to react, and to change a society, it takes 10, 15 years. But now is the time to start thinking about those kinds of, putting those things in place. And of course, I don't have an answer, but, typically humans are very good and resilient, and we adapt. Every new disruption, we are somehow creative enough to figure out, absorb it and do new things. So I'm very optimistic from that perspective, that new things will emerge, but I don't know what it is. New kinds of jobs and so on will emerge. And, one of the things is to view this as a tool. The perspective is to say, this is a tool, right? You have to give this tool now to people to actually use and build value for themselves and for their organizations. And the beauty is, as Sandeep illustrated out here, this powerful technology actually is, you can potentially make it accessible to everyone, right? And with the interface of language, I don't even need to know typing. As long as I can speak, I should be able to access the power of these technologies. Of course, I still need to know how to use. I need to be able to think rationally, logically. I need to be able to solve problems mentally. If I want to even instruct, for example, you have a helper and you want to tell them to do things, you need to be able to do your planning in your head and instruct them, right? So the foundations of, I would say, mathematical, kind of training, reasoning, all those things are important as education, which we need to provide. The way the person uses it, using these more advanced tools, instead of writing C code, you just talk to them and instruct your Gen AI agent to do stuff for you. That is there. And so that way, it is actually very exciting that it has become democratic, actually. It's what I would say, the first large-scale technology which is actually potentially democratic, in the sense that even a poor farmer somewhere with just a smartphone can access this kind of a power, right? So that is very positive. And maybe we should think positively and see, how much more we can do with this. Yeah.
So what I conclude is, yeah, we can be positive about the whole thing, but it's again how responsibly we use it and for what purpose we use it. And I was really thinking about what Mr. Murthy told in the morning. If you are smart, intelligent, disciplined, hardworking, I think we make it, and I'm sure the people who are sitting in the room are that. So I think we will all survive this wave. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. But at the same time, you brought in an important point of having adaptability, flexibility. So the new workforce that we need to hire, probably we need to have different than, we were talking about IQ, then we were talking about EQ, then I think now we have to talk about AQ, which is the adaptability quotient, along with SQ, which is the social quotient, right? So I think really thank you for that, quite interesting point there. Now coming back to you, Sandeep, I would like to ask you a question which has probably two parts. So one is to get the most benefits of Gen AI. It is also clear that we need to manage a lot of risk. Yeah, a lot of risk related to privacy, cybersecurity, then regulatory compliances, IP, and so on. That's on one side. And on the other side, we are also talking about responsible AI, which has also a big societal impact as well, right? So how does one address these topics, and how can we move forward in this area?
Wonderful. Latha, in fact, this is a question that every enterprise that I meet up, as part of my job, meet 1 or 2 customers every day. This is a single most question that they want to answer for. Now, initially I said this innovation is still a baby, right? If you recall, 2 years back, ChatGPT was launched, and you could ask any question, though it was outside ethical boundary, right? People ask questions like, how do I create a bomb? So it actually gave you some prescription because it knows. Later they start putting guardrails. You can put guardrails only after understanding how people use the innovation, right? Start putting guardrails. Now, trust me, I said it's still a baby. It is becoming right now a toddler, because with more exposure of this innovation outside world, Microsoft, OpenAI, other platform providers realized how people use it. Now, the ethical AI or responsible design principles, be it privacy, compliance, accountability, regulatory compliance, all this stuff has been baked into the model. In fact, a lot of these large language models are steerable. See, in India, we announced Digital PDP Act. Now, the model has no awareness of that. But should you retrain the model? Absolutely no. It's just a question of make the model understand, hey, by the way, I'm going to converse with you, but keep in mind, this is India, this is our DPDP Act, period. So it's about teaching this intelligent brain already few things which are local to any geography, right? Of course, another big question is, while I'm using generative AI, it generates content for sure, but what about copyright protection? That's a big question, right? So these models are not meant to regurgitate. They're meant to present creative output. If at all this is what happened in New York Times. New York Times came back and said, a lot of what ChatGPT is generating is reference to an article that's been trained on, right? If at all there is any coincidence, this is where all the platform vendors have kind of come and say, you know what, we will have a customer copyright commitment from platform providers. We will compensate financially if at all there is any violation of copyright. So right now, I think industry is woken up, thanks to everything that has happened in terms of, be it job safety, be it security, all the stuff. People woken up to talk about policy, which is not the case with social media. Social media bloated, became big, not solvable. Now people are talking policy, couldn't solve it. But now, thankfully, there are, at every country, there is a policy being discussed on AI. And more than anything else, I think the policy is largely lagging behind compared to where innovation stands as of date. The pace of innovation unprecedented. I said, Llama 3.1, 4.0 of OpenAI came in earlier, Mini, and small language models are hitting the roof. While we only talk about LLMs, the SLMs, small language models, that means, imagine the example I showcased where I had messaging connectivity, but what if I'm in airplane mode, no Wi-Fi? Is there a way I can have the intelligent brain with me in my flight, in my mobile phone? Absolutely, yes. That's where SLMs come in. So, in my view, I think protecting people in terms of, by the way, one of the fear people have is when we deploy this to, let's say, a retail banking customer. This is a real story, by the way. They say, you know what, I'm going to expose this interactive linguistic UI to my retail banker. They're interacting with this particular chatbot. What if it tells something which will hurt their sentiments? What if it gives a response in a way that it is completely flawed? What do we do? By the way, right now, these models are steerable. You will have to, by the way, first of all, put it out, have a feedback loop, if something is not right, there is something called groundedness, right? That means when it has to be factually right. Why are we worried these days? Because the model can hallucinate. It's least hallucinating right now, by the way, it's a lot more accurate, but once grounded, it should not hallucinate. Now, when it has hallucinate, how do we know? So right now, as we speak, it's still a long way to go, Latha, honestly, we're not there yet, but tools are getting constructed to at least address, is it deviating from fact? Is it about to hallucinate? Is it data right factually? Where is the source? Right? So that's where tooling is getting constructed as we speak, but in my view, 3 months down the line, it'll be a different story. Because 3 months back, we had 0 tools. 3 months into this year, we have really sophisticated tools which are real and enterprise can adopt it. But the long story short, need of the hour is enterprise to embrace it, have a feedback loop. It's a continuous learning from our end to understand how this works in real and how it's impacting human lives and how we can measure success. That's where it is as of now.
Yeah, thanks for that. So I think for a company like Microsoft, it could be extremely challenging because the way it is impacting the society, plus at which the speed it is moving, I think you are chasing a moving target and a extremely moving target, and all the customers are dependent on you, right? So coming back to Ashok, I think a question to you. If you look at human AI collaboration is the merger of people, and AI-driven technologies, basically we create things, improve efficiency and so on. So this would mean that AI has to be scaled up at work and at workplace in a very, very responsible way. Yeah? And since this genie can be used to do good things and bad things, so when it comes to talent, I think there is a lot of upskilling, reskilling and even de-skilling which is required in our industry. And this need to be managed with intention, with a lot amount of, I would say, monitoring from the leadership. So what is your point of view on it? And a large organization like Infosys, how do you manage this?
No, thanks, Latha. I think it's a very, very good question. So with generative AI, what we are seeing is, it is changing workplace and workforce, right? Let me quickly touch upon all the three. The work is changing. If I take our own Infosys example, almost 300,000 people are doing development, right? Now we heard English is the new coding language, right? Then you don't need developers, right? So how will it work then, right? So the work itself is changing, right? So we need more problem solvers. We don't need somebody, as Professor said, bits in, bits out. We don't need that. We need problem solvers, right? I gave the example of wealth manager or retail banking, right? We need the wealth managers to spend time with their customer on the relationship, understanding the customer. Technology is there to go through the document and extract information. We don't need that person to go through it, right? So the nature of work is changing significantly across all industry, across all personas, right? Then the workplace is changing, giving example of education industry. In fact, we're working with, I was working with one of the professor from Kellogg's University. He has 30 years of experience, created many books, videos, all that thing, right? And now, many people are not coming to the classroom for sessions. People want to do digital learning, digital certification and stuff like that. So we kind of created a digital twin of the professor, and people can interact with him with the digital avatar, and it will go through all the videos, all the documents with the multimodal models that we are using. With that, it can go and extract information. If you ask questions, it will tell that, yeah, if this is the problem, this is how you can do. Not only that, if a question is not answered, we are putting it in we are recording that and giving it back to the professor so that he knows what kind of content he should create for future, right? So that is to the audience, right? So it will sell better. I mean, if you see that way. So it is helping in everybody. So the workplace is changing. I just gave education industry, but likewise in every industry, the workplace is changing, right? The patient-doctor interaction is changing. The way the doctors go through all the, your medical reports and stuff like that, that is changing. So that is changing drastically, right, with generative AI. Then the third part is, Ms. Latha said, it's more of the workforce, right? Then how do we deal with that? Because to do this kind of a new work in a new workplace, you need a very different workforce, right? Some of them are coming new. So in fact, there was one discussion, my son is in IIT Madras, and we are discussing, is more of the education system probably needs to change. Previously, we were educating them in a certain way, but now probably, finding out an answer from a textbook is not required. A GPT can do that, right? You need somebody who is more innovative to problem solve. Otherwise, there will be no job for them, right? So I think the new people who are joining, they need to go through a different kind of reskilling. The people who are already there in the industry, right, and we have a huge workforce across a different industry vertical. And if I take manufacturing or IT or any of this industry vertical, how can we reskill these people? Because the way they were doing before, that is not relevant anymore. Now we need to train them differently. Again, coming back to the Infosys example, we have 300,000 people who are doing code development. Today, we have created a training content for them on how to do prompt engineering. That means, how can you interact with the AI in a way that you can do coding 2x, 5x faster, right? For different coding languages, the speed could be different, but how can you create better code much faster using generative AI? And the same applies to every different industry. And what we are doing is, again, in Infosys, we created in different levels. So, AI aware, what we call, everybody needs to know, everybody needs to be educated on AI. In fact, in Infosys, we have a Wingspan platform, and it is open for everybody. It is open for all the students, school students. So, there are many thousand students who are already using it. And all the AI content we have put it there, because we strongly believe that as a society, everybody should be AI aware on how to use AI and how to use it in a responsible way, right? The second part of education is more of the AI creator, how to do it at an enterprise level, right? When you are using it for enterprise, it comes a very different part of questions. As Sandeep said, right? In 3 months, the model becomes legacy, right? As Infosys, we worked with Meta, and we are the release partner for this Llama 3.1. In 3 months, 6 months time, probably there will be another model, right? So the models are coming so fast. The computes are moving so fast, right? The NVIDIA GPUs, we work with NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, with all these chip maker. They are also innovating very, very fast. The industry is also moving on how to consume some of those things, and new problems are coming. So how can you create a platform and create the workforce, who can continuously learn? And that's where comes to the adaptability quotient, right? You can't hire people who know everything, because the technology will obsolete in 2 years' time. So you need people who may not know the technology today, but you know that they are learnable, right? You can train them, and probably we need to go to a mode of continuous learning. I don't think in the past you were learning something, get into a job, and then you do your job. Probably that era is over. We need to continuously learn to be up to speed with the technology and deliver that. Now comes to the very good question you asked is an entrepreneur, right? The large companies or the large enterprise. I think we need to have, as Mr. Murthy said, right? We need to have this compassionate capitalism, where that compassion is required to ensure that the people need to be continuously reskilled, and the enterprise should invest on training and ensure that people are continuously retrained, so that they are still relevant and they are able to give value to the enterprise.
Thanks, Ashok. I think it was a very nice answer where you really summarized the work, the workplace, the workforce, talking about another quotient rather than an adaptability quotient. I probably can call it a learnability quotient in the future. So what kind of people we hire into this industry also changes drastically. It's not probably only the best in tech, but probably who has a great attitude to learn and also faster learning capabilities. I think it's entirely changing. Now, coming to a little bit on the India story, I think, Professor, I think you have been active with a lot of organization in India. I also learned that you are also technical advisor to ELCIA for the Smart City project, and I know we are also collaborating with you for the Art Park, a lot of impact for India. So there was a survey which was done in May 2024. I think around 12,000 people across Asia Pacific participated in this survey, and among the 13 Asia Pacific countries, it was told that India is the one country which is fastest in adopting Gen AI, and we are the best one there. At the same time, there is another study which was trying to look at what kind of patents have we generated from 2014 till 2023. And India has probably around 1,350 patents, if I remember right, with a whopping 38,000 patents from China, yeah, and followed by US, Korea, and Japan. So which means that as a country, we really need to scale up in this part. And what's your point of view here, and how do you think we can do this?
I think the answer is beyond my pay grade, frankly speaking. I think even in the morning, Mr. Murthy alluded to this problem, which is the gap between China and India. And there are fundamental problems. It is not easy to solve them without government's intervention and help. And you know, the scale and speed at which the government moves is much slower, but though they are proactively thinking about all these things. So, if I look at it from a cup half full perspective, right? I mean, if you see globally, the high impact contributors to technology, including AI, significant fraction of them actually are Indians. So, are of Indian origin, right? And what that means is that we have that latent capability. I mean, there is nothing really we cannot do. There's nothing really preventing us being like the world leaders and world class. Already we have quite a few examples, and it is possible. So, so that is positive, right? I mean, we can do it. But I think probably the way to unleash this animal spirit is to somehow keep the government involvement as low as possible and do it despite the government, right? And so private entrepreneurship, startups, and in some sense, it is like, how much can the government also do? I mean, we have to take charge as long as the government stays out of the way in terms of, you know, keeping regulations, everything simple. It really has to be done in a, you know, in a crowdsourced way, right? And the initiatives to really create entrepreneurs, change the way we are doing skilling. I think what Ashok said is very important. Our education system is, again, very, very high inertia system, right? It's not, the AQ is very low of our education system. I think there are a lot of those kinds of things which have to be changed, and the change will have to be driven, I think, in an entrepreneurial way through startups and so on. And that is what I feel. We have to somehow unleash the entrepreneurial spirit, even for improving in education and skilling and patenting and everything.
So I would like to say wow and happy, because you told it's possible, yeah? So coming from somebody who works with the most brilliant minds, brilliant students in this country, and who is working with academia and industry, if you tell yes, I take it as a yes, and I think it should be possible, right? So there's a lot of hope for us. So coming back to a question which Ashok, probably you answered, I want to get Sandeep's view on it from the Microsoft perspective. If you look at Gen AI, you were mentioning that, you know, in terms of efficiency improvement, you are able to do a big contribution to all your customers. For example, when we look at my organization, Continental, we are using Gen AI for improvement of R&D efficiency. That's one topic. And again, when we talk about the autonomous vehicles, we are using Gen AI to generate synthetic data which can train the autonomous vehicle. So I think every industry is doing something or the other there. And I know that you are working with probably 80 to 100 boards of different companies or more. Yeah, and you have seen different industries. So from a Microsoft perspective, what is your point of view on that?
Wonderful. I think, fortunately, in the last 12 months, we've been invited to a lot of these board meetings. And the one question is, not should we adopt this, how fast can we run on this trail? That's been the question. I'll bring in a few examples. I think, if you look at, I think last week, this is the news, Khan Academy, they basically collaborated with Microsoft to basically offer Khan Academy is, you know, GenAI-powered tutor for students and a tool for teachers as a teaching assistant. That's been offered for free for all teachers in the US. And my question was, when will it globally scale up? It's a scalable model. Very real, by the way. Imagine in underserved, let's say tier 2, tier 3 cities in India, students can get access to a personal tutor available 24/7. That will have profound impact on society, right? Not too far. But right now, every industry is embracing this innovation. What the pattern I'm seeing on the ground, Latha, is the so-called center of excellence, the COEs. Some of the niche industries yourself have a COE from day one, but right now probably a lot of people thought to have a COE in miniature form, they're magnifying that effort. And if there's a new persona that's been identified today is Generative AI Innovation Officer, which never existed earlier. So that's something which is going to become a dire need if you want to walk this trail, and because this is more real than ever before, right? And right now customers are moving from what we call as MVPs. They were doing MVPs. By the way, nobody's doing POC, because ChatGPT is the world's biggest POC ever done, and it works. So people are moving from MVP towards putting it into production because they hesitated so far. Should we or should we not? A ton of MVPs done. In fact, FSI industry had the maximum number of use cases ironed out. Because of regulatory, they have to move slow. Second, of course, is healthcare, and last is public sector because of various reasons. But right now, everybody is at the verge of moving to production because models have become better, they're more responsible, and you have an understanding of how this works. Last 1 year has gone into, this is what we call as season 2 of AI. Season 1 was largely to understand how it works. Season 2 is, we know how it works. Let's solve something real and meaningful for our enterprise so that we can quantify ROI to our boards. That's what it is as of now.
Thanks for that. I would love to have this conversation. My curiosity has increased and increased, but I can see the organizers telling that you just have few minutes only. But then again, I would like to ask one question to all of you. Again, the challenge is you need to answer it in one sentence. What could be one prescription that you would give to the audience on adoption of GenAI? Start with you, Ashok.
Yeah. So what I have seen, across the enterprises, one of the playbook for scaling AI across the enterprise is look at your business process, reimagine the business process with generative AI. Look at your people. I think we need to enable them. Your workplace, workforce, I think has to be reimagined. The third thing I would like to highlight is the responsible AI. There is a lot of, there is EU Act and all, where if you do something wrong, there is a huge penalty. It is up to 7% of your total revenue that you are earning. So it is, and that's global revenue, right? So it's a huge impact. So I think it is very important that we need to do whatever we are doing in a responsible way. So scaling AI in a responsible way, keeping people in mind.
Thank you. And you, Professor?
Data. That is what I would kind of prescribe to every organization, because data translates to model which is Gen AI, right? And that is your property, the most valuable property now. And if I, as a competitor, have access to your data, I can essentially, anticipate what you will do. I can create a digital twin of you. It goes for organizations, it goes for countries, and so on. Even in the strategic sector, those are some of the thoughts which are going on. So that is where I come back and say data is really the key as a value proposition for every organization, and they have to somehow think about all aspects of that and see how to create more of it for their own benefit and protect it from others for preventing others from taking advantage of it. Yeah.
Thank you. Sandeep, your views?
Yeah, I think I'm reflecting last 12 months. What's been the learning? Don't look at this innovation as a technology problem. Look at this as a business engineering problem. Never look at generative AI. I want to embrace Gen AI, so let's look at carpet bombing with Gen AI tools. No, business engineering problem. Second, of course, is while you have a strategy to embrace AI at the highest level, look at one business function, identify use case, solve that, and iterate further across other businesses. So that's probably his work for businesses in terms of being successful.
So thank you very much for all the perspectives. I'm sure that it has only increased our curiosity. I think we have touched only the tip of the iceberg, and I'm sure that we have more opportunities to discuss. But what I would like to summarize is it's pretty clear that the Gen AI has a profound impact again on our work, our lives, and the future generations to come, and it has the potential to make human lives better and in a very big way. And it's a responsibility for each of us to steer it in the right direction and move forward. So thank you very much. Thanks for your listening. Yeah, thank you, panel, for the wonderful discussion.
Awesome, thank you. Please be seated, because we would like to felicitate all of you. You started the session by saying generative AI is like a baby, and then now it is slowly becoming a toddler. I can't even imagine what might happen in the next few years. And Latha ma'am said, no, it's like chasing a moving target. So I can't even imagine what kind of conversations they might have in their boardrooms, no, in the meetings with regards to, because no one has seen tomorrow. And Latha ma'am said, no, it's time to reskill, upskill, and de-skill. You know, it reminded me the quote of Alvin Toffler. I think 20-30 years back, he said, illiterate in future is not a person who does not know how to read or write. Illiterate in future is a person who will not be ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So thank you so much for blowing our minds and pretty much telling that, no, we have to adapt. I would now like to request Mr. Sriram Kumar, who is our President of ELCIA and also AGM of FANOC India, along with Ms. Nandini B, who is the Treasurer of ELCIA and Director of TESCOM, kindly join us on stage and hand over a token of appreciation in form of a memento to our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to our amazing panelists. Mr. Ashok Panda, Dr. Bharadwaj Amrutar, Mr. Sandeep Malur, and the moderator, Ms. Latha Chembrakalam. Now, panelists, you can kind of weigh the bag that is given to you. If it is not up to your expectation, the treasurer is on the stage. We can make a request. Yes, it's time for photo. Now, as we are pressed for time, rather than taking a 15-minute tea break, it will be only 10 minutes tea break. So kindly make yourself comfortable. There is tea and coffee that are being served. The restrooms are on the left. And if it is kind of packed, you can just walk down the lobby. And again, you will find next to the restaurant, there are few restaurants over there. The time in my watch is 12:07. So shall we say we are back at 12:17? So kindly be back exactly within 10 minutes. Thank you. See you all back in the same room. And if you have got any questions that you'd like to ask our esteemed panelists, they will be somewhere in the room or outside, so you can have a conversation with them as well. Oh, it's selfie time. Oh, or do you want me to? Yes. Okay, for those of you who are inside this room, I would request you to kindly call your friends, colleagues, send those messages on WhatsApp saying that we are starting now, because we have got the eminent panelists waiting here, but where are the audience? Busy having a cup of tea and coffee, and probably they're checking out the Mitra and Mitri robot, I suppose. The restroom is the bottleneck. Now, I was just requesting the organizers, can we go around with the bell saying that now we're about to start, like what we do in schools? Well, as we are waiting for the rest of the audience to join us, so slowly I can see that people are walking in. So panelists, you can make yourself comfortable, so please be seated. Probably it might take another few more minutes, I suppose. So let's have some interaction going. How many of you are you have traveled far? Don't say that you're from the other side of Bangalore. But still, which place you're from? Kasturi Nagar, okay. Huh? Sonanahalli. You know, yes. Yashwantpur. Oh, I'm from Basaveshwar Nagar, so that's not like far off. Huh? Hesarghatta. Chennai. So you traveled all the way for this? Oh, great, amazing. What a commitment. Is it company sponsored? No. Oh, awesome. Because sometimes people attend these conferences not because they want to, because they have to. But great that now out of commitment he is here. Awesome. Now, just to keep the conversation going, rather than having that awkward silence and that beating music where you can't dance, what is that one aha moment? Ramakrishna sir, hi. I know, avaginda nodta idira gottu. Anand aur maga. So what is that one big aha moment in the first session that you have heard so far? For me, one big aha moment which I'm going to take home and immediately I'm going to tell my wife, who is a doctor, is what Narayana Murthy sir said, that precision surgery. Now I'm going to tell that very soon you'll be out of profession. We engineers are putting you out of profession. So watch out. Yes, ma'am, you're about to say something. Compassionate capitalism. Awesome. Compassionate capitalism. Again, that's the intention behind these kind of summits. How can we go about seeing things from a different perspective? In the last session, when I think it was Sandeep sir who said, ChatGPT is like that proof of concept, biggest POC. Now, I didn't see that from that perspective. So imagine now you build something, it is kind of an MVP out of POC, and then you put it out there in the world, and the world picks it up. Anyone else would like to share your thoughts? What was that big aha moment? Narayana Murthy sir's ethics for startups. So again, there is no shortcut. More or less, you have to travel that path. No, it reminded me of that old movie of Kamal Hassan, Pushpaka Vimana. How many of you seen that? You remember at the end, he's seeing those photos, and he's like, this is how I have to start. Ramakrishna sir, you're about to say something. Respected. Very true. In fact, that reminded me, one of my mentors used to say, nothing goes wrong at the end. Everything goes wrong at the beginning. And at the very beginning, he said, even before they started Infosys, when he was having the chat with his fellow colleagues, where do you want to see this business? What do you want? Everyone said revenue and many other things, but he said respect. So nothing goes wrong at the end, everything goes wrong at the beginning. And one of my teachers used to say, Chinmay, when you see in newspapers people saying this person did this corruption, 5 crores, 50 crores, 500 crores, somewhere it all started with somewhere 1 rupee. Anyone else would like to share your thoughts? The best aha moment so far? Awesome. And something that I picked up from that conversation is something that I train and I tell people when I'm training on business finance management, treat your business separately, business owner separately. Business should be like a vehicle. You have to detach from it. As we have got more people walking in, I'll take 2 more minutes and then probably I'll call you on stage, because me as a speaker, if I see empty chairs, it makes me nervous. So I'll try to create that comfort zone for all of you. Now, coming back to what I was saying, this was one of my mentors who said, Chinmay, the reason you should treat your business separately and business owner separately is simply because we get very emotionally attached to it. Now, imagine there is a newborn baby, and you ask the newborn baby, the parent of the newborn baby, which is the most beautiful baby in the world? What do you think the parent will say? My baby. Now, imagine an arrogant man like me, I will look at the baby and I go, ooh, that's an ugly baby. How do you think the parent will feel? They'll feel sad, they'll feel bad, because there is so much of emotional connection between the baby and the parent. Unfortunately, many a times, we say, this is my baby, this is my startup idea, this is my business, and we sit on it. And we have to take our product or service to the market. And do you think market will be kind enough to say, no, you have to do this, you have to do that. 1-star rating, worst customer service. How do we take that is the question. Now, on that note, in fact, I think if I had continued, Alisha would have been on the stage and she would have pulled me off. How many of you met Mitra and Mitri robot? Did you shook hands? In fact, I was told back in 2007 when it was born, it shook hands with Modi ji and also Ivanka Trump. And I saw the video yesterday just to make sure that I'm not saying something off stage. There is actually proof behind it. Now, in this particular session, the theme is Here and Now, Industry 4.0 Plus, showcasing IoT, robotics, and digitalization. We have got amazing panelists. First, I would like to welcome Mr. Ashwin Vanikar. Ashwin sir, please join us on stage, who is a consultant and trainer for factory automation solution. He's a mechanical engineer who graduated from Saurashtra University back in 1987. I was in my nappies, sir, when he graduated. In 1996, he did his master in Technical University from Berlin. He started his career in Festo as regional sales manager back in 1996. And he's one of the chosen ones from Festo, India for Asia Pacific role. Something interesting he has said, he can mimic voice of actors of yesteryears. And he also says he's an enthusiastic bathroom singer. Now, of course, what are bathrooms for? Yes. Now I would like to call upon Miss Lakshmi M. Krishnan, Lakshmi with a Y. She's the Director and Head of Innovation at Wipro Lab 45. Lakshmi has over 2 decades of professional experience in technology industry and has made significant contribution in setting HR Block's Global Technology Center in India. She has led workshops in building innovative curriculum for tribal students and organizing Art of the Possible sessions for engineering colleges. She is also a trainer in and she is closely working with Government of Kerala. She loves training in Brazilian sport, Jiu-Jitsu. Something that's curious about this particular sport, even though it is very famous in Brazil, it has a Japanese name. So I don't know where that link is. And she loves enjoying reading management books and biographies. I believe your better half is here. Better half, bitter half. Oh, there. Oh, already he's doing his job. He's like, I was called here to take photos. Go ahead, go for it. Now let me welcome Mr. Mahendra Patil, who is the National Head, Robots and Tech Support at FANUC. So FANUC is one of our supporters at this particular event. Mr. Mahendra Patil has over 3 decades of professional experience in project engineering, production, strategic planning, business development, product development at various positions in Kalyani Motors, Tata Motors, and Cuckoo Systems India Private Limited. Now, the moderator of this particular panel will be Dr. Gopichand Katragadda. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, sir. Surname, more or less. He's the founder and CEO of Mylan Foundry, an AI company with a vision to transform human experience and outcomes in media and entertainment, industrial, IoT, and automotive. He's the independent director at Bosch India Limited, Asia Paints, and ICICI Securities. Another engineer, electronics engineer from Bengaluru University, has done his MS and PhD in electrical engineering. He is a GE certified 6 Sigma Master Belt, black belt, but you're wearing brown. In addition, Gopi is an investor and advisor in early startups. So again, startup founders, someone you should be contacting. You never know whom he might lead you to. He has authored a book on innovation called Smash, which is currently in its 2nd edition. He has over 30 general publications, 5 patents, several invited presentations and citations on this work. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to this esteemed panelist, and let us welcome Dr. Gopichand to moderate this session. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Chinmay. Thank you, Chinmay. Can we have a round of applause for Chinmay, please? It's a pleasure and privilege to be here. Of course, I've been long associated with Inc. and they're curating the content, so it's been a pleasure interacting with them. And ELCIA, Sriram, thank you very much. Nandini, thank you very much for the opportunity on behalf of all of us panelists. The topic is of interest. The topic before also was of interest. So Latha was talking about an automotive today is IoT behind wheels. I think that's what I heard. And my reaction is IoD behind wheels, right? So I'll tell you why also. It was not so long ago. I think it was yesterday, in fact, coming back from Bombay. I was in a cab, and the cab was going on the rightmost lane, and further right, on the rightmost lane, was a food delivery person, and that food delivery person suddenly swerved left. So all of this is IoT, right? You have the food delivery person who you order food from, which is an IoT app. The food itself, I think, is real, but IoT food, you can call it. The vehicle he's on is also something you swipe and use, which is also an IoT aspect. The good fortune is that my driver was not IoT. Otherwise, with the swerve of that vehicle, we would have been IoD, right? So it's interesting times. The technology is very mature. AI is very mature. IoT is very mature. Robotics is very mature. Even more mature is the digital aspects of what can be used. However, each one of our factories and what we adopt, not necessarily we have to adopt the whole spectrum, but we also do not know necessarily what is available and what applies to our factory floors, to our industry, the industry 4.0 plus, what does it mean? I'll give you a couple of examples. Going back in time, I was asked to give a presentation on a device, a sensor that we developed. And that was electrical impedance tomography. It didn't exist before. Computed tomography existed, but we created that sensor to look at corrosion in a refinery plant. But in order to talk, even though we made the sensors, I said I needed to visit the refinery plant. So went and visited, a lot of people running around in a refinery plant in those days. And there was a good amount of product which leaks from here and there. So you can actually touch and feel. And you know, when we say hands-on, that used to be hands-on. You touch and feel the product you're dealing with. And fast forward just a few weeks, not even a few, it's a few days back, I visited a Mysuru plant of a paint company. And it was a kilometer-long stretch of factory. Nobody there. Product being produced is 300,000 kiloliters per year. And they're planning to double it to 600,000 kiloliters per year. Nowhere could I see neither the raw material going in nor the product coming out. It comes out in nice dabbas which are of various sizes and labeled and priced and all set to go. Between these two extremes of having a lot of people running around, product leaking, to where you don't see the product on the factory floor, there are many realities which exist today. And I do have a fantastic panel who will walk us through how, especially in the MSc world that many of you operate in, you can look at these areas, IoT being one, the Internet of Things. Of course, you can call it industrial IoT. Then you will say IIoT instead of just IoT, right? But yeah, industrial IoT. You can also add AI to it, and it will become even more complex. But then there is robotics. FANUC, we have a leader of FANUC here. So many of the factories that you will see have robotic arms of very large proportion in terms of how we visualize factory floors, and digitalization. So these are areas that many of you are also familiar with. So one request I have from you as we go through is have your questions ready. I want to use even the limited time we have to get questions. So after the first round, I'll pause. If you have questions, I'll take the questions. If not, I'll continue with the next set. So to get us started, what I'll do is I'll ask the panel, all these areas have been around for quite some time. IoT, digitalization, robotics. At the same time, the adoption has not necessarily been what we who are providers in this space would like it to be, nor what even some of the early adapters want it to be. So what are the challenges? So if we start talking about that, I'll come and find my seat besides you. So Ashwin, if I can request to start with you.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. I am coming from motion automation background. I was working with a company called Festo, already in my introduction it was told. The biggest challenge, so I'm not only going to speak from the AI or Industry 4.0 point of view, but also from the factory automation point of view, that what are the challenges from my experience I found in all these years and how we should take care about this. The first is the acceptance of automation at all in the industry. When I started as an automation expert 28 years ago in India, the acceptance was not so much. So literally there was resistance from the labor unions, which was happening at that time, and there was no acceptance, there was no, sometimes we were not even allowed to enter inside the door. So that was a big challenge at that time. Even today, I will give an example later on also that even how the situation is today also. Coming to the other challenges would be, now if I little bit enter into the area of Industry 4.0 and the digitalization, the data quality will be a big challenge because the data which goes from the sensors, because we are talking of digitalization, so sensorics is a big topic there, which goes and then which we retrieve and we try to analyze what would be the quality of that. That is one challenge. Data security for everybody is a big threat for everybody. That's a big worry that what will happen with my data, how it will be dealt with later on. Infrastructure is a big challenge. I would say when I say infrastructure, I would like to little bit elaborate on that. Whenever we talk about an automation solution to the customer, it becomes that the customer initially accepts, and then the moment it comes to the investments, customer is not ready to invest that much into that. That means all the talks which has happened till now, which would have been extremely useful for the customer, where his ROI would have been much better and much faster, that doesn't happen because of the resistance to the making an infrastructure. Scalability is going to be a big challenge. When I say scalability, we understand under scalability whether we can scale up and down the automation to suit or to befit or to suit to a certain function or a certain automation. But now in the last few years, customers have gained a lot of confidence from automation. Now the scalability definition has changed. They want, once the automation is done, it should make a pizza, it should also make a mobile phone. So to that extent, the scalability has gone. And these are the big challenges of even awareness of the customers, understanding the automation today, right? The other things would be a big challenge also for, there is a fear in the industry, which I think Mr. Narayana Murthy also talked about it. And I think Dr. Das also, Professor Das also talked about it. There is a fear of losing the jobs, right? In last 28 years, I have not seen jobs being lost. Otherwise, today I would not have been sitting in front of you, having done and having retired from the company where already I was 28 years doing automation. There will always a possibility of reskilling and upskilling. So the jobs which are being replaced are low-skill jobs, which are highly monotonous, which are highly labor-intensive jobs. So these are the big challenges, which are the wrong misconceptions from the customer that the jobs will be lost. And then there becomes a resistance for the automation to enter inside. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I really appreciate all that you have said. Just to recap, and I'll have a follow-up question also. You talked about people and resistance from the people. I think it's very critical. You talked about data. Potentially, to automate, you need historic data, you need data to be in a certain quality, certain consistency, and we run into that. And even with AI, 80% of the work that we do is getting the right data to train and getting it in the right format and using it correctly, removing maybe outliers as an example, using statistics and so on. You also mentioned infrastructure and whether the infrastructure is ready for doing automation. And there is a capital investment required. But also sometimes there are regulations, right? So that is where I'll ask the question. So if you look at today's European Union regulations on AI, where safety critical aspects are going to be automated using AI, it has been almost to the extent of not being allowed because these are areas where you have standards body having to certify. So somebody like an ASNT level 3 has to inspect this component and certify it. So if I can do it with image processing using AI, so there are regulations also which require to change, right, in some cases. Would you comment on that?
Well, definitely there is a big difference between the European rules and regulations and industrial regulations which are being followed from safety point of view, and in India also. I would, let's say, give a classical example of, okay, you talked about AI, I would a little bit change the topic to a little bit different, that I was very much involved in food and beverage automation, where the hygiene also plays an extremely important role in that industry. So whether the rules and there are stringent rules and regulations in those industrial areas, which have to be followed by each and every. So there are a lot of norms for this type of industries, and definitely when it comes to AI also, it has to follow such norms. How to get adapted to those type of rules and regulations in those industries.
Yeah. No, thank you, Ashwin. And Lakshmi, your perspectives, please, on the challenges. You come from a different vantage point because you not necessarily are running a factory or a plant, but you have a view of many factories and many plants and the tools which can be leveraged. So still, you will be facing challenges selling, right? You will be facing enough, you're smiling, so that gives, that's a giveaway, convincing people. And to Ashwin's earlier point, an end-to-end solution where everything is replaced and running is something which, both is desirable, at the same time difficult to achieve, and a part solution does not translate to a sale usually, but your experience.
Yeah, thanks for asking. I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah, so he rightly mentioned I come from a very different background when compared to the other panelists. I come from an innovation center background. So I believe that innovation centers are agents which bridge the gap between what happens in the lab, what you build, to what you take to the market. So we get to meet people from across the globe, and 50%, more than 50% of the visitors who come to our centers are CXOs, means who can make decisions on behalf of their company. And very interesting observations to the 2 points which we discussed today. One is in terms of the behavior of people in their adoption, right? I think if you put the challenges in 3 different buckets, like technology, processes, and people is the most difficult part of it. The organizational behavior. One comment I recall from one of the largest manufacturers, I don't want to give which manufacturer because it might also give in the name, is that they said, we were showing him some immersive experiences on how to make everybody an expert field service agent, or the field service repair engineer. He said that it's a great solution, really engaging, people would love it, but that's not how it works here because we know the jugards. I know that one person in the factory, or everybody on the factory floor knows that one person, Mr. So-and-so, who can fix things on behalf of everybody else in the factory. So nobody wants to get trained or change from what they're doing. Might be the back end of it probably is their fear of accepting new technologies in the loss of job, fear of losing jobs. This is one example. And the same solution when we showcased to somebody coming from a European background, they were so excited. They said that this is part of our standard operating procedures and we want to implement this. It will take care of so many of my safety aspects. Can we integrate this with Gen AI and create reports which can be provided to my audit firm? So I believe that the other challenges that he mentioned in terms of the infrastructure, the networks, then also they will be already running, right? These factories are already running. So you might have already invested so much into the legacy systems which are running the factory. So you have the ROI in business, other things are being taken care of. Now it's a huge step for you to accept some new technology which you want to see in someone else. So usually the question that I get is that, can you show an example where so-and-so has done this in their factory, right? Can you show an example? And another things which us product developers may not see is the practical difficulties in bringing technology to the factory floor. For example, the space in which they are operating will be completely out of your mind, sometimes, because not everybody is coming and building use cases on it. People need to, experiment with the latest technologies rather than jumping onto new technology adoption before deciding whether they need to take it or not. Gen AI may not be the answer for everything, right? And you may not be even ready to put an IoT in your machine. You may not have reached, yes, as we are speaking, we are going towards Industry 5.0 in many advanced societies. So there is a digitization inequality, like a social or a financial inequality. There is a digitalization inequality in terms of how developed is your economy, how much money you have, how fast you can bring things, what is your talent power, right, in your company or in your economy. So there is an inequality. And to bridge that, you have to have, I would say, a courage, a determination to bring that change in your, even though if you look at it in short term, it's a huge expenditure. But if you look at long term, if you don't invest that today, you are going to incur much more losses than you are imagining for, in today's world. So from an innovation center point of view, I feel that organizational behavior, attitude, the company's preparedness in terms of adopting technology is the most important decision factor, as well as the key factor for its success.
Thank you, Lakshmi. By the way, the video is coming out well. The follow-up question there for me is, in your area of work, you're used to thinking about POCs, right? And for us in startups, POCs have become an exercise of futility because you do POCs and usually it's unpaid POCs. And so now we do not do unpaid POCs in my company, but all startups do not have that luxury. And in India, going from POC to real implementation, the success rate is close to 0. So do you agree that's also a challenge?
Politically correct answer is, it's improving.
Well done, well done. Yeah, we should, that's well articulated. So if we can move on to your opinion, Mahendra, and you come from FANUC. Of course, FANUC, there was a GE association. I was with GE for a good 12 years. So I know various aspects of what you produce and make factories the most efficient. And there are factories where only your equipment is there. People are very less. I've seen those factories also. But even you must face some challenges in getting across because it is not cheap to set up a factory with a lot of automation and robotics. Your thoughts, and even controls. I know FANUC does controls also.
Thanks, Gopi. I think my perspective on automation is, I personally feel it has to be a journey. For example, even for FANUC, which is quite ahead in automations. For example, what Gopi said, we had lights off factories probably in 90s. I know you are able to get those kind of automation levels in 90s, and till now they are continuously improving on that. I know the improvement levels are very high. So the challenges what we find is the adaptation of technology has to start gradually, and you have to implement in step-by-step processes, because otherwise the implementation process is very expensive. The challenges are, for example, I have been in automotive industries for almost 15-20 years, and I have seen how automotive industry has gradually automated, and this process is quite faster in few countries and quite slower in countries. And it is very important to know what you get out of those whole processes. It's not that just for the sake of automation you are supposed to do in automation. For example, in automotive industries, most of the processes, for example, in the spot welding, where the actually vehicle is getting assembled, where the actual, that is mostly automated. Most of the processes of the painting is mostly automated. Most of the MIG welding process is automated. But most of the assembly processes are still not automated. Assembly of the engine is partially automated. So the automation levels within the industries is different in different sectors. And it has to be done that way. I think you start building in certain areas and expand it into other areas to have an advantage of these automations. The basic challenges what we face is, as what Gopi said or Vanikar said earlier, is people think that automation can do anything. You have a robot, no robot can do everything. It's very important to understand what it can do and it cannot do. And before getting into automation, you have to have your processes run thoroughly, and it has to have some kind of a consistency brought in. If you don't have a consistent process, you will never be able to bring in automation. So it's very tough to bring in automation. And also, as what Gopi said earlier, he saw a recent factory which is completely automated. We know this because we are in this industry. The perception of this management from the very beginning is to automate. I think whatever they have built, they were ahead of technology from the very beginning. And you say that they are the global leaders in whatever they are doing. Just because the perception of the management was quite ahead of time, and they have been doing this from the very beginning. I think last 25, 30 years, whatever that, not only in manufacturing, in distribution, in sales, in customer experience, they have been always ahead. So the perception of the management actually plays a very important role in bringing in technology, bringing in automation, bringing in IoT, robotics, everything. That brings in a lot of change. And within India, we have certain, what you say, center of excellences built by few industries. And we see a lot of them. And some of these are very big. Some of these are very small also. Some MSMEs also we find some management has taken good decision to do automation in a small way and started building up in a very big way. So the biggest challenge is what we are currently seeing is the perception for management to see automation, what it should bring. The automation is supposed to bring in better productivity, better quality, and better flexibility. These we should see into looking, not to see the replacement of manpower. I think if you are looking for a replacement of manpower through robotization or through automation, I think you're surely going to fail. Okay, I think that's not going to help you on this. So if management is looking for how to, what Mr. Narayana Murthy also said, few of these applications have to be done by robots, have to be done by precision processes. You will never be able to do it manually. For example, I think whatever painting process has been brought up through robotization, you will never be able to do it manually. You will never be able to assemble many things in an automotive industry manually right now. So like that we have to identify the places where we think we should do it, and we can do it. And the fear of losing jobs, I think it's not right. I think wherever the automation has been done and whichever industry they have done, the industry has grown in multifolds. It has actually created more jobs for many people. And as Lakshmi said, if you don't do some things right now, probably you will be extinct in next few years. So it's also very important that we have to implement some of the technologies very quickly. For example, banking industry which went in for digitization, they are doing quite well, and they've been doing exceptionally well. So people who didn't do that, they're no more there now. So there are challenges. There are few people who have taken these challenges and accepted and grown, and people who were afraid and didn't do it, I think they are not there at all.
Yeah.
So that's my take.
No, absolutely, and you're right. The plant I was referring to is your customer, and amongst other things, quality is an area which it's difficult to assure if you do a significant amount of manual work in the present age. Of course, there is going to be a handmade Rolls-Royce car which has a different set of users and different pockets. to buy from. But on a general basis, if you want to assure quality, I think significantly the automation comes into play. And also from a safety standpoint, you mentioned paints. An ability to ensure that fumes, etc., are not inhaled in many industries means that you go and automate. Do you find it easy to sell on safety, on basis of safety?
Actually, basically, this robotics field started places where it is not dangerous, dirty, dull. These kind of activities were initially, started automating. Yeah. Most of the robotization started in that way. People who were where people are not able to go and work there. I think there we started deploying robots. So we had that advantage of doing that in India also right now. Basically, I think one is also handling this hot forging material. I think that's also very difficult to handle. I think there we are able to convince customer, and customer is also not able to find right people. I think probably around 15-20 years you are able to get labor for doing any kind of job. Today, I think you will not get labor to do a welding job. You don't have a quality welders who can do this. So probably that is been replaced by robots. And you'll not get laborers to do the as Mr. Vanikar was telling, in the food industry, the end of the line, you have a lot of packaging, assembly, putting it together. Earlier, you are able to get people for doing this. Now we are not getting them. So these areas are also getting replaced by robots right now. And there are also areas where we said for example, painting is one area where it's very dangerous also. Lot of fumes are there, and it will also lead to a lot of accidents if you don't do it properly. So this has been almost done by robots right now. And even the vehicle assembly where you're not able to handle the welding equipment to do the welding, it's very difficult to access and do it. So robots can now very easily do it. So I think we have been able to convince a lot of customers in that. But the adaptation has been very, very slow. Very slow.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm coming to you for questions, so please be ready. But just as a heads up, the next round of discussion will be around solutions and the future of where we are headed. So I would request you to think about, the robotic arm, even today, can't do much of the things that we can do with our fingers and our arms. Do you agree, and will you, be able to get there soon, or do we need to even hold that answer? I'll come to the audience if you can. Yeah, there are many hands going up. So yeah, please go ahead. We'll come to you next and here next. So 1, 2, and 3. Oh, 4. Wow.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nandini. So my question is to Mr. Mahendra Patil. Like much has been spoken about automation. So we see that I represent MSME also. We see that in the next few years, say about 5 or 10 years down the line, MSME is going to be ready to adopt automation everywhere. But then are there going to be enough suppliers to be able to bridge the gap? Is there going to be a demand-supply gap? Like everybody wants to get their factories automated. So are there many people enough to provide that kind of automation for everybody? Even at a smaller level, I want to do something which is automated. As a food industry, you said that something needs to be automated. So not only talking of the large-scale automation, but at a smaller level also we need to get automated. So is there going to be enough automation available for us?
If I can, because you can't do this, I'll do this for you. Yeah. Just think of Fanuc, they can do everything.
Yeah, of course, yes, they can do. So my question is, of course, yes, yeah, they can do. So whether demand, supply is going to be available for everyone.
He'll give the serious response.
No, in fact, what you are saying is right. I think there is a requirement of a lot of people. For example, we are making only the product as a robot. It is supposed to be engineered further to a specific requirement again, because we make just arms which can be used for and I think there are sufficient companies within India who have started doing this, and there are very small and very large companies. We are working with close to 300 companies like this, who are providing automation solutions. We are providing some equipments to create automation solutions, and these people are capable of providing to a larger level to multinational companies globally and to locally also. So you have a wide range of them. if you can select the right ones which will fit into your requirement, there are people. Luckily, I think, no, we have our own company. Most of our own engineers have gone ahead and started these companies. Yeah. Most of them. We are losing most of the people for this particular reason.
Mahendra, are you in line?
Thanks.
Thank you. If we can get the mic to the gentleman.
Can I add just one small point to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ma'am, if you would have asked this question 10 years ago, immediately I would have said yes. I would have agreed that no, there are no enough suppliers of that automation, of that complex level. But now the situation has completely changed in India. The amount of automation and the complexity of automation, what our own, I would call them OEMs or special purpose machine builders, we call it SPMs. They are in so many numbers and so fantastic automation levels and complexity in automation is done that today the dependency on the external suppliers, let's say even Germany, because I work with Germans, I was studying in Germany, I have worked with German companies, has reduced now a lot. So that is one good thing which is happening in India. Thank you.
And if you need an excellent independent consultant, I recommend Ashwin.
And one more point maybe, because not only like the companies who are manufacturing, I think the education sector in India is also changing. Like some of the governments have introduced robotics in their curriculum, starting from even upper primary classes. My daughter is also, going for that. Why I had sent, not in the initial years, because there is always this dilemma of, probably we are going to discuss that later. Losing what is innate for us, the human creativity, spontaneity, resilience, and all those things, or going more towards, robotics, IoT, and technology. That's another point of debate, probably. But I can see that through the eyes of my daughter and her friends or schools, and what's happening in the government sector is that the skill set of the people are changing. The new generation is coming up with more information on robotics, IoT, and other things. So there will be enough.
Yeah, and if I can add, the nature of the business will be that there are equipment which will be from a large company. Like there will be a Cognex, let's say, camera, and it does certain things, but the ability to system integrate and think about the system, there will be other players who can do it for MSMEs. So that's one thought. And you brought about an interesting topic about the education system. I do think, because it relates to the earlier conversation also, a programmer not being required is not the state of affairs. The generative AI helps a programmer do quicker programming, because otherwise you do not know how to know whether the input and output and etc. are correct. So you similarly in all areas, I think to some, Jansen said this, so I'll repeat, AI or automation or robotics will not take your job, but somebody who uses AI will take your job. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely, I think. Yes, correct. I think that is that is one of the key pain areas. Probably they both can explain that much better than me. But what I see is that even for POCs are expensive. POCs are expensive. It's not cheap. And when we talk about even large firms, they don't want to take that risk immediately. They want to see a lot of examples. And without doing POCs, how can you give examples, right? That industries being open to doing these changes and adoption in small steps is so important. And only if we start testing it, I mean, you can do implementation. So expense is definitely one, but it's always the balance between whether I need to spend now or whether after a long period of time. I think it's not the first time.
Life cycle costs, right?
Yes.
So if you put capital costs, I think the call to take is what are the life cycle. If you're calculating return on investment for 6 months or 1 year, it is not going to work, right? So, but if you will hold your further responses, we'll take that question. You can add to that.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Shashank. I'm from Synclature, and it's a cybersecurity audit firm, right? So when we get clients regarding having IoT projects, sorry, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So when we have clients that come with IoT projects, MSME or big companies, we have all sorts of clients, and one thing that we see in common is they are looking for two things for end consumer. One is personalization, other one is customization. As in, today if I paint a wall white color, can I use a mobile app that will change it pink tomorrow, blue day after tomorrow? Something like that. And next thing they always have trouble with identifying is, can we have a standard? If I am manufacturing paint that does this, can we have another company that follows in the same standard, mobile app? Say for example, Amazon, if you're trying to order something, you can order, can you use Amazon to do payments? Yes. Can you also do it to maybe go and get your clothes stitched? Something like that. So one app for all platforms for Industry 4.2 applications. So my question is regarding this standardization. Where do you see the standardization amongst companies? Because like we have discussed, a lot of POCs are happening globally and not a single one is following their own standards. Sorry, everyone is following their own standards and not everyone is just referring to another person. Right, so my concern is that. Next thing is data security. I think all of you just briefed about it a little. Alongside data security, do you see, I mean, Google Pay, for example, the fintech system of India, one of the best in the world, if not the best. Adoption of digitalization is common as long as there's a trust. So why is that trust not being seen in other industries as well? That is my second question to all of you.
So I think to re-articulate, one of the questions was on trust. And that is to say, how does trust translate into a factory floor? And the other question was on standardization, which is to say, how do different, let's say, pieces of equipment talk to each other? And obviously there are answers to that, so I'll let the panel address. So M2M and various other standards were in play. Today, for IoT, for the factory floor, and for 4.0, how are those evolving?
In fact, to address this, we have come up with different controllers right now. I think in our case, the new controllers is actually cyber security certified. We are the first globally to get such an equipment done. So our equipment, which is, we have already launched globally, I think it's also available in India right now. So this particular controller has a, you will not be able to track it down. So I think everybody is now going to build equipments like this. But as far as standardization is concerned, I think again, the standardization will come when the mass scale requirement will come. Till that time, everybody will start picking up and doing something interesting. And whichever will be most suitable for the people, I think that will get standardized on its own. That's what we feel.
But there are...
Otherwise, you cannot force standardization to, because the technology is changing so fast. I think standardization is quite difficult to bring in. That's what I
totally agree. I think there is an aspect of standardization which is essential and it's happening, which is the communication, be it a Wi-Fi protocol, Bluetooth or internet protocols, how devices are communicating, if it is wired Ethernet, all of those exist and those are all standardized, and hence you can pick your way depending on the application to talk to each other. Once that happens, CAN bus or various other means of communicating an action to the equipment is also standardized, and this has been done for a long time. So DeviceNet was a standard which existed 30 years ago, and from there till now there has been improvements, but it's not like a complete whole new world, with new kind of guns people toting around. So it has evolved. We can today, MSMEs can rest assured that we are not in the wild west. You can use equipment, communicate with each other, and have controls which manage your processes which were previously not automated.
Just a small part of the I would not call it a standardization, but now it has been made much simpler. As we talked about, Mahendra talked about different protocols, right? Different protocols are being used, communication protocols in the industry. For example, if it is Siemens, it is Profibus, Profinet, or even EtherCAT, Ethernet, CC-Link from Mitsubishi, Modbus, TCP, all the different products. Now, because if those type of controllers are not there with the customer, and if there is a mismatch, there is a problem. So some of the suppliers now have come out with a multi-protocol. So that means it is just a single controller device. Any protocol it can communicate. So at least up to that, things are happening. And if I'm not wrong, I'm not from Industry 4.0, but I think OPC UA is one platform which is, so if the machine comes from you, if the machine comes from her, from him, from me, all can communicate without any problem with the OPC UA common communication platform. So that is one thing where I would say a little bit standardization is needed.
Thanks, Ashwin. So you had a question. If we can get a mic here, please.
The second part.
No, we'll, in the interest of time, please.
Good afternoon. I am Sujaya Shashikiran from HiCal. We manufacture, we are in phase 2, we are in Electronic City. We manufacture electromechanical components for aerospace. And our products go into Boeing and Airbus. And we also supply our actuators for seat actuation systems in aeroplanes. That sounds very exciting. But the making of it, because in aerospace, unlike in automotive, where you have created ghost factories through your FANUC systems, in aerospace it is not possible because it is very medium or small volume. Sometimes it is just 100 or 500 or 1000. And the maximum quantity in aircraft is 2000 numbers. That is very high. Maybe next year, Mr. Dwarka will explain in his session later. The problem here is that in our company especially, we are not thinking of reducing manpower through automation. We are thinking of using them for better jobs. Imagine coming to Electronic City, working through bus or whatever for 2 hours, suffering in the traffic jam, and you come here and do all the meaningless jobs which are not automatable. Because in electromechanical products, mostly actuators or motors or whatever, you need lot of winding, termination and things like that. And
so ma'am, if you can get to the question.
Very skilled people will have to do it. My question is that, you know, there is no one single solution that you buy a robot and then put it there and then it will work. The people themselves don't like to do it because full day they have to concentrate and do it, because in aerospace quality is very important. The product has to be working as long as the aircraft is flying, which is almost 50-60 years. So my question is, are there cobots, you know, where you can use them for small jobs, 1000 numbers, 2000 numbers, 10,000 numbers, and it should be you know, affordable. You can't pay 1 crore rupee for one line because there may be 50 such lines.
I think we got the question.
Yeah. So this is my question. Thank you very much.
We'll take the other question also, so that there was a question here.
I think my question is more generic. The latest budget which came out is trying to, you know, intensify. It's more about giving manpower, incentivize
skilling and
skill, because the government is afraid of demographic problem that it's going to face with the low skilled people. So we as an industry always are looking for automation because we think that's the only way out. So how to take this forward as a country? I think that is my question.
Yeah. So if I can request each one of you, think about the questions asked. One is in a small scale operation, high quality cobots. That's one question. The other is on jobs being lost versus jobs being created. And the government, of course, is providing incentive per job being created. I'm sorry to put both questions and talk about the solutions that you want to talk about, which are exciting for you. Yeah.
Coming to your question of whether there are robots which are able to cater to the smaller volumes and flexible volumes. Yeah, I think recently, last 10 years back, this collaborative robots concept has started bringing. The earlier robotization was basically for high speed, precision, tough working, those kind of things were built. Last 10 years, the robots were built which can work along with the people, because there were a lot of skills which you couldn't 100% convert it into a robotized operations. But they wanted some robots which can work along with the people. So these collaborative robots.
Does FANUC have soft robots which are compliant, as in they use softer materials or take contours and use air to activate instead of actuators? Are you going in that direction?
No, basically FANUC what has done is we have created a collaborative robot And every robot has an arm, and the end of the arm tooling which is supposed to do the activity. For example, it is supposed to behave like a hand. So those are now developed by many people right now. So we are still, there are, especially these collaborative robots after developing these can work along with the people. And engineering these robots is much simpler than engineering a regular industrial robot. You don't need to get into so much of safety features into this. And most of these end of the arm toolings which you can also pick and put it into these robots. And there are regular library which is available. You can just choose that library and start programming them. And the programming is also very simple. I think you pick and drop and put it together, and the program gets developed on its own. So these have already started developing now. And this is also made like what he was saying, it's like an open protocol. Anybody who can build end of the arm toolings for this, that can be done. As he asked, Mr. Gopi asked, the end of the arm tool is the softer tools. We already have a soft end of the arm tool which is flexible. You need not program it. It can pick any kind of a product and transfer it. I know that is already available with us, and we can show a lot of proof of concept. And the big advantage of these robots are these are very light. I know you can also move it on a trolley, or you can put it on AMR, and it can do multiple activities. You can retool them. So you can do it for a smaller batch sizes.
Thank you.
So it's already been addressed for that. And coming to the skilling, I think we have been doing a lot of work on this, and it's very important.
Especially tied to the comment about ghost factories, which has been attributed to robotics.
No, in fact, I feel if you don't automate.
I know that. You're a fan of ghost factories.
No, if you don't do that, I think we are also in a problem. Skilling, I think it's a very important subject. I think as a company, we have also been supporting this. And you know that there is a Skill India competition keeps going on. And we are also supporting. There is the robot integration itself is a skill, which is globally there are competitions happening. In India also, we did this competition at national level at our factory. And we are supporting this process. In fact, we are training the 2 finalists which are going to go for France for the finalists, which is going to happen in September. I feel this skilling should be taken as we are taking sports. It should be given the kind of importance sports gets. I think skilling should also be we should advertise. We should people should participate in seeing how skill competitions are happening. People should be awarded and rewarded. Thanks, and taken care of that. I think if you start doing this, I think it will pick up. I think there are a lot of government support is also there. Industry should also do a lot of activities.
Thank you, Mahendra. If we can move on to you, and you can share the same thoughts on the same topics as well as the future. I know you wanted to share some pictures, but
probably I think we have spoken much more than the pictures.
Yeah. But just wanted, before you start the skilling aspect, we also need to think about a different set of jobs. For example, data creation, data annotation are also jobs. You can create for the world an ability to create videos, audios, or even machine noises, whatever those can, and annotate and so on and so forth. Those can create huge number of jobs, and we need to think about that. Over to you.
Yeah, I probably will take the question from him regarding the jobs and skilling. I would say that I'm very excited and very hopeful about new jobs and skills are going to come up in the world, not just for India. Probably like one of the aspects is also Gen AI. We cannot miss that. Even in some of the IT/OT solutions that we have built in Wipro, we are also integrating it with Gen AI and other latest advancement in technology. How when cloud came up, when initially there was on-premise and then the cloud came up, and there were a lot of different products got created thanks to cloud. With Gen AI and integration, there is going to be more opportunity probably for you to become more entrepreneurs, right? So one thought which really, encouraged me or inspired me is agentification, right? Every single one of you can create multiple agents. Lakshmi can create an agent who's expert in HR policies in the US. Lakshmi can create an agent who is expert in doing secondary research and bringing insights. I can sit and focus on tasks which require more strategy, where more decision making, resilience, and creativity and spontaneity, which are very human, and get all the other tasks done through my agents in the future. So probably like it's also debatable to bring this word called
so digital employees, it's a debate whether they'll create jobs or take away jobs, but I like your angle from that.
Yes.
So we'll move on to you,
Just
Ashwin,
one, I will take your question a different way because already skilling has been spoken, training has been spoken about it. You told you get incentives for job creation, that is okay. But there is also called PLI, production linked incentives from the government, right? So whether, are you able to upscale your production? Are you getting a better productivity from automation? So which incentive is higher, that you have to think. So if production linked incentive can help you better by doing automation, then definitely that is more lucrative.
I think also the question was around jobs itself, and the nation needs to create jobs. And so it was more, I think, also tied to that. The place where we are in, the amount of manufacturing that we need to do for a global market can be significantly higher than where we are today. So that way we can expand by doing quality work, which is global standards, and create more jobs by being better off supplying to the globe. That's one approach. But I'm sorry, we do not have the time to take another question. I'm very happy for the interactions, but if I can volunteer you that you will be happy to talk to folks after this discussion. If I can also request all of you to give a round of applause to the panelists. Usually I take some time and summarize, but Chinmay is kicking us out. So.
Well, not literally, but I would like to really appreciate Dr. Gopichand sir, because just before the session we said we are pressed for time. Can we reduce the Q&A session? He said, no, I insist that we have Q&A session more than the panel discussion. Thank you for insisting, sir, because I'm sure everyone in the audience, they found it very interactive and engaging. Huge round of applause. So for that, personally, as a token of appreciation, I would like to give you a mobile phone, sir.
My own phone, right?
Now, Lakshmi, ma'am, now during the conversation, she said about Jugaad. Whether we like it or not, here in India, we take a lot of pride saying that Jugaad ideas. And one thing that comes along with it is people use the 6 most dangerous words when it comes to change and innovation. It was always done this way. It was always done this way. And I'm kind of relieved after this session and also still going back with that golden question, because I thought it is only my father who is in his late 70s. We have an industry who doesn't adapt. But I can see that that's a challenge everyone is facing here on. And I still remember a survey was sent to all the employees in a large organization who played the pivotal role in digital transformation. They gave 4 options. Option number 1, CEO. Option number 2, COO. Option number 3, CTO. Option number 4, HR manager. One of the employees said option 5, COVID. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause for this eminent panelist. I would like to now call upon Ms. Sujaya Shashikiran, who is the Vice President of ELCIA and Managing Director of Heikel Technologies. Mr. Bhavesh Kumar, who is the immediate past President of ELCIA and Assistant Vice President at Infosys. So we'd like to felicitate our amazing panelists for sharing their thoughts, views, and also leaving us with a lot of questions to think and ponder about. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause for all these amazing panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sujaya ma'am, and also Bhavesh sir. Okay, so this is always a challenge, which photo to focus. And maybe Lakshmi ma'am, you can pose here. Your husband is taking a photo from this side. Now we are kind of pressed for time. Organizers quickly asked ChatGPT what is the ideal time that we should be giving for lunch, and it said 33 minutes 26 seconds, and that would be 1:58. However, we'll round it off and let us aim to start the session exactly at 2 o'clock. Please enjoy your lunch, and more than that, kind of meet someone whom you haven't met. Pick the brain of all these amazing panelists. Thank you so much. See you all back in the same hall at 2 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch.
hosting high-tech hackathon. In IIIT Bangalore, ELCIA is hosting high-tech hackathon in IIIT Bangalore campus. The young minds innovations in directions of artificial intelligence and also the technology applied for human being and ecosystem.
Today, we have witnessed that India is in safe hands. In the hackathon, we have seen a variety of products ranging from AI, ML, blockchain, all incorporated as a part of the hardware. The planning for the hackathon started close to 45 days back. We had received close to 125 team registrations, and there were 3 members per team. There were close to 350 registrations that we have received at the beginning of this hackathon. Our esteemed group of judges went to the entire process of judging the ideas, and out of the entire 125 ideas, top 10 teams were called at IIIT Bangalore to demonstrate their working product. Really, it was an amazing experience for all of us, especially for the judges, because they have witnessed some young ideas coming from the young entrepreneurs. The journey was very amazing, not only for the organizers, but for all the participated in the hackathon. And this was probably the first tech summit who had incorporated a product-based hackathon as a part of their vision statement. So really, I'm very happy for India. I'm very happy for the entire ELCIA Tech Summit team. I'm very thankful to them. I'm very grateful to them to accept next-gen idea of incorporating a product-based hackathon as a part of their mainstream conference.
Okay, kindly settle down. I'm really sorry to interrupt your conversations. However, we have to start because we are running out of time. Ooh, it's 2:17. Boy, oh boy. Because the most challenging thing is when there is a very important conversation that is going, and from there we have to give a cue saying that please stop, please stop. So kindly settle down. I hope others who are in the lobby will be joining us soon. Meanwhile, you can send a WhatsApp reminder to your friends, colleagues, in case if they are somewhere outside this room. Okay, thank you. For those of you who are slowly walking inside the hall, kindly be seated. We will start the session in the next few minutes. Because again, we have got amazing speakers in this particular session. Each speaker will be speaking for 10 minutes and then we'll have all of them together for the panel discussion. Yes, Sriram sir, we wish we had a bell. Do we have a bell? Or can we request the hotel staff to quickly come up with a false alarm, fire alarm, and then stop? We can shut the research section. Okay. Desert section. I thought research section. Oh, desert. Yes, yes. More time. And unfortunately, the hotel staff, they've said we are not supposed to bring in any food or coffee, tea inside the venue. Okay. Just to keep the conversation going, because I don't know when, again, I'll get an opportunity to pick the brain of all you wonderful people with so much of experience and expertise. All good. You don't have to be sorry, Sujya ma'am. Again, I'll have a soft corner for you because my mother's name is also Sujya. Well, she's an Ajji for me. I mean, for my daughter. Now, there was a gentleman during the last session, and he was asking a question about, again, change and making sure how we can standardize things. Now, it reminded me of a conversation I had with one of this particular person who is in change management, and he told this particular thing called as frozen mistake. Do you know what that is? Have you heard this term called as frozen mistake? You're hearing so many terms, so just let's add one more to the list. Now, I'm sure all of you type using both your hands, not this way. Which alphabet in English do you think we use the most? A? E? Okay. You know what? Let's make it more interesting. So whoever gives the right answer, I'm going to give you a gold coin. How do you like that? Now I'm sure everyone will be answered. Yes, no. F, no. D, no. E, O. So everyone is saying A, I, O, U, all the vowels. Well, it is E.
So thank you.
Okay. Because you are Sujay, I'll give you. It is the alphabet E. Now, do we use our right hand or Nan maglu the chocolate? Henti ausite idale yakandre henti is a diabetes doctor, so she doesn't believe in giving chocolates and sweets. So alli kadditirtivala nanu ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. Now, which hand do we use, right hand or left hand on the keyboard to type? Hit the, so it is left and E. And it is this finger, right? Isn't it interesting? Most of us, we are right-handers. However, whoever designed which is not kind of a very strong finger. Do you know why? When you are typing, it is that small hammer goes and keeps hitting. So what they realized initially is E is something that you're using so much, they were so fast that it was all getting jammed. So they went about, how can we slow it down? How can we slow it down? Okay, choose that finger, which is weak. This is the finger. Now put the T button there. And today, we're not using typewriters anymore. We are using keyboards. You can type as fast as possible. Everything gets typed. This is called frozen mistake. Do you think collectively all of us can say, okay, here in ELCIA Tech Summit, we are going to come up with a new keyboard? Do you think the world is going to adapt? Do you think we can bring in the change? Do you think we can bring in transformation? So this is where it will be challenging when we have to bring in these kind of changes when it comes to frozen mistakes. So just a food for thought. Think about those frozen mistakes in your organization. Whenever someone says, it was always done this way, somewhere I believe it's a frozen mistake. Somewhere it all started and we have gone about using the same thing again and again. Albert Einstein. When I say Albert Einstein, what word comes to your mind? E is equal to mc square. Of course, I'm talking to engineers. Genius was the word I was looking for. You missed a gold coin. Now, Albert Einstein had a cat. And sometimes when he was so engrossed in his research, this cat used to come and pull his leg because it wanted to go out. And one day this cat gave birth to kittens. And it started disturbing him more. Now imagine Albert Einstein, the genius, is so engrossed in the research and this cat is bothering him. So he said, I need to come up with a solution. And this is what he did. Main door, at the bottom, he made a big hole for the mama cat and small hole for the kittens. And he said, job is solved. And he was so busy in his research. And then he got curious. He wanted to know what exactly is happening with this solution. And he was just observing. He saw that in the big hole, the mama cat went, and even the kittens followed in the same hole. Overthinking. So now I have been given a heads up by the organizer, who doesn't want me to name her, to continue with the session. So how many of you enjoyed the lunch? How many of you had good lunch? How many of you had great lunch? Veerappan sir, all the best. You're the first speaker. Oh, there you are. Now, one of my mentors, he said, the definition of luck is our preparedness to passing by opportunities. I repeat, luck is the meeting point of our preparedness to passing by opportunities. What do you think is in our control, preparedness or opportunities? Preparedness. Now there are so many opportunities everywhere, and that is what this session is all about. Soaring India from Earth to orbit and beyond. So we'll have amazing speakers who will be talking about semiconductor electronics, on defense, on aerospace and space. So much of opportunities are there. The question is, are we going to prepare ourselves and be ready so when that opportunity comes, we don't take it, we grab it. On that note, I would like to call upon the first speaker for this particular session. So the format is we'll be calling upon 4 speakers and all of them will come one after the other and they'll be presenting for 10 minutes. This is on semiconductor and electronics. During COVID, I was kind of stuck in Australia and I was told the automobile industry, cars, no, they were not able to sell simply because they said this chip has not arrived from Taiwan or somewhere. And I got curious, what that has got to do with cars and automobiles. I'm sure if you're curious, probably in this session, Dr. Veerappan sir will be addressing that particular point. Now, Dr. Veerappan V is the chairman of ELCIA and co-founder and president of TESOLVE. Something that I find common in him is he's a Rotarian, I'm also a Rotarian, and he's a Paul Harris Fellow and he's a major donor level 3. Is it okay if I tell you the dollar amount? How much you have donated? No, okay. Probably income tax officers might be there now. And he's also the past assistant governor of district 3190, which has now become 91 or 92 now? 91. Oh, then we are in the same district, sir. Oh, great. Okay. And he has won several awards. Motorola CEO Award back in 2000, Vocational Awards from Rotary International 3 times, Motorola India Awards 2 times, ISA Award for Best Indian Semiconductor Service Company. He has also built a company which is worth now more than 1,000 crores. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. 1,000 crores. Or probably I think I need to talk in dollars. 1,000. Okay. Now, this is something interesting I got to know about him yesterday. Every single day, he aims to make sure he makes someone happy. How? I don't know. Probably we can ask during the Q&A session if time permits. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause so that we wake each other up and welcome Dr. Veerappan V to talk about semiconductor and electronics. Sir, stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. You can hear me? Hey, see, all these things, no, I have never used to this. I asked Vaidhi, when is my session? Vaidhi told me that post-lunch. So I told him, why don't, no, you should speak only after lunch. Then I think, Vaidhi, I will do justice for you. Definitely, I will ensure that all of you, me and my panelists late. Session, very happy. So before going into the session, one quiz for all of you, one quiz. Last 2 decades, 24 years, top 25 innovations of the world. Innovations is not going to space or moon and something like that. Innovation which we cannot live without it today. An innovation which we cannot live without it today. Top 25 innovations in the last 2-3 decades. You can take 3 decades also, you can take. How many innovations have come out of India? This is the question. You answered so fast, you know that answer. I wanted to check with everybody. So when I go and ask this question, people say 10, 8, 7, 6, 10. And actually the number is, we are all intellectuals sitting here. We have fantastic people around here, a lot of scientists. None of these innovations come out of India. That's the reality. See, means innovations which we cannot live with, but we all use. In our day-to-day life, we all use, but none of it. But do Indians involved in these innovations? Exactly. So don't worry about it. So it is our ecosystem, our academic, all those type of things is not allowed us to innovate. It is not our people. So people sitting here, definitely that, you and your kids will definitely innovate something to the country. So with that note, I will start my talk. This is on, okay. So I am also incidentally the chairman of India Electronic Semiconductor Association. Okay, it's all going. Right. So this is the semicon. As of now, the semicon market is about 30 billion. Semiconductor, right? Integrated circuit, ICs. Related to that is about 30 billion is the market as of today. This is going to grow to about 100 billion by 2030. This is the survey report says about 3 times of growth in the next 6 years. This is the semicon as an industry. Now coming to that, where do we stand? First of all, we started a fab in 1984. So how the system works, right? You have an idea. With an idea, then it goes to a design. Then the design is, till now it's virtual. After the design, it goes into a fabrication, which you call as a fab, which produces the wafer. Then the wafer get packaged, which is you call this integrated circuit, this black thing which pins on all those things. So that's packaged. Then it is tested. Then it goes into a chip as a separate thing. Then it goes to a PCB, gets assembled. Then it goes into a product. This is the whole semicon and electronic cycle. So in this, India started in 1984 with the fab. So the same question like what I asked earlier, 1984 we started a fab. We are all using so many chips. All of us are using, mobiles or your audio, everything is used chips. Your televisions, your refrigerators, your car. As a country, do we make any chip out of India? I think most of our people are aware. We don't make a single commercial chip out of the country. As of today. So even though we have a fab, this is more of a non-commercial fab, government fab. So India had 3 different fabs, but non-commercial. That means that as of today, we don't make a commercial wafer out of the country. This is the stand as of today. I think we can call it as a shame on us or X, Y, Z, but this is the reality. We don't make a single commercial chip out of the country. Next is, so I told you, but we don't have a commercial, this point 1. Then next is design side. In semiconductor, India is really strong. We do 30% of the worldwide semiconductor design out of India. 30% of the design. You name a company, more than 200 plus company. You name Intel, Qualcomm, Texas Instruments, any company you name, they have the design center out of India. So we have 200 plus design services company operating out of India. I'm happy out of this, more than 150 crores is operating out of Bengaluru. So about 200 plus companies are there. We do 30. Earlier, they used to give only the blocks in 1980. When it started, like 1984, 1985, the first semiconductor company, somebody has to do a time check, Alisha. 1985, Texas Instrument came to Bangalore in Sonar Towers in Millers Road. First semiconductor company to come in 1985, they came here to India to develop the EDA tools. From then on, we used to do block. We don't do the entire chip. It's called tape out, right? GDS2 from RTL, place and route. GDS2, we were not doing. Currently in India, we are very, very happy. As per the survey, we do 300 tape outs in the country. Means 300 full chip tape outs are happening out of the country. From here, it goes to fab for manufacturing. So we are pretty strong in design. 30,000 plus engineers are in the design group in India. And all the companies have got the design centers here, out of which 230 comes out of industry. I think thanks to academia, 70 chips are getting taped out of our IITs, IISc and other institutes, which is a good news. About 300 tapes are happening out of, so design we are strong. Then coming what next to design? After the design fab, I told you there's no. After the wafer comes back, we need to do the packaging and testing. Again, as a country, we don't have that facility yet. We have a couple of 2-3 companies doing in a very small way. Very, very small way. See, I'm telling you how a very small way is that currently the capacity is like 3 to 3 million a day. Some fabs, GOSAT, assembly and test can go 3 million a day. We have somebody who can go 1,000 a day. That's the number. 1,000 plus 3 million a day is the number what currently we are possessing. So we are not strong in the side of testing. That is called product engineering testing. Now I talk about electronics. This is current. I talked about current is semicon. Now electronics. Huge. As of now, we have about 150 billion. This is going to 500 billion is what they're talking. Going to 500 billion. Our electronics industry market will go to 500 billion is the number. 2030. Here if you see, first is components. You all know, right, in the industry, passives and actives. Actives are the passives. Are we there? Anything? How as a country, we have component space? Is there big manufacturing in India to do the component? Remember, you used to have Keltron, Kerala Electronics Corporation, Meltron, Maharashtra Electronic Corporation, ELCOT, Electronic Corporation of Tamil Nadu. Karnataka has something, right? Kionics. All these were there in 70s and 80s. They were making capacitors, right? Resistors and all. Where are they? Where are they? Kionics has become Electronic City, Electronics has become ELCIA. So all is gone. Now currently, we as a country import, including passives. Actives import passives. So in reality, see, don't get dejected. Please don't. I'm telling the reality, all you should know. Don't think that we are a great country, we are great people, we have a great market. So no question about all these things. But in reality, we import the components. So our country also has done very well. Our government has also done very well. Duty free for all the components. And what allows us to manufacture? If we are able to import duty free, then they have volume. China and Taiwan has got volume. If you make it, it will be costlier than import. Then who will manufacture in the country? That's also components done. We are not much. Display. All of us know, right? Your LED, LCD, you call any display, your mobile, all the displays. Are we making big? No. Again, the answer is no for that. We do a little bit of things, not high. So display side, again, is bad. Then again, you take EMS. I think Mr. Balu is sitting here. Descom, Nandini is sitting here. EMS means assembly. See what happened now? You take these components, passives, actives, ICs, and put it in a PCB. Okay, I'll go to PCBs also there. Must be there. So PCB is there. I didn't talk about the PCB. Bare PCB, no? PCB, do we make PCBs? Yes, sir. We make PCBs up to 4 layers. 3 to 4 layers. There are current market, the PCBs are 60 layers. 60 layers in a one, like half inch. Do we make that? I think time, I have to check, sorry. I'll go fast. So basically PCB, we don't make. We low layer. Little bit volume we make. But the volumes are very high, we don't make in the country. We have 4 or 5 PCB fabs which can make PCBs. So we have to grow in the sector as a PCB. Now assembly, next is assembly EMS. I think as a country, we are doing the service very well. You name a company, Foxconn, all of them now, Tata, mobile phones are made here, all big time. So EMS really, I think Balu agree with me that we have grown very well in EMS. There are about 10 or 12 major companies of the world doing here. Most of them are mobile, iPhone 14, 15 is done out of India. All the mobiles are done out of India. So many things are happening. So that way, EMS as a business, I think we have done very well as a country. We are ready, we are already doing well. So EMS is fine. Next is a product. What next? Next it has to become a television or it is a mobile after the assembly, it has to come. Do we do that? Do we have a India LG? We have a India Samsung, India Apple, India Google, you know anything, no? We don't have anything in India. We have LG, we have Samsung. But all we do here is not manufacturing. Don't think, we are manufacturing. We are assembling. So it's coming as a whole, the assembly. So assembly, we are strong. But manufacturing, still we have to take. So on electronics, I've given a small brief to all of you that this is where we stand, but India is becoming a global electronics in Viksit Bharat. We are talking big, right? In 2047, we are talking big. So I have covered about electronics and semiconductor a bit as of now. Okay, now for you, the landscape. This is how many UPI transactions a day we do, all of us in India. You have the number there. 350 million transactions all of us do a day, which is largest in the world today, which is 35 crores. That means that India, so it's what happened is, it is not the transaction per se, right? You need a complete infra to take care. That's why you have a fantastic opportunity in this space. You name here, no? You need data center, you need connectivity, you need security, you need regulatory framework, you need financial inclusion. Financial, of course, all the banks, right? Seamless. When I transfer the money, it has to go to my bank, my account, get debited, go to the other bank, get credited, and all of us have to get a message in seamless way. How it can happen? Wonderful. So all this setup, I think as a country we have done very well. It's a huge opportunity for all these electronics and see, nothing without chip, nothing without electronics can work. All this needs, for data security, you need data centers, you need memory, right? So all this are big opportunities for future. So I told about this now. Now coming, where are we? Where now, how it's going? Next is first fab, chip. I talked about no chip. Hey, time, Alicia, it's okay. Another 2 minutes. Time up. Okay, sorry. I'll cover faster, maybe 2 slides. So one is, see, something I want to really tell all of you. I think that's why, sorry, if I take. See, first is, I told no commercial chip out of the country. Touch wood, all going well. Tata will come out with the first commercial IC wafer out of India in 2026. That's clear. It's coming in Oterra. The fab is announced. It's a 90,000 crores investment. So first wafer will come out of India. So which will create 200 plus ecosystem partners. Any fab comes, you need chemicals, you need so many other things, about 200. So it's coming in way. All of you one time should go and visit Oterra in Gujarat. It's coming out very well. So first wafer will come out in India by 2026. Next, coming to OSAT, I told you, outsource assembly and test. After the post wafer, it is packaging. Good news is 3 OSATs announced. 2 in Gujarat, 1 in Assam, 1 by Tata, 1 by Micron, and 1 by CG Power, announced in Sanand in Gujarat. Micron is already up. The production will start at the end of the year. That means packaging, large volume packaging out of India is reality. It's going to happen. 7 more OSATs are in pipeline. That means India is going to get 10 outsourced tests. You can ATMP also, assembly test mark pack also is going to come. Next, coming to the commercial IC, which we should know, right? What's commercial IC? Intel, Intel, India TI, India analog devices. All these chips, right? Big thing. Is there an India IC? There are some ICs which is by academic institutions, but we should get something. There are a lot of companies like L&T, yes, just started a division called L&T Semiconductor Division. They want to come out with the India chip. So India is going to come out with the India chip, IC out of India. I think that's a dream which will come true in future. Next is coming to the PCB. I think PCB plants are in pipeline. I think we all went, ELCIA, we all went as ELCIA to Mysore to see ATNS plant. But there are about 6 or 7 high-capacity PCB plants are in pipeline. The governments have announced a lot of incentive. Next, coming to EMS, I told you, it's growing opportunity. So in this slide, tell you, semicon side, we're going to have to get a fab, we're going to get a packaging, we're going to get the PCB. I think near future, all these are going to happen. So I will skip this. Okay, I will skip this slide. See, basically, because Viksit 2047, this economy is going to be 4 trillion to 5 trillion. This is the number they're talking about. I think big. It's almost like a country's economy. Big time is going to happen. So all of us have got a wonderful opportunity in this segment. So I don't want to cover. The government has come out with good policies, government support, GDP, all are towards definitely for good for this. So we are going to have a wonderful future, both whoever is in industry, we are going to have a wonderful future. With this, I think I'm done. Okay? Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Thanks ELCIA. Thanks Sriram for this opportunity.
Thank you, Veerappan sir. Well, we'll be again calling you back on stage during the panel discussion. What I really appreciate in his talk is he did not cover it up with all colorful words. He called spade as spade. Yes, in India, we are not manufacturing certain things. And he used the word shame. Some of us might have taken it was a bit harsh. But I think now and then we need to get that big tight slap. Otherwise, how are we going to ignite that spark? For all the budding entrepreneurs, startup founders, those of you who are here in this room and those of you who are online, I hope that you will take it personally. How many of you have been to Shivana Samudra here in Karnataka? More than 100 years back, people, tourists, they used to go and see, wow, what an amazing waterfall. Look at this creation by the creator, by the God. But one man looked at that waterfall and said, what a waste for my countrymen. He was Sir M. Vishwesvaraya. He built a hydro plant. We need people like that. We need people who can't kind of sleep peacefully. I remember watching that Weekend with Ramesh of Narayana Murthy sir, where Sudha Murthy ma'am said, initially during that late 70s and early 80s, no, Narayana Murthy sir was excited and at the same time he was so frustrated because that is what happens with visionaries. They see that opportunity. They see that possibility, but nothing is moving. We need those kind of entrepreneurs, and I hope, sincerely hope, ELCIA Tech Summit 2025 or 2026, I want Dr. Veerappan sir to come back and say, yes, we have started manufacturing and slowly we are capturing that particular sector. On that note, it's time to listen more about the defense sector. I'm not sure how many of you went through the budget. In a recent budget, our Honorable Finance Minister, Nirmala Aunty, had kept aside a huge chunk of money for defense, which means they're able to see an opportunity. What is that opportunity? Something that we will be probably exploring in this particular talk by Mr. Vedaprakash G. He is the head of Business Development and Government Relations at Weapons, Satellite and Sensors Business Unit at Tata Advanced System. Electronics engineer with 34 years of rich experience and expertise. Initially, he started in BEL for 7 years, and then he joined Seagate Technology. You know those hard disks we used to use? In Singapore and worked in that particular manufacturing sector for 2 years. He has held various leadership positions at Centum Electronics and has varied experience in micro, electronics, electronic systems, subsystem, electronic manufacturing services, serving missiles, radars, satellite, launching vehicles, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Vedaprakash G to talk on defense. Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, dear friends. So actually, my address is to the budding entrepreneurs, MSMEs, and startups who would like to enter into the defense segment. So my, the complete presentation is focused on that. So with that in mind, so let us go ahead. So I'll just give you a Indian defense overview. I think you all know Indian defense is one of the most profitable and one of the largest defense segment in the whole world. I think you may be having the defense stocks which have, increased like, or doubled, tripled, or raised 10 times. So you can see the market graph growing. So that's all because of thanks to the various opportunities which are coming. there is an 18.5 lakh crores of opportunity in the pipeline for the next 10 years. And Indian government has set up a target of achieving $25 billion of defense production, including $5 billion of exports. Now let us see how we started. So we started with a paltry less than a lakh of crore for the defense capital budget expenditure. And then we have moved to like 1.72 crores for the current year. So that is the capital expenditure which is earmarked. And then, so we have grown at a CAGR of 13%. And so that is in the past 5 years. And then there is an estimated CAGR of 8% if you take also, we are going to 2.54 lakh crores. And the defense production, again, 1.27 lakh crores for the current year. And 80% of it is contributed from DPSUs and ordnance factories. So, and the defense exports. So, India is the largest defense importer in the world. So, it is importing almost 10% of the world's defense requirement. Okay. So, this is from CIPRI report. And let us see who is the exporter. US is the largest defense exporter. That's how I think many people blame US that they are instigating wars and all that so that they can sell more and more of their defense equipments. So US contributes 42%, followed by France and Russia. Where is India? India is not there, not only in top 10, not even in the top 20 list. So now let us see the exports. We started with a paltry 1,941 crores in 2014-15, and then we have come up to a staggering 21,000 crores because of various measures, incentives, SOPs, which government has given. And because of this, we are now figuring in the top 25 export list. So even if we grow at a rate of 15% CAGR, so we will be touching around 50,000 crores in the next 5 years' time. So again, so here private sector is dominating the export market. 80% of the contribution of 21,000 crores is coming from the private sector. So what are we exporting? We are exporting missiles, rocket, launchers, ammunitions, drones, artillery guns, etc. And which is the major export destination? India, even though India is exporting to 85 different countries, the major destination being Armenia, Italy, Philippines, Sri Lanka, UAE, etc. So now let us understand what, Italy also. So now let us understand what are the reforms, what are the encouragements, SOPs, incentives which government has given. So this is very important for the budding entrepreneurs, MSMEs and startups to know so that they can enter into the defense segment. So now let us look at the MAKE projects. So because of the Atmanirbhar declaration, so the government has formed MAKE 1, MAKE 2 and MAKE 3 projects. What is MAKE 1? MAKE 1 is where there is a huge requirement of R&D expenditure to make a prototype. For example, around 300 crores. So for which 250 crore government is ready to fund. So it's basically 70% government will fund and 30% industry has to invest. Then, though there are 44 MAKE 1 projects, if you go to I've also given all the website details here. If you go to that website and then check, so there are 44 projects. So you can apply to that, whichever is relevant. and then make 2. So because government cannot fund all, so they have asked industry also to pitch in and then develop those make 2 projects. So if the government develops these make 2 projects, then the government is bound to procure these equipments. Okay. So they cannot say, no, we don't require. So once they put in make 2, so that means they have to procure the projected quantities. Then make 3. See, India may not have all technologies. So India has to, partner with some OEMs, foreign OEMs, and then bring the technology and manufacture. So for that, there are 5 projects which are listed. Then, encouraged by this, DPSUs have also announced Make 1 and Make 2 project, around 2,218 projects. Suppose if you have a great idea and then if you have a good product, you can also submit, even though if they are not in the list, you can submit your project report in as a suo moto project in this Make in India Defense portal. So then DRDO is not left behind. DRDO said, no, we will also fund the academia, private entrepreneurs and MSMEs, so to the tune of 50 crores to develop the self-reliance in defense technologies. So totally around 135 technologies are being indigenized and 291 crore is sanctioned and 1,236 experts like all the industries and then the R&D engineers, they're all on board, and 3,563 companies have participated in this program. Now let us come to what is PIL, Positive Indigenization List. See, what used to happen is even though the Indian companies develop a product, the Air Force or especially the Air Force, because of posing various reasons, they used to continue importing the equipments. Even though the equipment is designed, developed and manufactured here, but still then the government saw this and then they put the ban. They said, no, you cannot import any of the equipments if it is designed, developed and manufactured in India. So that's why they released this first positive indigenization list on the major weapons and platforms, weapon systems and platforms in 2020. So there are 101 items in 2020. So totally now there is some 509 major weapon systems which are released. And then DPSUs also have released total of around 5,012 items for under PIL, Positive Indigenization List. And apart from this, so 36,000 subsystems and components which are used in various defense equipments are also released. So they're all available in the Srijan portal. So you can just have a look in the Srijan portal and then check, just select whatever the components that you would like to indigenize, just give a proposal and then you can either work with the DPSUs or work with the service headquarters like Army, Navy, Air Force and then indigenize. Now this is a major initiative, the IDEX challenge, which is called as Innovations for Defense Excellence. So already 400 startups are engaged in this and then 350 contracts have been signed and they have procured, government has procured 35 items worth 2,000 crores. There are various challenges which are already conducted, like 10 rounds of DISC or the Defense India Startup Challenge and 11 rounds of open challenges. And believe it or not, more than 9,000 applications have come for these kind of challenges. So a lot of, it has generated a lot of enthusiasm in the industries and in the MSME mind. And then the grant of 1.5 crore is given for IDEX and 10 crore for a slightly bigger project, it is called as IDEX Prime. Then few people have asked, so this budget is not enough for me, so I need more budget because the product development budget is higher. So then the government responded saying that, yeah, okay, if the product development budget is around 50 crores, we will fund you like 25 crores, 50%, and then you fund 25 crores and then develop. So this is called as the Aditi scheme. So that's also a part of the IDEX. So next, Army has come out with the list of their problem statements. It is called as a compendium of problem statement last year, in which they have listed around 110 problems, the live issues, what they are facing for the industry to attend to that. So this is the 4th edition, already 3 editions have been released like 4-5 years back. So then DTIS, Defense Testing Infrastructure. So again, government has earmarked around 400 crores and 75% funding it is giving for establishing the defense testing, because the defense testing is very expensive. So already the unmanned aerial system testing, EW testing and electro-optic testing. So these 3 testing DTIS have already been established, or the MOU has been signed, and then will be established soon in Chennai in the Tamil Nadu Industrial Corridor. So then government has taken a major step in corporatizing the ordnance factory. You know, earlier ordnance factories, I used to visit the ordnance factories. There, when you go to the ordnance factory at 1:30, the lights will be switched off after lunch. Then the lights will be switched on at 3 p.m. So until 1.5 hours, the people will be sleeping. So that is the kind of setup the ordnance factories had. It is not only in 1 or 2, I think across ordnance factories. So it's a very lethargic system. So government saw that, and then they said, you have to be self-reliant, you have to be innovative. And then they corporatized the whole ordnance factories, and then now the 7 DPSUs have been carved out of 49 ordnance factories. So our Indian armed forces are not left behind. So they started the Directorate of Indigenization in all, like Army, Navy, Air Force, in all 3, there is a Directorate of Indigenization. And then the other agencies like Indian Army, there is an Army Design Bureau, which will actually facilitate the industries and then, talk to them, understand the latest technologies and trends and try to adapt. And then there is an Army Technology Board, which will actually work with, industries and academia. And again, they have granted 16.5 crores for a private institute and 27.5 crores to government academia. Then Indian Navy. So there is Indian Navy indigenization plan, and then naval license cells, and then in-house indigenization committees, as well as there is a wing called as a VESI. So all these have been actually started to encourage indigenization and also the modernization of Navy. And the Indian Air Force, there is a Directorate of Indigenization, there is a command cell, maintenance command, there is a base repair depot. All these are focusing on the indigenization. So there is a policy of defense production and export promotion policy, and also the defense line of credit. So India has extended the DLOC to 14 countries, and also made the defense attaches responsible for getting the export. Basically, the defense attaches who are posted in various embassies in Indian friendly countries, so they have been tasked, you should go and get the exports business for our industries. So they will be kind of contact point for us, so we will be interacting with them, they will be arranging the meetings. So they are like facilitators now for the defense exports. And the defense acquisition procedure, the DPP 2016 has been modified, simplified, and lot of indigenization aspects, IDDM factor has been brought about in DAP 2020. And this is a, regularly being revised now. Even the latest revision is released just 1 month back. And DAP 2025 is the next defense procurement document, so that will be released next year. And FDI, so 74% through automatic route and 100% wherein there is a foreign OEM who is bringing a good technology to India, so 100% FDI is permitted. And industrial corridor, so Indian government has set up 2 industrial corridor, so in Uttar Pradesh as well as Tamil Nadu. Again, so it has attracted 24,760 crores of investment and 18,951 crores of investment in these industrial corridors. Now let us move on to the opportunities in Indian Army, Indian Navy, Indian Air Force, as well as our space. So again, there is a list of opportunities, major things I will touch upon because of lack of time. So there is a 1,750 FICV opportunity, which is 60,000 crores. And then there is an FRCV opportunity of 57,000 crores. And then there is modular bridges and the various artillery gun systems like attacks. The order will be placed soon by the Indian Defense. And then there is a MGS, light towed gun system. There is a wheeled AFE. So a lot of opportunities on the way, so which you can grab upon. And again, Indian Navy, there is a next generation corvette project, which is 36,000 crores. And there is a BrahMos missile, multi-purpose missiles, submarines, and also the Indian aircraft carrier, so which is 40,000 crores that's happening. And the project 75I. So this is again a 43,000 crore project, which L&T as well as the MDL, Mazagon Dock Ship Limited. So these are the two. They have partnered with a foreign OEM and then they are addressing this opportunity. Then coming to modernization in Indian Air Force, you can see the HAL, which is 4 or 5 years back. HAL, in fact, HAL employees made a dharna in front of government saying that we don't have budget or even to pay the salaries. Now you can see the situation is totally turned around because of various orders. So 73 in 2021 they got around 48,000 crore order for manufacturing 73 LCA as well as 10 LCA Mark 1. And now RFP for 65,000 crore is issued to HAL for 97 additional LCA Tejas Mark 1A fighter aircraft. And also 110 Tejas Mark 2, once it is developed, will be procured from HAL. Apart from this, LCH RFP has been issued, which is again 45,000 crores. And then the various programs are there. And in the private space, the C295, which Mr. Dwarakanath will touch upon, so I'll just leave it to him to touch upon that. Now, the defense space opportunities, again, there is an agency called the Defense Space Agency, which will take care of the defense space opportunities, and then 25,000 crores has been earmarked for the defense space by the, and also there is a 75 defense space challenges have already been posted on the website, and then industries can actually attend to that. So now, so the role of private sectors is my last slide. So what I advise is, you should first of all, you should have a diverse portfolio. You should not stick to one product in defense, because you can stick to one product provided it is a consumable, like it's an ammunition or something which is consumed. So you can stick to one product. Otherwise, you have to have a diverse portfolio of products. And then you should collaborate with startup and academia, and you should have excellent quality, competitive cost and timely deliveries. You should utilize the government SOPs and incentives and schemes, and you should have long-term partnership with ordnance factories, DPSUs and Tier 1 private industries. Be part of the offsets and global supply chain, And innovation, research development, agility and tenacity is the key. And of course, you have to embrace the latest technologies because slowly the government is changing in the latest technologies in AI, ML, unmanned system, robotics, cyber warfare, etc. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vedaprakash sir. I know it's always a challenge when you have to squeeze in so much of information in 10 minutes. We might just say defense as one big umbrella, but I was happy to see that a lot of participants, now you were taking photos of his slide. I hope that you see the opportunities because in every sector, he was talking about thousands and thousands of crores. Now it reminds me of what my father used to say, business is like an ocean. You go there with a glass, you'll get glass full of water. You go there with a bucket, you get bucket full of water. You go there with a tanker, you can take tanker full of water. But the question is, how big are we going to think? Azim Premji said, if people don't laugh at your goals, then your goals are not big enough. Because the topic was on defense, it slipped off my mind this morning. Today is Kargil Vijay Divas. So let us salute, thank all those amazing, brave army men, Air Force people, people from Navy. Do you have anyone in the hall who are from Army, Navy or Air Force? We had one person. It was Mr. Krishnan, husband of Miss Lakshmi. He was a commando. So if at all we bump into him, let us thank him and salute him for his service. Because somewhere I read, that Indian flag which is flying, it is not because of the wind. It is because of the last breath every soldier took, sacrificing his or her life for the country. So startup founders, there is a lot we can do being in this field for our country. On that note, the theme is Soaring India from Earth to Orbit. Now we are taking off and to explore the aerospace sector. And for that, I would like to call upon Dr. Srinivasan Dwarakanath. He is the strategic advisor in aviation and aerospace. He's also an adjunct faculty in IISc, former CEO and managing director at Airbus India Operations. A mathematician, and then he went about doing his mechanical engineering from IISc, and he received Cambridge Nehru Scholarship to do PhD in design engineering from University of Cambridge. He has got more than 2 decades of experience only in Airbus in Europe, America, Middle East, and Asia Pacific. What is interesting, what I found interesting is he is now setting up Indian National Aerospace Association. Imagine all these people coming together as an association, as one voice. I can only imagine the leap that we are going to take in this particular sector. So ladies and gentlemen, with a thunderous round of applause, let us welcome Dr. Srinivasan Dwarakanath. Sir, the stage is yours.
Please. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. So what I will do in the next 10 to 12 minutes is to present a new vision for the Indian aerospace industry. And before that, I will start with where we are in the aviation sector globally. If you look at aviation sector, every 15 years, the air traffic doubles. Whether you have a Gulf crisis, oil crisis, Asian crisis, financial crisis in the past, it's always doubled every 15 years. Then came the COVID crisis. Right? So people were all wondering what's going to happen after COVID. Will it double or where will it settle? So if you look at COVID, there was a big dip, in the air traffic, and especially on the international travel, we almost reached like 4 or 5%, of what it was pre-COVID. And on the domestic side, it was slightly better because domestic you have local regulations, whereas international you need to look at regional regulations and global regulations as well. And if you look at that, sorry, I'm just trying to go back. If you look at the traffic recovery, the international traffic lagged behind the domestic one. I think in last year, domestic traffic bounced back, whereas international one has not yet bounced back. And if you look at China or Latin America, still we are at the, just before at the COVID level. It'll probably by end of this year, it'll bounce back. And what we are expecting is that for the next 3 to 4 years, there's going to be a double the growth, because of the pent-up demand we have been having. So that'll be an 8.7% growth there. And in the mid to long term, it'll go back to what it was before. That means going back to 15, doubling in the next 15 to 20 years, right? So if you look at in terms of the next 20 years of market forecast, this is a figure from Airbus. This is a year old, but it illustrates the point. you can see that two main points from the slide. One is that the dark blue is all the single aisle, that is like A320s and 737 aircraft. And then the maroon color is the wide bodies, like the 787s or the A350s, in that sort of region. You can see approximately 80% of the global aircraft delivery would be single aisle, but 20% would be wide body. And then we are looking at a staggering figure of 40,000, 42,000, right? So we will talk about the opportunity there. It's a bit of a challenge, to get there. But what is interesting is that if you superimpose and look at the percentage of deliveries, North America will be about 17%. You move to the far on the right, you can see Asia Pacific will be 46%, nearly 50% of the next 20 years of aircraft delivery is going to be in Asia Pacific region. China, India, and other parts of Asia Pacific as well. And what is more interesting is that the emerging economies, the countries where there is passenger growth, they all have aspirations to grow their aerospace industry as well. All right, we'll come to that and as we move forward. This is again, deep dive, interesting slide is that if you look at the strongest growth in Asia, that's been driven by Middle East, People's Republic of China, and India. If you look at domestic India and domestic People's Republic of China, obviously the India base is small, right? So India will be the fastest growing in terms of percentage, CAGR, for the next 20 years. And the second highest would be China. Obviously, the base is high, so China will grow further. But what is interesting to note, is that in 20 years' time, India domestic will be where China is today. All right? So we can look at it positively to say that, hey, another 20 years there will be growth. So for the next 40, 50 years, we are going to have tremendous growth in India, right? That's the positive way of looking at it. Again, if you look at that, the growth here in India tremendously is happening on the aviation side. But then if I jump over with that introduction on aviation to the aerospace side, if you look at aerospace companies, especially if you look at the companies in the civil aerospace in India, there is a generic, I've just plotted them over manufacturing on one side, on the engineering services on the other side. Globally, the aerospace supply chain, which contributes to about 80% of what an OEM does, goes, a lot of the suppliers start with manufacturing, move up the value chain of design. Some of them, they really jump into the design, engineering services, and then they try to move into the production side as well. This has been really the classical situation in India too. And India, don't worry about the companies. I've just not plotted them. I have the plots, but I've not plotted them in this. It's just to show that many of the companies in India are started with making small parts, small components, right? So build to print, that means you already get the design from the OEMs or tier ones and you start manufacturing them. Some of them have started moving up the value chain to look at engineering and design activities as well. Similarly, a lot of IT services companies after Y2K, they had a lot of mechanical and aerospace engineers. They didn't know what to do. They started engineering services in aerospace as well. And some of them are moving towards manufacturing as well. And what aerospace OEMs are looking at is mature design and build partners. This is like the tier one companies. Today, in the private sector in India, we do not have even a single mature design and build partner, right? But having said that, there are companies like Tata's and others who are manufacturing the overall aircraft, but then there are companies who have the capabilities. They need to really move up the value chain to get there, so that's the positive thing. So again, MSMEs, they have an opportunity to either start here and climb up this ladder, or if they are good at engineering and design, then they get into this and then move up the ladder as well. So there is plenty of opportunity for us to get into aerospace. That's the point which I want to make. So if you look at the global commercial product design and manufacturing supply chain, if you look at that market, last year, that market size was $181 or $180 billion, approximately. If you take at Airbus, Boeing, Embraer, 80% they outsource, so if you do a quick calculations with the engine companies as well. However, if you look at just product design and manufacturing, the India civil aviation exports from here, or civil aviation, is only less than 1 billion. It's only 0.7, 0.8. So it's very small. But again, looking at this, this is where I'm going to talk about the opportunities as we move forward. India is the third largest domestic aviation market, and will become the third largest market, overtaking UK this year. But in terms of the contribution to the commercial aerospace design and manufacturing supply chain, we are still less than 1%. All right? So if you look at the exports, this is actually a no-brainer slide in the sense we completely import all aircraft, right? So whether it is a regional aircraft or whether it is the A320, 737, 787, we do that. We have ordered nearly 70 billion worth of aircraft which will be delivered over the next 10 years. But our exports are still minuscule. If you look at a cumulative comparison, we are still nowhere in terms of the exports. But what is more interesting also is to little deep dive here to look at and say, we are importing most of the raw materials, whether it is semiconductors on one side, whether it is the composite materials or the metallic ones, if we are completely importing. So that's really 30% of the value add in any sort of product. And our value add today is only between 15 and 30% of whatever the exports which we are doing as well. So this is another area where there is an opportunity, for us to look forward as well. Most of the exports are built to print. What do I mean by that? Is that you get a drawing from a supplier, you just make a production of that. That's a starting point. Okay, great. So that the IP or the design element to it is still very, very low. It's like 1% of the exports we are doing on the civil aerospace. Hopefully, this is something, we need to look at. And on top of all of that is that aerospace is a highly regulated environment. So if you develop a product, if you have your own authority here, DGCA, the Director General of Civil Aviation, today, they don't have the necessary skills to, one, approve your product. And even if they approve their product, there is no bilateral relationship between Europe and America. So you need to spend a lot of money. Probably you might be spending 3-4 times the money of the product on certification itself. So that's going to be prohibitively expensive. So how do we really sort of overcome that? So what we are looking at really now is that the following things we need to focus on. We're working with the government as well to try and say we need to have a clear aerospace roadmap for the country. That's first thing we need to settle, and that needs to be working across the governments. Some of the countries like Malaysia, Korea, they have all done this very well about 10-15 years ago, and you can see the development which is happening there. And then drive the Indian aerospace supply chain from less than 1% to 10% in 10 years. So that's the second vision we are looking at. And also to propel the Indian aerospace exports from less than 2 billion, which we have, to 20 billion in 10 years. So in the next 10 years, that's a sort of a target. And we increase the in-country value add from less than 30% to 60+%, including the raw materials as well, which we need to look at in product design and manufacturing. If we do all that, that'll create 4 million jobs. Aerospace always creates high-tech jobs, right? And that'll also significantly contribute on the manufacturing as well. We can't do that just alone, just asking the government to do. We also need to have a dedicated aerospace association to drive this, like what ACMA did for the automotive industry in the past as well. So coming back in India, we have done Chandrayaan, moon lander and rover. We have developed a fighter aircraft. Again, this has created an indigenous ecosystem. Now, I think it is time we do our own passenger aircraft. So this is what, and government is, in principle, they have agreed, this, and NAL, CSIR, they are all looking into it, and that is something which will definitely help us. So with that in mind, we are setting up this aerospace association with a mission to drive sustainable Indian aerospace, programs. But more important is the mission is to really create robust ecosystem to augment the design and manufacturing, product design and manufacturing, raw materials, with maximum value add. And also, we need to focus on the quality of the manufacturing as well, which we need to do. So that's the need of the hour. And a lot of the companies who are present here and outside are, really, hoping that we will set this up, and we are going to start that. Happy to answer more on that as well. Thank you very much for listening.
Awesome, thank you, Dr. Srinivasan Dwarakanath, sir. Much appreciate. I'm kind of excited what's going to happen in this particular sector, especially for the fact that he said he's now trying to get this Indian National Aerospace Association. Now, do you know which is the strongest horse in the world? Any guesses? Strongest horse in the world? Don't say Vijay Mallya's horse. It's Belgium Draught. That's the name of the breed. It's not a beer, but Belgium, that's the name of the breed. It can pull 8,000 pounds. 8,000 pounds, one single horse. What do you think will happen when two Belgium Draught horses are brought together? How much weight do you think it can pull? If one can pull 8,000. The simple math is most people say 16,000. No, it becomes 24,000 pounds. That's the power of collaboration. And this is what I'm visualizing for this particular association, Indian National Aerospace. We are all just starting. I saw all these big names, and you said they're just scratching the surface. I'm sure they will not see each other as a competition, but as a collaboration. I'm not sure if ELCIA is going to get some sales commission out of it. Just putting it out there. Now, we were asked when the ELCIA team was putting all the speakers, what's the criteria to be on stage? One of the criteria was either you need to have gray hair or no hair. And suddenly they realized, oh, you have got a young speaker. They said, okay, as long as he's going to wear specs, we can bring him on stage. The next speaker is one of the youngest speaker, Mr. Rohan M. Ganapathy, who's going to talk on space. He's the CEO and CTO of Bellatrix Aerospace, a 2 times national award-winning India space tech company. He is an aeronautical engineer, and his areas of specialization include electric propulsion, rocket propulsion, and space system engineering. I think it is rocket science. Rohan has developed and he has got patented microwave plasma thruster, an advanced type of electric propulsion system that runs on water as propellant and offers various advantages over existing technologies. He was featured under 30 under 30 in the Forbes list for Asia and India back in 2018. He has received personally a recommendation from our former President APJ Abdul Kalam ji. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause as we call upon Mr. Rohan Ganapathy to talk on space. I don't as Rohan sir.
No.
So Mr. Rohan, stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah, very good. It's cold, right? It's cold here, right? So I think our skin, our body, Bangaloreans' body temperature, our sensitivity is much more sensitive than the best sensors you can make at Electronic City. The point I made that is because, can you raise your hands, who all believes in climate change? And do you think this year Bangalore's weather, the summer was hot? Yes? Yeah. And how can we solve it? Space is one answer. So I was traveling, I didn't make the presentation, my strategy team did, and they're like, you do the talking, we'll do some company slides so that we get marketing either way. I would like you all to become astronauts with me for 10 minutes. It's 9 minutes, so we'll all be the fastest astronauts. So I would like you all to imagine with me and come on a journey to understand how fragile the ecosystem is, and then what's the business opportunity there. Carl Sagan said when Voyager was launched, I think it's Voyager 1 or 2, which went to Saturn and just turned back and took a photograph of our planet Earth. And he called it a pale blue dot. Imagine in that pale blue dot, it's just a pixel in the photograph. 8 billion of us live, right? And that's how fragile the ecosystem is. And every astronaut you've spoken with, or if you will ever speak to, they'll say that entire Earth is just protected by a blanket of thin atmosphere. If not, it's just vacuum of outer space, right? But that also gives us a lot of opportunity. You can just think how small we are in this grander creation and what space has to offer. So I would say in the next 50 years, if there is one industry which will be the biggest employer, that is space, right? Because after Earth, you have Moon. Again, to address climate change, we are still class 0 in the human evolution scale. We are dependent on natural resources for our survival. So what if Earth runs out of natural resources? We're already harming our planet. We can't jump to class 1 of civilization. I think you can Google what is the scale of human evolution. So we need natural resources. The closest we have is Moon, right? It's no longer a science fiction, and it is happening. And I'll give you this small tidbits to cover this story. So we have to go to the Moon. and mine from there for our extended survival. How do? We have to develop space technology. But space technology is expensive. How do we make it? We Indians are very good at making complex missions at most affordable price. Let's not call it cheap, because we have done great missions like the Mangalyaan mission as well as Chandrayaan at a very good budget. So coming to our story with Bellatrix, that's how we started. You know, gold is available underneath the ocean. Why don't you mine? The cost of mining is more than the value of gold. Similarly, why don't we go mine on the moon? Because the transportation cost is so expensive. So we thought, why don't you build an engine that runs on water as the fuel, so that water for your return journey is available on moon as well. You can maximize your cargo. So that's how we started, and it was a crazy thought process. 4 years of research, we did succeed in building the world's first engine which runs water as a fuel. And we became accidental entrepreneurs, because then ISRO said, we'll give you an order, but we didn't know how to execute that order. And that's how we started Bellatrix. Bellatrix is the name of a star, and we named it after that. 10 years down the line, 150 of us, building one of the most complex technologies in the field of propulsion and satellites, with the hope of opening access to space. So what enabled space? Now coming to the business side of things, right? India has ISRO, and ISRO has also developed all the ecosystem to support ISRO's missions, right? And globally, space today is a $450 billion industry. And by end of this decade, it is expected to cross $1 trillion, okay? But India, even with ISRO, one of the top 4 biggest space agencies globally, we command less than 1% of the global space market, okay? Why is that? Okay, one answer, I'll just jump to the last slide and then I'll come back to what we are, okay? This slide here, okay? So what is happening is, for example, anything you do in space is dual use. You have to do a lot of import. So the problem was so everybody was asking, if you want to do a business in space, it doesn't make sense, because nobody's going to invest. Where is the money? Even though it's a big market, so there's no policy, there's no regulations. So this slide is very important to note, because what happened, we started in 2012, by the way, when I was still a second-year student in college. Nothing existed. So we were one of the first space companies in India, and then we launched Bellatrix. But we found, imagine a startup's engine costing 3 times more than a propulsion system sold by Boeing. The reason is because 90% of the components was imported, okay? And out of those imported components, at least 50% went into approval list, that is end use, what if it's being used into defense, we can't sell you, those kind of stuff. And then 2016 is where the magic happened. India became a signatory to MTCR, that is the Missile Technology Control Regime. So anything you do in space is always dual use. Remember, a rocket can launch a satellite. If you just tweak the software, it can also take a ballistic trajectory and put a warhead on some other country, right? So when India did become a signatory to MTCR, a lot of things opened up, and we also got into Wassenaar Pact and the Australia Pact, which allows other countries to share dual-use technologies with you. With that, gave a big push to Bellatrix per se, and we were able to develop all these technologies at a fraction of a cost, but that didn't stop us. We still felt we need to indigenize. Today we are around 84% in our total indigenization scale, and our engines, for example, would cost at least 30 times less than what Boeing would sell. And India lacks when everyone knows the story of Kaveri engine, right? It's very complex, let me say that. So similarly, rocket engines and satellite engines also fall into that category. We touched upon that subject to ensure we have total indigenous control over that technology. So we did build, and all these things enabled us, okay? And then what happened was, no VC was ready to give us funding. Simple reason is, they were asking, if you launch a satellite to space, and then an American satellite, if they both collide in space, who is responsible? Will my money go? So these are all comes outer space treaty, but India didn't have a space policy. Okay, so it's always true, law always follows technology, so we quietly kept building technology, but then it happened, 2017 somehow we became the first private company in India to receive a space-focused VC investment. And after that, till then we were just 3 companies in India. Back to 2024, 300 companies in India. Okay, in just a matter of 3 to 4 years. All thanks to what this government realized is, to become a $5 trillion economy by the end of this decade, space is one of the major pillars. Okay, what should we do? We need to privatize. So ISRO has its own goals to deliver. So they created InSpace, an agency which will promote, regulate, and authorize private players. With that, you see a lot of startups coming. Investors got confidence to invest in companies so that they can come up with new technologies. And morning I heard the word jugaad, right? So I wouldn't say jugaad, but we know how to build quality stuff at a fraction of a cost. And also what happened is 2023 FDA, they allowed 100% FDI in space under automatic route. So which we were also the first company to get an FDI investment. So again, back to 2024, as I said, 300 plus companies in a global $450 billion industry, but we are still not there. US has 5,583 space companies valued at cumulatively at over $4 trillion. We still have 300 companies. UK has more, but even when we have great organizations like ISRO, what is stopping us? Now, I would say nothing is stopping us. Talent, for example, this is one field where you don't need to be an aerospace engineer to work in space. Because space is always about, I always joke in Bellatrix, only 4 of us out of 150 are aerospace engineers. Rest all are experts from, be it AI, be it the VLSI, or be it, metallurgy. It's one field where there's an amalgamation of all the specializations which come together. So to address the problem of employment and skill set, I think I would confidently say that space is one industry where talent is valued, and now that in India this ecosystem is picking up, I think by 2030 we playing a major role in the field of space. My time's up. Time to land back. Just one more point to say, critical point. We are talking something called as on-orbit economy. So let's forget about building economy here. So we have an extended, you see this in science fiction movies, we have extended economy above us, which we call it as an orbital economy. And in future, it will be no doubt that our kids or our grandkids would be working there. What we are doing is we are building Uber for space. So for example, it's very expensive for you to build and launch a satellite on a dedicated rocket. What if you hitch a ride share? So you're building cost-effective satellites which can drop multiple satellites across multiple different orbits. And to end this, I would say this, we have a dedicated space lab in the Indian Institute of Science here in Bangalore, where all these engines are tested, all the sci-fi stuff, and I invite everyone to come and have a look at it to see what we are doing here in India. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Awesome, thank you, Mr. Rohan. Uber for satellites. I'm sure an investor will be asking, why not Ola for satellite? Why not Nammayatri for satellite? But one thing that I picked up, or quite a few things that I picked up, is to replace the word cheap with affordable in our vocabulary. Now that gives a different perspective altogether. And I like that particular sentence, law follows technology. There shouldn't be any barrier as such. And there's a saying, if you hang around near a barber's shop for a while, eventually you are going to get a haircut. And I believe that is what they did. They were so excited with that idea. All the no's and no's and no's. They went about being creative. And eventually, because they were in that play field, opportunity came from ISRO. They were prepared, they grabbed it, and they got lucky. Now, having said that, I would like to once again call upon all the amazing speakers from this session, starting from Dr. Veerappan sir, Dr. Srinivasan Dwarakanath, Mr. Vedaprakash ji, and Mr. Rohan Ganapathy on stage. I would request Dr. Veerappan sir to kindly moderate this session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to all these amazing speakers. Veerappan sir, it's all yours.
Come. Good evening. We are late by 35 minutes. As of now, the panel has to start. So we decided, because we are supposed to sit here and I have to moderate a session, ask them a question, they have to answer back, then Q&A. I think for want of time, we just all four stand here and we will straight away go for a Q&A from you. Couple of questions, or you can have one question on space, one question on defense, one question on aerospace, and one on semiconductor electronics. 4 questions, all very short questions. We can answer in 30 seconds.
Sir, I have one suggestion.
Yes.
I have one suggestion. Already I have got a lot of requests from various delegates that these have been exhilarating sessions. They want the detailed presentations to be shared because it has ignited the minds of a lot of entrepreneurs. They want copies of presentation. We need your permission, respective speaker.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll send you a little bit of sanitized version we can share.
Perfect, sir. That's the thing. Thank you.
So before going in, how many airports are in India? We talked about Dwarakanath talked about the airports. How many airports are in India? Huh? Totally 450, 137 commercial. How much airport in the US?
1,500.
8,153. 8,000 private, government, all put together.
Including the
airstrips, all together, 8,000. That's the number. When he told why US is growing, so India will grow. Okay, now we'll go open for Dwarakanath. Anything on the aerospace? One question from the audience.
Let them.
Nope. Anybody? We will pass. Anything? Vaidhi, not you. You are the organizer.
Sujay has a question.
Sujay has got a question.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I was saying they must allow us to ask as many questions as possible because the presentations were so good. I don't think you should be jugad here.
Don't point. Let's ask any questions.
Any questions? Okay, right. Then leave it.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions to all of us?
Sir, regarding defense, can you, is there a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 type of a system by which MSMEs can participate?
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So, first of all, I think MSMEs, what I suggest, they need to register themselves in DRDO, DPSU, and the Tier 1's portal in the supply chain. So, that is the first thing. And then definitely, as I said, they have to go through all the various incentives, SOPs, and schemes of the government, including the IDEX challenges and all that. And there are lots of technologies which are available for commercial use, by DRDO, by ISRO, and even a lot of startups also. I think it is better that they tie up first with them instead of them reinventing the wheel or developing, so that to get a head start, and then slowly they can put a R&D team and then they can develop the product. So this is my suggestion.
Next.
Sir, there's a lot of restriction on buying capital goods for use of defense, like what he told about dual
positive,
use.
Positive engineering.
I think our president is sitting here from FANUC. They don't supply any machines for making defense goods. But the same thing, they supply the same goods for American companies in America. So this because we are in the gray zone of defense area in the Japanese map.
Correct.
You can say so.
Correct.
So what is that we have to work? Because without these capital goods, we can't really break out of this market very fast. So what is the solution for that? What can the government do? How can we come out of these issues?
Yeah, I think you are very right. Even we are importing a small detector from Germany. So we also face similar kind of issue. I think government has already taken up these things, and then they are talking to various countries at various levels to ease out this. I think you as a company, what you can do is to write to an ambassador, Indian ambassador there, and also meet that countries. For example, Japan, if you are having an issue, so you meet the Japan ambassador to India and then represent your case. So I think push from you and also push from government is required. Yeah, as an industrial body is, yes. Yes.
ELCIA should.
Yeah, ELCIA also, yes.
Next, quick. Semiconductor, yes, sir.
Yeah, I am Ramakrishna, yes, sir, working on skill development and industrial electronics. See, we talked about the semiconductors. As you know, today the imports is the crude oil, yellow metal, and semiconductor. These are the three major parts which we are importing. But now India is also, we are focusing to start manufacturing the semiconductors, as you said. But after the product, importing the components and assembling the product, there is a big challenge today is a certification of the product. How many industries have enhanced to certify their product and accepting to the industry level? The one is, there are few certifying agencies, that is the third-party agencies like TUV or getting the CE marking, UL approved and everything. Have your semiconductor group, have we thought to put up enhance the laboratories to test the product for pre-certification and get the certification so that it will be competing globally?
No, I think it's a good question. The Government of India, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has already worked on this. Two types of testing. One is on the semiconductor. See, these are all like, you have to go standards now. It is not testing this. You have to follow certain standards like aircraft. And no, the standards have to be maintained by all of them. See, for example, I do a packaging. There's a packaging standard given. So these standards has to be followed. So most of the companies go by the standard. For example, I manufacture an IC. I manufacture it and I go by my quality, and all these processes are taken care. We don't go for a separate certification after the IC is made, because to manufacture, we have to have a clear design for manufacturing. All concept has been given. So IC wise, there is no need for testing apart from by the company it produces test, or the assembly and test happens. Whereas on the product side, yes, lot of testing is needed, and Government of India has almost set up 7 labs as of today for certifying the embedded products which is coming out. So it is there in 3 IITs, it is there in 3 or 4 governmental agencies. We can give you the departments which is already into this. I think government is seriously looking into this, and a lot of certification agencies are already there.
But how these labs are supporting to MSME? I'm talking about the MSME.
No, but basically what happened is, even the lab, smart lab which we have here in Bengaluru, STPI and Government of Canada has got a certain percentage of discount for the MSMEs. You don't need to pay that much what the bigger companies are paying. So all these are also focused, certification cost less for MSMEs. We will talk about offline and we will give you information. One question, how many satellites, active satellites are there in the orbit today, as of now? Oh, not for you. How many active satellites are there in the orbit as of now? Any guess? Any guesses? Hey, guys, we should at least know, you all should know, yeah. 9,900 active satellites today. What's the capacity of the orbit? I don't know whether I'm touching your area.
6,000 is owned by Elon Musk himself.
Yes. But okay. But the number is okay. So then, how active is going on, right? What's the capacity of the orbit? How many satellites can go? Any answer to you?
Ideally, lakhs of satellites can go, but you always present with an orbital collision risk. So I would
so that one, they've calculated
less than a lakh.
All the collision has been calculated. Now they say the capacity can be 44,000. There's a number which is coming in one orbit. 44,000 is the number which they're telling, considering the speed. Okay, next question. Yes, yes, obvious. I think they've switched off the mic probably.
In aerospace, you know that we don't, material is the biggest challenge. We import everything, even in space, 100% of it is imported. So in your aerospace association, new association, what are the programs you're going to have to address this issue?
I think raw materials is one of the main things, whether it is metallic or as well as composites, even semiconductors, so far we've been getting all of them imported. But there are a few initiatives, again, taken, some of the core members of the association themselves, they're looking at making these, aerospace grade materials as well, metals as well. As a first step, what we might do is that for the private companies, we can aggregate the requirements and then do a bulk buying, that type of thing. But it'll take another 2-3 years really for our, materials to be done. So that's one of the early initiatives which we will take in the association as well.
Any other questions? Last one, or
is it a tea time after our talk?
No. Next question.
No tea time. Nobody's asking.
No tea time. Okay, I think one more last thing. How many takeoffs and landings in India in aerospace? How many takeoffs and landing in all the airport in India a day?
All airports in India.
All airports in India together, both cargo and passenger.
Have you been using ChatGPT?
I took all this from there. Because I thought make it interesting, some numbers. How much? 6,000 to 6,500 average a day is what Indian airport landing and takeoffs. Okay, thank you very much.
Maybe I will add one more. I think when you look at the India most popular flight, A320, so which airport in the world has the highest movement of A320 around the world?
Bangalore,
No, New Delhi, actually.
New Delhi.
So, around the world, New Delhi has the maximum movements of A320, in the world as well. So you can see that in aviation, aerospace, we are getting there. We are 3. I'm sure we'll reach this position too.
Okay.
With that, we close.
With that, I think I thank you. Wonderful panel, Rohan.
No, just to end on a good note, I think in future, if India has a moon base, it would be better managed by ELCIA and ELCIA.
I think let's give a big clap for the wonderful panel, speakers and panelists. Thank you very much, Dwarakanath, Rogan, and sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
I think hope we didn't make you sleep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please stay on stage because we would like to felicitate all our amazing speakers. I know there is a lot more to discuss, a lot more to ask. And I was just told ELCIA will be requesting all these amazing speakers to have like a small group kind of a discussion so that it is kind one-on-one and then it will be more tailor-made and you can come up with specific questions. On that note, I would like to request Mr. Chetan Hegde, who is the Secretary of ELCIA and Director of Bhavani Industries, and Mr. Vinay Kumar, who is the EC member of ELCIA and CEO of Varbindhan. Is he here? Oh yes, both of them are there. So kindly hand over a token of appreciation in form of this memento to all these amazing speakers. I'm sure everyone, you found this session absolutely fascinating. As we are running out of time, it is 3:50. Let us all take a quick tea break, coffee break, and come back to the same hall exactly at 4 o'clock. 10 minutes, and we are going to start the session exactly at 4 o'clock. Enjoy your cup of tea or coffee, network, exchange business cards, and please be back in the next 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, kindly settle down. It's time to continue with the proceedings, the last session for this particular amazing day. For all of you who are there in the dark, can you see me? Can you just wave back? I would request you to kindly occupy the seats over here. So this is more or less like a musical chair. Wherever you see an empty chair, you go and sit. And that is what I'm doing with this podium. As soon as some speaker leaves, I have to jump on the stage and take charge. Kindly settle down. We have got the speakers for this particular session, which is on ESG Integration for Sustainable Growth Strategies for Corporates and MSMEs. Now, some of you might be thinking, if at all you have gone through the agenda of this summit, okay, we have been talking about tech and we have been talking about all these amazing things. Where does this ESG fit in? And why ESG? Now, let me ask you this question. Do you know who was the professional speaker who was charging the highest paid keynote speaker in the world back in early 2000? Any guesses? The highest paid keynote speaker in the world back in early 2000. Do you want to take a guess? Al Gore? No, but you're close. He is also from America. Do you want one more gold chocolate? If you don't mind, can I throw it like this? Yes, it was Bill Clinton. And do you know how much he used to charge? For that, I'm going to give you 2 golden chocolates. Do you know how much he used to charge for one keynote? When we say one keynote, it's like 20 minutes to 40 minutes. 1 million? Nope. It's not in million, it's less than that. 20 minutes, 40 minutes, keynote. 300,000 close. Salpa jasti aito. Take an average. 400,000. One keynote, 20 minutes, 400,000 plus business class tickets, not only for him, but also for his security. And he was invited back in 2004 in Australia. One of my professional speaking colleagues, he attended the conference. And he said, this is what Bill Clinton said. Mankind, we human beings, we came up with that bow and arrow, mainly to hunt animals. And then we started killing each other with the same bow and arrow. A tool that was designed for humans, for betterment, now is working against them. It took us 100 years to come up with a shield. Bow and arrow, 100 years, then we came up with a shield. So he was asking, when in the name of technology, in the name of advancement and all of this that we are building, are we also thinking the side effects, the ripple effects? So today, yes, we are all kind of mind blown with all this amazing technology. Let us send this satellite to this place and let us do this, let us do this. At what cost? And that is what this session is all about. Okay. And that is what this session is all about, ESG. How can we also be conscious of our environment? And for that, we have got 2 amazing speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Guruprakash Sastry, who is the head of climate action at Infosys. Guruprakash Sastry is a sustainability leader with over 19 years of experience. Currently, he's heading climate action for Infosys. He's responsible for driving decarbonization and environmental sustainability initiatives across the organization. He has master's degree in sustainable energy engineering from Royal Institute of Technology. He is an IGBC fellow. I have got no idea what that is. Lead accredited professional and a certified energy auditor. For the last 15 years at Infosys, he has been instrumental in implementing several innovative technologies in building design, energy, water, and waste management. I believe somewhere if we are able to breathe in fresh oxygen, he has directly or indirectly contributed. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Guruprakash Sastry, Head of Climate Action from Infosys. Stage is yours, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm not getting paid for this session though. I'm not a keynote speaker, but still. Yeah, so thanks for this opportunity to the ELCIA team. Maybe I should stand in the center, better. So those who are residents of Bangalore would know what is a warming planet, why I have this title for my deck. So this was one of the hottest summers that we experienced in Bangalore this time, right? So while we are all talking about business growth, how do we also make it sustainable? How do we also make it low impact to our surroundings, low impact to our societies, to our environment? So I'm going to talk about that a little bit, and I'm going to give some examples of what we have done at Infosys, which has worked, and some success stories which maybe can be replicated in other companies as well. So the ESG of business. So environment, having low impact on environment. How do you have your business grow while you have your resources consumption very low? Social, how do you impact positively the societies, the communities around you? How do you take care of employees? And the governance is, how do you integrate the E and S in your organization structure, and how ethical your business is? And what about your transparency and code of ethics? That's what the governance is about. So in simple terms, ESG means doing responsible business, being responsible towards environment, towards the communities, and being responsible in your governance. Now, coming to the E part of the ESG, because I'm heading climate action, and also heard from the announcer that this is a sustainability and environment related session mostly. And also I'll tell you why, because environment related data is more available, and it's more mature, I would say, over the last couple of decades. So that being the case, I'll have a few slides towards environment and show you what we have done here. Now, you all know climate change is a very real threat, and there's nobody, I believe, that is denying climate change as a reality today. The temperatures, global average temperatures has gone up by 1.2 degrees from the pre-industrial era, which is quite a lot considering Earth is a living ecosystem. And the carbon dioxide levels has gone up from 320 level to 420. That's purely related to what we do as humans to our planet. The growth, the development that has happened, the industrialization that has happened has caused a tremendous pressure on the ecosystem. So, what's to be done? A very important factor is why technology is coming into picture here. It was because of technology, because of data, that scientists were finally able to assess and come to the conclusion that if we are going to go this way and cross 1.5 degrees, it is going to be catastrophic for the planet. So technology has enabled that. Technology has enabled prediction and simulation of large ecosystems, and that's how 15 years ago, in about late 2000s, there was a lot of work on this front, and IPCC came out with a report saying this is real and this needs to be addressed urgently. And therefore, that led to the Paris Agreement in 2015 that you all probably know. And that's where all the countries committed to reducing their emissions and getting to net zero somehow 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years down the line. So that's the origin of the whole thing that we're talking about. Because of data, because of the technology, we were able to pinpoint where the problem was. See the importance of data here. And by 2050 is what we need to achieve, net zero emissions. Our net emissions into the atmosphere has to be zero. If if we have to avoid catastrophic consequences on the planet. And this is possible through different technologies. Of course, you need to reduce your emissions through efficiencies. You need to transition to climate friendly technologies, renewable energy, and also remove carbon from the atmosphere through different projects. Easier said than done. It needs large-scale action and very urgent. And also a huge behavioral change. We need to also look at our behavior on consumption. If we don't reduce our consumption and continue to consume at the same rate and talk about shifting to renewable energy and things like that, none of the global goals are going to be met. So, towards net zero emissions, is that enough? It's only the emissions that is causing the issue here. What about water? Also net zero water. How do we recycle all the used water in a better way? How about zero waste to landfills? You know the mounds of landfills that we have globally. Not only landfills, even ocean fills and sea fills, floating islands of trash that you might have heard about. So it requires efforts on all three areas. Now, the first and foremost thing, as I said, reduce emissions. Without reduction, no other step is really practical. Avoid emissions, and then look at removals. So I'll give you the example of Infosys, what we have done here. Energy efficiency is one of the key factors to reduce emissions. Energy efficiency in every single process. We have, of course, being an IT company, being in the IT sector, we have talked about buildings. We have done efforts across our buildings, but every sector needs to improve efficiency and reduce the energy intensity or emissions intensity if we have to achieve any of our climate goals. Through renewable energy, avoided emissions, and then we invested in carbon offset projects. So this has achieved us the carbon neutral certification. So Infosys is carbon neutral for the last 5 years because of these efforts. What is very important here is the approach. The first and foremost has to always be improve your efficiency, improve your operations, and reduce consumption as much as possible. Just to give you an idea, building sector today is responsible for 37% of global emissions. So if you are looking at anything to do with building sector, it can be materials, it can be energy generation and supply, it can be operations, it can be monitoring. So this is what you are impacting. Some of the things that we have done. How do you improve energy efficiency? By smart designs. You have tools today. You have the technology to actually design your building in a very efficient way. Optimize everything in the building. Starting from the structure to glass to your equipment capacities and everything. Data-driven designs. Today we have data from buildings. So we don't have thumb rules. You don't need to depend on thumb rule data to design anything in your building. It should be data-driven designs. And we have building information modeling. You can actually put all the systems within the building and see which one works the best for that particular weather condition. And you can do all this parametric analysis to see which option works best for you. Similarly, smart operations. Look at the operations. We monitor every single building, every equipment, every system, down to the lowest level of operations. So this is what has given us enough data and continuous optimization, and also gives us insights on what is going wrong where, and immediately we can take action. Similarly, water. Some of the very important things, and even here, technology. Why I'm talking about technology? We did smart water metering. We were able to fix a lot of leakages across our system, which we never knew about until we put the smart meters. You know what is the leakage level in, or rather unaccounted water in the Bangalore water supply network? Any guess? Yeah, it was 45% earlier, and a few years back, the then Commissioner Tushar Girinath, he was very proudly saying, we are now at just 36%. Yeah, so 36% is a big achievement for BWSSB. 36% wastage or unaccounted water. So, so some of these have really helped us, and things like sensor-based taps, low-flow taps, these have reduced our water consumption really very, very significantly. Similarly, on waste management, I think we were one of the first companies to install automation on a biogas plant. Our biogas plant runs on food waste, and we have installed automation on this plant so that you can actually monitor how much gas is generated on a daily basis. And this report is going to the operations team. And what this does is it makes sure that you have a payback on this very quickly. This plant payback was less than 2 years. And we've made sure of this by proper operations and through the automation and monitoring. So what it has impacted on the organization overall, our per capita electricity reduced by 55% in 12 years. So that means it's an avoided 2 billion kilowatt hour. It's a huge amount. Similarly, water per capita reduced by 64%. It reduced from 109 liters per person per day to 39 liters. This is including everything in the campus, including all the landscaping. You know what does the National Building Code say for office water consumption? It's 45 liters per person per day, only for the office building. Our office buildings are designed at 24 liters per person per day, out of which fresh water is only 15 liters. So it's 1/3 of the code, and it's very easily possible. It's some very simple technologies that we have used, like low flow taps, pressure compensating aerators, and so on. Through the energy efficiency, what we have realized is, while our number of employees across Infosys has gone up by 2.6 times in 12 years, our electricity bills went up only by 20%. So which means we were able to kind of decouple business growth and resource consumption. That should always be the objective. Business growth has to be decoupled from the resource consumption. Then only you have the most minimum impact on your surroundings. And emissions intensity, we're talking about emissions intensity because, every country is supposed to reduce its emissions intensity per GDP and so on. So our emissions intensity has reduced by 92% on scope 1 and 2 in the last 15 years. And if you take all scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, it's reduced by about 80%. So these are all emissions that are attributable to Infosys as a company. It includes our electricity consumption, fuel consumption, it includes our travel, it includes also our work from home related emissions. So all of these put together, this is the reduction that we have seen. And it's possible. And we are at about 0.1 kg of CO2 per dollar revenue, 0.12. And what is India's emissions intensity in terms of per GDP? It's about 0.3. And the highest is China at 0.5. So that's the kind of difference that you can see at a company level when you have so many systems running. So last couple of slides I have on what is the opportunity for technology here, because it's a tech summit, we're looking at how technology has enabled us. So technology enables data, and data gives us insights, analytics, and helps us in informed decisions. And this is how you get to the next level of efficiency. This is how you can reduce. It gives you the avenues for reduction. And it also helps us drive all the ESG metrics across our value chain, our suppliers. You know, there's a mandate from this year that the entire supply chain emissions have to be reported for top companies in India. So that's going to happen only if we can collect data through a proper channel. And this is where I think we need the right tools, right technology to capture this data in an effective manner. Every sector, buildings, process, renewable energy, look at monitoring. We have today in India 195 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity, out of which nearly 80 gigawatt is solar. And do you think the solar monitoring is happening? Are we making sure that this 80 gigawatt of solar is generating the amount of energy it's supposed to generate? I'm not sure. Even in our plants, we have about 60 megawatt of solar of our own. Even in our plants, at any point of time, 5 to 10%, there is a downtime of the panels. Just imagine 80 gigawatt at India level, what kind of maintenance is happening? Because we have accurate monitoring, we can fix it immediately. We can fix the issue, we can replace the maybe inverter or the panel or some cable has gone off. It can be done very quickly. And the losses can be minimized. And here, we're talking about 80 gigawatt on an India level. So that's a huge opportunity for efficient monitoring and making sure we are running our systems to the capacity, to the best capacity. And what's the scale we are looking at? Even today, when we are talking so much about ESG and so much mandates globally, just 50%, 51% of the top 100 companies disclosed Scope 3 emissions, which is the Scope 3 data, which is the supply-related, indirect emissions, supply or transport-related, travel-related. Just 51% of the companies. Why? They don't have the data. They don't know how to capture the data. So that's an amazing opportunity that we have. Efficiency improvement. And look at the infrastructure addition. Global floor area addition, 350 billion square foot by 2030. 350 billion square foot of space is going to be added. And if we are not going to make them efficient from the design to the materials to the operations and make sure these are really efficient, then we are locking in inefficiency for 50 years. Building lifetime of 50 years, right? So that's the kind of opportunity we have today. And India contributes 1/6 of that. 50 billion, 60 billion square foot of that will be happening in India. Huge opportunity for us to change the course and take a transformative approach here. And while all this is happening, you know, in the last 10 years, this was a OpenAI research, computing power to train AI models doubled every 3.5 months. Every 3.5 months, the computing power is doubled. So that's a challenge, because emissions of ICT today stands at about 3 to 4%, I guess, in the overall emissions. It's going to reach 14% of global emissions by 2040. What is this mainly coming from? Data centers, server rooms, all the critical equipment. This is a big challenge. We are going to increase the computing power. We are going to have a tremendous stress on all the systems, because this it requires a lot of power, because of which emissions and so on. But it's also an opportunity to design the data centers, design these equipment in a super efficient way. We should look at a PUE of very close to 1 if we are to really take a transformative path for data centers. So that's the kind of opportunity we have. with this, I leave you with a positive note of the huge amount of opportunities we have where technology can take us on a much more transformative and sustainable path. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guruprakash Sastry sir. Honestly, I didn't know what to expect in this particular session. I thought it would be a lot of theory and gyan and saying that we need to be more conscious about our environment, we need to do this, we need to do that. But what I saw really fascinating is in almost every slide, there was numbers, there was data. Now it reminds me of what Peter Drucker, the famous management guru, said. What gets measured gets managed. And what is that only thing we can measure? Numbers, data. So thank you for walking the talk and showing what's happening with Infosys. And the best thing is you said, it is simple. Again, he was choosing that word very carefully. He didn't say easy, he said simple. Now you got to the bottom of the water consumption per person in Infosys. Amazing. In the morning, N.R.Narayana Murthy sir was here and he said before starting Infosys, when he was having a chat with the fellow colleagues, he said, I want to build a company that will be respected. Look at that. It is in the DNA in their culture. Huge round of applause to Guruprakash Sastry sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will go ahead with the next speaker.
Thank you. One thing I just want to mention, since you mentioned about Mr. Murthy, he always used to tell us, he took a very keen interest in all of this because sustainability was very close to his heart. He always used to tell us, in God I trust, everybody else brings data.
Yes.
It was a very famous saying. So
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, Veerappan sir, with your permission, shall I tell the incident that happened in the morning with Narayana Murthy sir? Yes? No? Yes or no? So before he walked into this hall, Narayana Murthy sir was taken to the first floor in that particular conference room and he wanted to use the restroom and he came out really frustrated and angry because he couldn't find a hanger to hang his coat. And he came out and said, which idiot designed this? Can't they do this? Again, this is a man who is committed to excellence. Compromise is a dirty word. If we are able to see this, in spite of him stepping down as the CEO, it's been many years, you can see that in culture of Infosys, it is deeply ingrained. Once again, let us give a huge round of applause to Mr. Guruprakash Sastry sir for pretty much telling us what's possible. And I'm sure even MSMEs can adapt this. Now, let us continue because we have got another amazing expert from the same domain, Ms. Sheril Christopher. She is EHS Country Manager, Environment, Health, Safety Country Manager, and Diverse Ability Network Chair and EHS Global Auditor at 3M India Limited. Sheril. I'm so sorry. The coffee hasn't kicked in. Sheril, right? Sheril. I'm pronouncing she as she, it's she. Okay, Sheril. Can you just wave? She's the person I'm referring to. Environmental engineer and postgraduate in industrial safety. Her professional career has spanned over 2 decades working at AT&S, Vedanta Group's 3M India, GE Healthcare. She's passionate in driving EHS cultural activation and concepts of safety. She provides insights to leadership pan-India on risk opportunities, implementing health and wellness. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause as we welcome Ms. Sheril Christopher. Stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I don't have much of numbers in my presentation, so I thought most of you are MSMEs here. Just raise hand who are representing MSMEs here. Okay, so I hope my slide deck will help in the next 10 minutes what we interact. I will be asking you a lot of questions in between, so feel free to stop me whenever you feel that there is a doubt in this slide, okay? So the topic given to me was how to bring the strategies which can help both corporates and MSMEs. We are in a very sensitive phase of industrialization in India where we have big corporates, but we also have small MSMEs supporting these big corporates. And the ESG structure in India is in a very critical point where the top 1,000 listed companies are required by law that you have to declare not only your company's footprint, but also raw materials where you source from, and when the product goes to the community or the market, how it is impacting the society. So you need to measure upstream, your house as well, and the downstream. So with that thought process, I'll not touch more on ESG part because already Guru covered, right? Now, when it comes to MSME point of view, what does E stand for? When you're having a small manufacturing unit, do you have the consent to operate? Simple. Do you have a diesel generator to ensure the continuous operation? If your diesel generator is having a 14 kVA, then yes, you need a air consent. Are you using more than 10,000 liters of water for your manufacturing? If yes, then you need a water consent. Are you producing a hazardous waste? Because if you're having a DG, then you will be having a hazardous waste because waste oil and used oil comes out of it, right? Do you have the hazardous waste consent also with you? These are very simple things, and normally MSMEs will not be aware of it. Okay? Now, what is the role of a corporate? Now, if corporate is engaging with MSMEs, take care of this part. How does your downstream is acting on these points? Then, obviously, when you say an MSME is involved in manufacturing, you will be having people to work with, right? Are these people hired on a proper employability metrics? Are the pay parity being checked? Are the leave properly given? Are the wages properly given? Go and check their register of wages, everything. Because only when you as corporates do this, will a social equity come, right? The next, governance is nothing but how your environment and the social, both these are merged together in a structured framework. And why we have to do all this? Guru in the previous session, he beautifully captured that Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, IPCC. You see the first one here? They released a report in 2021, and the report was quite shocking, which said, we were expecting the global temperatures to increase by 1.5 degrees by 2050. But what the report says is the temperature increase may already happening and the impact is as close as 2040. What does that mean for all of us? For people who are in the business, we may think that, okay, there's some good movie thing which Al Gore did. Maybe we may not be alive to experience that. Sorry, all will be alive when the 2040 temperature hits 1.5. And in my next slides, I'll tell you what does that mean for we as general citizen of any country or as the people who drive the economy, okay? Now, every company aspires to be net zero. Infosys is already net zero, right? How can others be net zero? Now, we need to have the most of us who are working in the corporates, we do get the funding, we do get the strategies, but how can the MSMEs be handheld in that? Simple thing. If you're an MSME, the government has schemes. If you put the solar rooftop, you can claim that expenses from the government. There are policies around it. How many of you are aware of it? Okay. Next, circular economy. When COVID-19 hit, most of us were in a root shock how fragile is your supply chain network is. When the war in the Ukraine and Russia hit, almost all the containers were stopped in the Suez Canal, right? You knew how important it is to develop your own homegrown supply chain network. When the temperature increases, it's not only the coastal people who are affected. Ocean is your 7th economy. Out of the 10 biggest economy, not 7, sorry, 8th. Ocean is the 8th biggest economy. Increase in temperature will also stir up severe extreme weather storms. When these weather storms occur, the containers which are coming from US to India can also go inside the ocean. Right? Simple thing. Economy does get hit. Temperature increases, yes, impacts your economy. Clean energy. Right? Clean energy means you have to utilize all that is available in nature, whether it is tidal, whether it is solar, whether it is your geothermal. Unfortunately, geothermal is not in India, but other sources of renewable energy, how you can empower your business with that. Otherwise, you have highest windmill in Chitradurga. There is something called as wheeling energy. You can trade the wheeling energy. You also can get this clean energy from the BESCOM. You can have the trade agreements drafted. I don't want to take energy from a thermal power plant. I will buy this energy from a windmill. Possible. Explore these options. I'll quickly go to the ESG regulations. The world has seen a very steady roadmap and growth in ESG regulation. It started way back with US SEC inducing the legislation for the public companies to go and disclose their environmental footprint. But over the years, from there we have seen all the European Union, they have to disclose the Sustainable Development Report. Then ISSB, International Standard for Sustainable Board, they consolidate the report for ESG disclosure, with India coming with BRSR. Business responsibility, social responsibility. SEBI has mandated that every top 1,000 companies in India, you have to go and disclose what is your ESG framework. With that, I'll go to the next slide. Now, emerging sustainability landscape in India, our apex think tank, Niti Aayog, they just released a report in July, this month, and they've said the sustainability rating, we India are at 70. Okay? And where were we in few years back, 2019, 2020, we were at 60. Which means that in every field we are making progress. And the CEO of Niti Aayog quotes this, that India is making a sustainable progress. Most of the targets we have already reached, and few we will be reaching as early as 2030. And what are those goals? I'll tell you in the next slide. Now, BRSR already, I talked about that. Consumer demand for sustainable products. Most of the consumers nowadays are becoming conscious about what product I buy. Is my spend, what I'm going to put on a product, is it causing an environmental pollution? Is it causing an increase in the energy consumption? Or is it creating a sustainable development? And when you have an educated workforce, educated citizen, they will ask you right question. Be prepared to answer them. Just because you're an MSME, you cannot escape from these actions or the questions, right? Next, government regulation. Government of India, let me tell you, I've been in this environment field for more than 2 decades now. The kind of rules and stringency what has come in the last 5 to 6 years, we had not seen so far. And Guru can resonate that with me because we are heading the country in every state. We see this new regulations coming up. What does that mean? Companies are being questioned and also asked reduce your emissions, irrespective corporate or an MSME. If you're producing wastewater, you need to have it under certain limits, tolerance limits. Are you putting those treatment plants at your facility? You need to reduce the waste. Are you making investment to reduce the waste? Those are stringent regulations. Recently, you might have seen the extended producer responsibility, EPR, for plastic waste, right? You need to see the kind of regulations that is upcoming and see, are you prepared for that, right? And if you are not prepared, ask the companies with whom you work, because they have the access to every new upcoming regulation that is coming up. Next, labor standards. Labor standards have become, we had this new OHC code that has been released in September 2020. We also have the labor code also released. Implementation is going on, but it's already taken shape, which means that you need to have a transparent labor policy. You need to have equality for men and women when you give the wages. Along with that, long-term value creation. If a company invests in sustainability, I'm repeating, if a company invests in sustainability, they create a brand and reputation for themselves. They know how to manage their risks well. If you are an MSME, you need not think big. Sit down and just write down on a paper, what are those areas where I can contribute for the environment? If you are at an X level, how can you come to X minus 1? Just 1% you come down. Okay? How you can make your businesses risk-free so that you will lower the cost of manufacturing, because of which you will have more money left with you to invest back in your business. Okay? Every wrong product manufactured is a cost to business, right? How can you eliminate that? The next one. How many of you know about India's Panchamrit? Okay, one person knows. Okay. COP26, which city it was held in? COP26? Glasgow, 2021. Okay. And in this, it's a very important year because India, for the first time, our Prime Minister, he announced to the world that, yes, India, though we are not highest in the emission, though we consume very less energy compared to the other countries, we make a commitment of reducing the emissions by using the Panchamrit ideology. They also came up with a term and mantra called as LIFE, lifestyle and environment. This was the word coined by the Prime Minister, which said that we as Indians, we need to develop our manufacturing or all the operations in such a way that we blend with nature. We don't pollute the planet, but we can bring a sustainable development by taking care of the nature. And this, when he said, he told 5 things India is going to do. And this is important. For corporates, this is important. For MSMEs, this is important. Because if you are operating in India, you need to be part of this big journey where India aspires to be at. Our Prime Minister has told we need to have a net zero by 2070. Few companies are already there. Few companies have not started their journey. How you can start your journey today? How can you know the policies and the subsidies available with the government and make this decision now? Next, reduction of the total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion ton. So this was announced in 2021. In a span of 9 years, we have to reduce more than 1 billion ton of carbon. This is aspiration. Are you part of this journey? Think about it. Next, reduction of the carbon intensity of the economy by 45% of baseline 2005. We just heard what is a carbon intensity in the previous presentation, right? What is your carbon intensity at your company level? The next, increasing the renewable energy component by 50%. India is rich with resources. We have Thar Desert on one side, we have the highest rainfall in Meghalaya on the other side. We have the power of hydro, we have the power of thermal. At the same time, right now, we have the power of wind and solar. Can we reduce thermal and increase the other renewable energy? By doing so, we can reach this target. And the last but not the least, increasing the non-fossil energy capacity by 500 gigawatt by 2050. So the takeaway here for corporates is, many of the corporates come from America, Europe, Australia. You bring the sustainability goals from those countries. Have you looked at our own country's sustainability goals? Have you merged that? If not, time to think about this is now. For MSMEs who have not started the journey of ESG, start working on simple terms. Start just replacing your lights with the LED bulbs. Your journey would have already been begun. Okay? It's very simple. So I'll not take more about, on this slide because this talks about what is the reporting framework in the different countries and what is the rating agencies and what is the verification, how it is done, and global goals and principles around ESG. Okay? This slide is important because India has seen in different years different regulations that has come up. We have seen the environmental protection law that came after Bhopal gas tragedy. We saw a lot of rules coming around the waste, minimization, packaging, everything, extended producer responsibility. We also had CSR journey that began in 2014, right? But the more important now, where we are now, in this year, see the last column here, okay? This year, all the companies which, if you are listed in SEBI, okay, then you need to disclose your ESG footprint mandatorily. It is going to become more stringent. Now, what is upcoming now is applicable reasonable assurance on BRSR core top 250 companies. If you're coming in the top 250 companies, then you need to do a reasonable assurance once again, and in the following year, which is in the year 25 and 26, not only in the facility where you work, but also from where you buy the raw materials and also where you sell the consumer products, you need to have the footprint measured there as well. Guru told in the previous session, scope 3, most of the companies don't measure. It will be made mandatory for top 250 companies. Are we there yet? Many of you MSMEs will be supporting to those 250 companies, right? If those companies have to report, then you have to be prepared. Role of MSMEs. Why we talk so much about MSMEs? You know, the MSMEs contribute for more than 48% of the export, which means that they are creating a lot amount of revenue through the industrial growth. They give employment for more than 110 million, 11 crore people are employed. The second sector which creates the huge employment next to agriculture is MSMEs. Okay, it's the second sector, but not that much attention is given. You also have just imagine when so many MSMEs are starting up, they start up in small place, a rural place, an underdeveloped place. When the companies start up there, the socio-economic standard of that place improves. The buying ability of that community increases. And that credit directly goes to the MSMEs. Right? Now, entrepreneurship. The reason why we say entrepreneurship is when the MSME come, no, they don't come up with all the ideas that is working in US or in Europe. We Indians are good in our own skills, our technology, our tools, which works for India, which can also be copied by the other countries. Example is Chandrayaan, the low-cost launch what we made. None of the other countries have even tried that, right? How can we take inspiration from those projects and make it locally applicable for us? But yes, the journey is not that good. Why? Now, first and the foremost is MSMEs have limited resource and limited human capital. Now is where the corporate have to help. Now, corporates are very good with finances. They are very good with human resources. Can we leverage some of this? Can you send at least 1 or 2 people from your companies to go and train the MSMEs? Need not be those companies linked. The industrial bodies like ELCIA, you can play a role. Be that middleman in between to transfer this knowledge. Next, your complexity of data management. One thing after writing the ESG reporting, what I have understood is, you have to capture so much of data. How much of water you consume, how much of energy you consume, from where you consume this energy, what is the per capita energy consumption, everything. MSMEs don't have so much of bandwidth to capture this data. How can you help them with technology to capture this data? Because if 250 top listed companies have to go and declare, are the supporting supply chain even good at that? Lack of awareness. Many of them are not even aware of the new laws that is coming up. Okay? There is environmental compensation guidelines that got released in 2020. How many of you even know about this? Which says that if you violate even one particular emission, then that is listed under your consent to operate, you can be penalized with some amount. There is a calculation for that. Go back and see this in the Central Pollution Control Board. So MSMEs will not be aware of this. We as corporates, how we can handhold them. We as industrial bodies, how we can handhold them. Make them aware of it. So, simple things. If a corporate goes to an MSME to have a tie-up, when it comes to E, just check. Do they have the consent orders? If they are working in a factory where the power is used, if you turn on the switch, then you need to have a factory license if you employ more than 10 people in your workforce. How many of you have the factory license? If you are working in more than 15 meters of a building, then you need to have a fire license. Okay? Now it has changed. Bylaws got changed. 21. How many of us are aware of that? Next, S part. And the investment in S is very less, people. The investments goes majorly to environment and governance, but the social part gets only 14% investment. And that is something corporates have to look. Can we start with basics? This is what I would recommend the MSMEs start with the basics. Okay? Get the licenses. If any one of you are confused with what are the licenses you have, approach your industry body or the corporates with whom you work. The next one is utilize the government support for the policy framework. Now, if you are starting small, okay, and if you want to become an ESG compliant company, then there are certifications which is at 3 levels. Level 1, which is called bronze, level 2, which is silver, level 3, which is gold. And there are 20 parameters in the certification. You can choose which you want to go for the certification. Okay? And based on the number of parameters you use, it can be health and safety, it can be waste management, it can be energy reduction, it can be anything. There are 20 parameters. Pick the ones which you can do immediately. Get this certification. And the cost of this certification, the government will give you through subsidies. Go for an ISO certification. Cost of certification, government will give you through subsidies. That's the next one. Green finances. If you want the money for green financing, then yes, government has subsidies for that. Simple example, use your rooftop to put the solar panels. Government will help you with that financing. And this is my last slide. Okay. Now corporates have to merge the country from where they operate, whether it is US or Europe, merge those goals with the goals of India. Panchamrit, very important. The next one, E. Many a times, we as EHS people, we get to hear that a lot of cost is involved when it comes to environment. Don't look at it as a cost. This is the investment what you're making to secure your future. S, as I said, please have more focus here. When you visit a small company for a tie-up, check whether there is a child labor in that company or not. Who is the person who brings you the coffee or tea? Is it a child labor? If that, then how can you make that simple step to eradicate that? The next one is responsible sourcing. Do not buy the material from the places where there is a conflict. Do not engage with the countries where there is a civil war going on. Because if you buy the material, somebody asked about the raw material in the previous session, if you resource the material from the conflicted countries, you are supporting some social injustice there. And last, also, please check, do those small companies have idea about POSH? Do they have idea about employing people with disability? Okay? And the last part, government. Now, governance is something that you think that, okay, I'll take a license and I'm done with it. No. You need to be aware of the changing regulation framework in the country. Okay? And because investors are becoming more careful in which company they put the money. You may be very good in technology. You may be very good in bringing a low-cost product, or you can be an economical one. But if an investor sees that in the long term, this company is not taking care of a sustainable growth and employing proper people, giving an equal pay for the men and women, then investor may not be interested in those ideas in the future. So time to think. So be human, okay, be responsible, and be always in the liberty. You can exercise your freedom, but in the liberty of the governance. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Please stay on stage, as we would like to felicitate you. Sheril.
Yes.
I would like to apologize for mispronouncing your name. I'm slowly getting used to it. I was by-hearting it. Sheril. Like Japa Mardange. Now, One of my mentors said, now he teaches entrepreneurship. He said, as an entrepreneur, you should not measure success just by what you're going to achieve. You should also measure it by what you had to give up in order to achieve whatever you achieved. So similarly, after listening to your talk, I believe from a business perspective, we should not measure success in business just with what we have produced, what we have built, what we have managed. We should also measure it with what we have destroyed along the way. That is what I got out of this particular session. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause once again for Ms. Sheril Christopher. Please stay on stage as we would like to once again call upon Mr. Guruprakash Sastry, as we would like to felicitate both of them. I would like to call upon Mr. A. Vaidyanathan, EC member at ELCIA and CEO at PAQS, and also Mr. P.S. Hind, who is the EC member again at ELCIA and Director of R&D Engineering. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to Mr. Guruprakash Sastry and Ms. Sheril Christopher for informing, educating us, and also telling us it is simple to start implementing in our own way in our respective MSMEs. Thank you. So now the most awaited session, which all the participants of the hackathon they have been waiting for. All the participants from the hackathon, can I have raise of hand? Okay, great, great. The reason this was scheduled in the last is simply because we knew if at all we announce the winners in the morning, you will not be here. So this hackathon is focused on innovative solution in deep tech, sustainability, and tech for good. Intention behind this is to bring together creative minds, tech enthusiasts, and industry experts to collaborate, develop products that can make significant impact on society and the environment. The intention is, again, the aim not only to foster innovation, but also ensure that groundbreaking ideas receive the necessary backing to become successful projects. So may I request all the participants to kindly stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to these budding entrepreneurs, aspiring founders. I'm sure years to come, we might find few of them who will be keynote speakers. Thank you so much. So indirectly, Vaidyanathan sir, I was saying it's time to retire. We have been inviting him time and again. Now let me formally welcome Mr. A. Vaidyanathan, who is a successful serial entrepreneur. He holds multiple patents in his name, which I was not aware of, in US, Australia, and India. He has over 3 decades of comprehensive experience in various functions at different levels, including being managing director. He has won several awards: IIIE Award in 2020, Elevate 100 Government of Karnataka Grant Award in 2017, Enterprise Startup Award in 2015, and many others. And currently he is an active member at ELCIA. I would like to invite him to tell us more about what is this hackathon, what's the intention behind it, and how it is relevant in this ELCIA Tech Summit. Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. A. Vaidyanathan. Sir, stage is yours.
Thanks, Chinmay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an immense pleasure for me to share the vision and the thoughts that went behind the hackathon. You know, electronics, ELCIA stands for Electronic City. This was initially conceived as a hardware environment electronics. Subsequently, it's become a software, Silicon Valley of the country. So when we conceived ELCIA Tech Summit, we said we should have an innovative next-gen tech hackathon with multiple themes. And we were also conscious and clear the subject needs to involve creation of a product solution that will need a hardware, will need a software element to deliver the end solution. So when we envisaged an architecture like that, we wanted it to be technologically neutral. So we wanted it to be open for RISC architecture or Intel architecture or ARM architecture, and any of the communication protocols that the enterprises or the budding entrepreneurs can think of. Insofar as the thoughts and the ideas are concerned, we chose on 3 subjects. One is deep tech. We all are fond of hearing the phrase deep tech. How does it convert into a product? We wanted to have deep tech as an idea. Second was sustainability. We had the last session talking about climate change, global warming, and the need for us to be relevant and responsible. So we had a sustainability as a second idea. And the third important thing was tech for good, because we are needing solutions for physically handicapped, mentally impaired or visually impaired citizens of the country. We wanted a third solution, that is tech for good. So we conceived 3 different streams. My next speaker will be telling you on the process that was adopted, but there are 2-3 things that we thought we'll integrate. One, this year's the tech hackathon should produce ideas that are going to be futuristic in the 3 streams. Number 1. Number 2, it is unlike any other hackathon. We did not want to stop with just giving them a certificate or an award. What we envisaged was the winners, we will assist them in converting that idea into a product in our tech hub. We'll be handholding them over the next 3 to 9 months as they desire, so that we can convert the product thought winners' ideas into a marketable product. So that's a brief intro on our vision and thought of it. I'll request Kunal to come and tell about the process, please.
Thank you, Vaidyanathan sir. So clearly he mentioned this is not just ticking the box and saying that yes, ELCIA has done this hackathon, but there is a lot of thought process behind this. Now to understand the process, I would like to call upon Mr. Kunal Ghosh, who is the director and founder of VLSI System Design. He's an IIT Bombay alumnus, and he has revolutionized VLSI EdTech by training 90,000 engineers when I received his intro. And he said, Chinmay, since you received the intro, I have trained 5,000 more engineers, and it's just a matter of a few more months, it will be 1 lakh. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Kunal Ghosh to tell us more about the process. What happens behind the curtains when it comes to this hackathon? Mr. Kunal, please.
Thank you so much. All right, so if I want to give a good analogy about this hackathon to all of you, I would say it was beautifully done by 5 main people at IIIT Bangalore. So the top of the lead was Professor Debabrata Das, acting as the Yudhishthir of the hackathon. Second was Professor Madhav Rao. He is not there over here. He was the Arjun of this entire hackathon. Third, we have Kannanji. Kannanji, again, is not there. He was acted like a beam of this hackathon. Fourth and fifth was myself and Anagha. We were like Nakul and Sahadev of this entire hackathon. All right, so I will quickly summarize what happened. So all over the teams from all over Karnataka were invited. We had close to 125 teams registered, and there were 3 members per team. So you can multiply 125 into 3. More than 300 plus participants had basically joined or registered for this particular hackathon. Our esteemed judges, they have their own, there was some criteria. From that, they had selected 30 teams. Now, all these 30 teams will be receiving some amount of token money as a part of their BOM and the material. So from 125, they got to 30 teams. And from the 30 teams, there was another level of evaluation. From those 30 teams, we evaluated 10 teams who are all present over here. And finally, yesterday, from the 10 teams, we boiled down to 3 teams whom the winners will be announced in just few minutes from now. So from our perspective, all of you are winners. As we said yesterday, all of you are really winners. You have taken from 125 to 10. It's not a joke. It's actually a big deal, and that too in Karnataka. And finally, I would like to thank the jury, Ravikiran Annaswamy from Numicity Technologies, Vijay Manohar from Qualcomm, and of course, Professor Ramesh Kestur from IIIT Bangalore. Thank you so much and all the best. Bye.
Thank you, Kunal. Well, he was conscious that he doesn't make enemy out of any of these participants, so he said all of you are winners. Now, we have a video about the hackathon. Karthik Sagar, are we ready? Please, let's watch the video.
ELCIA is hosting high-tech hackathon in IIIT Bangalore campus. The young minds' innovations in directions of artificial intelligence and also the technology applied for human being and ecosystem.
Today, we have witnessed that India is in safe hands. In the hackathon, we have seen a variety of products ranging from AI, ML, blockchain, all incorporated as a part of the hardware. The planning for the hackathon started close to 45 days back. We had received close to 125 team registrations, and there were 3 members per team. There were close to 350 registrations that we have received at the beginning of this hackathon. Our esteemed group of judges went to the entire process of judging the ideas, and out of the entire 125 ideas, top 10 teams were called at IIIT Bangalore to demonstrate their working product. Really, it was an amazing experience for all of us, especially for the judges, because they have witnessed some young ideas coming from the young entrepreneurs. The journey was very amazing, not only for the organizers, but for all the participated in the hackathon. And this was probably the first tech summit who had incorporated a product-based hackathon as a part of their vision statement. So really, I'm very happy for India. I'm very happy for the entire ELCIA Tech Summit team. I'm very thankful to them and very grateful to them to accept next-gen idea of incorporating a product-based hackathon as a part of their mainstream conference.
ELCIA is hosting high.
Okay, participants, what's your heartbeat rate? To give away the award and announce the award, let me call upon Dr. Debabrata, who is the director of IIIT-B, and also Mr. A. Vaidyanathan. And to give the awards, now they will be announcing the awards. To give the award, I would like to call upon Mr. Muralidhar R, who is the president of ELCIA Cluster and director of BMPL. Let's give a huge round of applause, because now it's time. I've got the envelopes in my hand. I've asked the organizers, was there any match fixing? They have said no. Even I've got no idea whose name is here. At this time, I would like to quote Y.M.N. Murthy. Have you heard of this gentleman called Y.M.N. Murthy? Elderly people in the audience. He was the one who started first humor club in Bangalore. He said, play a game as a game. Win a game as a game. Lose a game as a game. Winning may bring you fame. Losing is never a shame. Whether in life or game, it is always the same. So participants, all the very best. So I will go about giving the second runner-up envelope for Vaidyanathan sir to kindly announce.
I think I would request Dr. Das to open the winner. None of us know the result. Huh? This is an Oscar moment for all the startups.
And the prize money is $25,000 Indian dollars.
Open it, sir. Okay. The runner-up to team name is Generic Junkies. Project title is Autonomous Robotic Integration for Automation. Team members Ashish Ramesh, Sahil Prashant Desai, Jonathan Daniel. Come over.
Well done.
All three of us. Okay, guys, 2 of you come this side. That's your. So, as we told earlier, you have an opportunity to convert this into a product with us.
So they walk away with 25,000 rupees and of course with a lot of experience and I'm sure feedback along the way. Now it's time to announce the first runner-up. I'll take that to Vaidyanathan sir. So now the first runner-up and the prize money is once again 35,000 Indian dollars. And the winner is
runner-up, first team name, Newbies.
Newbies.
Project title, Smart Hand Mobility Assistive Device for Enhanced Rehabilitation and Daily Assistance. Names of the team members, Kusagra Singh, Anshul V. Patil, Kafil Abbas Moin. You can come in the
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to these budding entrepreneurs, startup founders. Newbies, first runner-up. And now it's time to announce the winner. Out of 125 teams, 30 was shortlisted, and we had 10 finalists. And the finale was yesterday. So the winner of this hackathon for the ELCIA Tech Summit 2024 is...
The winner is Brute Force Wearable Haptic Braille Device for the Blind. Team members are Yash Gupta, Divan Singhal, and Daksh Sharma. Congratulations, young friends.
I think Sheril and Guruprakash will be really happy. We're bursting crackers, but it's not getting polluted. Let's give a huge round of applause to the winners, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Now, for the remaining 7 finalists, you will be getting a prize money of 10,000 rupees each. So I would request Vaidyanathan sir to quickly call them one by one, so that all of you can
all the,
here.
as
Yes,
earlier
yes,
MC announced, all the 10 are winners. There are no losers in a competition. It is just that the ranks 3, 2, 1 were announced. The remaining 7 of them are also winners. We call the teams to come over here for a group photo. Grid Guardians, OptiPower, AI Optimist, IoT Energy Meter, Switch with Edge and Cloud Intelligence. Please come over,
yeah,
team.
Jump on stage, everyone.
One team lead come,
time.
team lead come. SLL, Refreshable Braille Display. Third, Intenders, Long Range, Fixed Wing, Autonomous Blood Delivery UV.
So the remaining 7 teams.
So
one representative.
Bleach, this is a blockchain light integrity and tempering 0 ZR, and Minty, the smart cane, the next generation navigation aid for the visually impaired, and the Unicorn +2.
MediSync, smart health monitoring system for elderly care with medication reminder. Royal Super Kings.
Now we request, please, these are the 7 winners again. We request all the 10 team members to please come over for a group photo. All of you are winners. I repeat it, all come to the center.
Yes.
Come around. All the 30 participants are winners. We need to give them a big round of applause. I'm sure all of you will agree.
Join us on stage.
The 30 youngsters need to be encouraged. Please come, all the 30 of you, please.
Thank you.
Dr. Das, up center major.
So the winners, runners, and all the participants.
Yeah, up center major. Okay. Yeah.
Please join on stage.
All the 30 of you, please. Yeah. Kunal and come, please. Yeah.
Okay. Looks like I have to play a role of a photographer.
I'll go to. Okay.
How many of you are flexible? If you're flexible, please kneel down. That's not a punishment, but just to make sure all of you.
Murli sir, you go to that end. If you don't mind, Murli sir, you go to that end.
Can you kneel down, please? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please come in the front, Murli sir.
Murli sir, you go to that end. Just to symbolically say we are
maybe
covering
3, 4
all
of
that.
you can come to this
center,
side.
Guys, go that side. Go that side. Go. Guys, go that side. Center,
2, 3 of you.
Some more of you. Yeah, fine.
Oops, watch out.
Aram say, please, all of you. Please come present. Okay.
Where do you want Vaidyanathan, sir?
No, I'll be here. That's fine. Me and Murli, we are trying to say, we are going to support you for the next 3 to 9 months to convert your ideas into product at the ELCIA Tech Hub. The offer is open for you all. Thank you.
Awesome. Once again, huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. If you're confused which camera to look at the professional camera. Thank you.
All of you will be getting certificates, please. All of you will be getting certificates, and the money transfers also will happen to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaidyanathan sir. I would request you to kindly be on stage. All great things, amazing things, they have to come to an end. So we have come to the end of this ELCIA Tech Summit 2024. I don't want to really say it's an end. I believe this is a new beginning, because we'll all be going back home with this new thought, new spark, new inspiration, with hunger and curiosity to give a complete wrap-up of what all happened in today's session, let me once again call upon Mr. A. Vaidyanathan. Vaidyanathan, sir, once again, we would like to invite you to give a quick wrap-up of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, in these days of technology, we talk of immersive experience, don't we? I think the day has been exceptionally immersive for each one of us. To set the context right, this morning when Mr. Sriram mentioned that 25 years back, IT.com was commenced in Electronic City, and now that has become a Karnataka institution, BTS. I did not know it actually happened at this same place. I later learned, Deepak is nodding here, this Mr. Deepak Mehta, I believe this used to be a Goa yard actually, and in this open field, IT.com, 25 years back was started. Isn't it incredibly interesting that 25 years later, ETS Tech Summit has started in the same GPS coordinates? So Mr. Sriram welcomed us all, and who else could have inspired us more than Mr. N.R.Narayana Murthy? He was most graceful in trying to come over, and his talk, wasn't it inspiring? Don't you all agree with me? Incredibly, he was talking from the heart, how we set up a great institution. The core value with which he started, be a respectable enterprise, that covered everything, profitability, growth, global greatness, everything. It was an inspirational, invigorating talk by Mr. N.R.N., dialogue that was with him, which Padma ji conducted in a most elegant manner. Needless to say, our key partner for Hackathon and the whole program has been IIIT-B, and Dr. Das was the keynote speaker. He came up with a fantastic, beautiful, scholarly presentation. I repeat it. He talked about the theme we had, humans, meaning, machines and the meaning. He brought in a scholarly but an elegant way to talk about how we are connecting these three. And he also talked about how 6G we can take leadership by trying to talk of bringing in sustainability. I thought that's a great learning for us, not just from a technology angle, how we can bring this. Then we started with sessions. Our panel number 1, Latha was there. Latha, Ashok, Dr. Bharadwaj Amritar, and Sandeep Allur. They demystified AI for all of us. We all know AI is there everywhere. We know it's going to impact our life. But how does it impact? How does it reach? How extensively it has started impacting us through simple examples of how WhatsApp Meta is doing and how we are going to get impacted. In a very objective sense, they gave us the magnitude of it. At the same time, they got that little fear in us. Every 3 months is going to change. Every 3 months it's going to become redundant. So they wanted us to be on our toes. Kudos to the 4 first panelists. Then came the second set of panelists. Here we are having manufacturing companies across various sectors, electromechanical, electronics, and service industries. There was a need to try and talk about the impact of IoT, digitization, and the new generation Industry 4.0 plus. I thought the panelists, led by Dr. Gopichand Katragadda, Mr. Ashwini Vanikar, Lakshmi Krishnan, and Mahendra Patel, covered extensively about robotics in terms of elementary automation through to high-level robotics, use and practical implementation of the whole thing, not to miss out converting a POC into a MVP into a product, the failures, possibilities. However, they came up with simple, lucid examples on how corporates have implemented it and gone to glory. So I guess several of the companies which are MSMEs have a great takeaway on how we can try to integrate this and make it happen. Of course, we all went for our lunch break. Then we came back, and afternoon session, which we thought will be a longer session with 4 panelists: Dr. Veerappan, Mr. Vedaprakash, Dr. Srinivasan Dwarakanath, and Rohan Ganapathy, talking about Earth to orbit, when they tried to talk about the opportunities in each of the sector, I mean, I was getting, as an organizer, I was getting so many requests. We want more details sitting with them. We want an exclusive session. I was so happy to hear the number of requests because every entrepreneur, every industry was so keen to know how they can maximize in the new opportunities. So I believe this subject got covered extensively well by the 4 panelists. And of course, not to miss out our young Rohan Ganapathy, which he gave a company in the senior stalwarts, but he stole the show by talking about climate change and Earth Observatory and the new challenges that we are having. Well, when we thought we had all these growth, opportunities, future and things like that, somebody needed to get us back to ground. We had the 4th session of ESG. Guruprakash and Sheril, they tried to talk about the sensitivity while we talk about enterprises, opportunity, growth, on the need for us to be sensitive on ESG, socially responsible, being conscious of global warming and such. So I thought the whole thing was an incredibly enriching experience. And just about a few minutes back in the immediate preceding session, we had 30 young aspiring future entrepreneurs participating in the hackathon, and special thanks to IIIT-B and VSD for having conducted it very, very elegantly. I thank you all. Now, talking about a program such as this ELCIA Tech Summit, to try and conceiving it and thinking that we'll make it happen is one aspect. You know, just about, if I may say the story, tell it as a story, just about 3 months back in the ELCIA EC meeting, we were discussing, Sriram said, how about us conceiving a innovative event for Electronic City? It's like any idea starts with one germinating seed, one thought. It got into a discussion and we started developing as to how we want to make it a unique torchbearer event. Some of our seniors recall that how IT.com became BTS. So we wanted to create an event that is cutting edge in the correct sense of the word, torch-bearing event, which is going to talk of frontier technologies for all the industries, and it's going to be hopefully an event that we will have every year, once in 2 years. So we envisioned a big event like that. But to create a big event like that, you need to have a lot of volunteers. EC members, several of them came, but we needed to have some outstanding partners. So we were very happy to get Inc. as partners. We heard, there are 2 of the representatives here, Vaibhav and Alisha. In the morning, Lakshmi was here, Lakshmi Praturi. Just for many of you, just if I may just give a brief note on that, you know, what TED Talks is to the world, there was a need for a similar platform in India. Lakshmi Praturi, as an entrepreneur, created it in India. That's the most popular platform. So they were our able partners in content creation, curation, conducting the sessions in a particular manner so that there was a continuity of theme and the whole thing. Embedded in the contents, I'll be failing in my duty. Where is our handsome Chinmay? Okay, MC. Okay, come over, Chinmay. Okay, he was, Chinmay is an incredibly handsome MC, very successful professional also. He conducted Aplom the whole day's program, and not special round of applause for Chinmay. Okay. The other partners who were required for us to pull through an event is knowledge partners, IIIT-B, as I told you. They participated actively. Special thanks to Dr. Debabrata. And you saw this fantastic arrangements, as you are seeing. We have live telecast, live YouTube in the mirror room, and also in the speakers lounge. Incidentally, we got over 700 registrations, so we didn't want anybody to be disappointed. So the whole day's program has been cast live. So for these arrangements, let me greet first Neonish. Where are Neonish team? They're all behind the console. 3 cheers to Neonish team. Talking about visuals, creativity, contents, marketing, digital marketing, live feed, we needed an agency. Where is Vinay? Hi Vinay, where do you, I don't see. Vinay, Surabhi and team. Oh yeah, right here, come over, come this side. Vinay, Surabhi, Viresha, they work late nights, every night to ensure that contents got created beautifully. Please come over, both of you. Special round of applause to Vinay, please come. Vinay, you should come once again. Okay, wonderful. So in terms of, yeah, here she is. Yeah, please, yeah, Viresha and the team members, special round of applause. They work day and night. You saw that all of you got your badges properly and with names and without spelling mistakes. So, and of course, all the content, this beautiful takeaway book for everybody to carry the memory was designed by them. 3 cheers to the team. Okay. So, now, in terms of knowledge partners, Dr. Amritur Bharadwaj, such a distinguished scholar and professor, he heads Art Park. Art Park is Artificial Intelligence, Robotics, and Technologies, ART Park. It's a sort of a Section 8 company under the aegis of IISc, created separately to foster and develop these technologies. They are a key knowledge partner. And not to miss out Dr. Veerappan's Aisa, they were a keen, we talked about his richness of the content. He ensured that all the coverage got happened. To talk about the host, no words can thank enough our co-hosts. I may be a member, but still I need to thank the institution, ELCIA and ELCITA. Without their generous contribution, all the members and the council committees deciding to make this event such a big event, I don't think we would have been able to do. But then, no event is complete without the sponsors. Infosys has been a benevolent partner, friend, institution. They are one of our principal partners. And FANUC India, Mr. Sriram is AGM of FANUC, president of ELCIA. They are the principal partners for us. And I need to specifically, once again, I'm bringing Kunal and Anaga last to the occasion, VSD. They are young entrepreneurs, ex-IIT. They started this company called VSD to create competing challenges for entrepreneurs. He's an adjunct professor also at IIIT-B. So 3 cheers to them for having conducted a hackathon. The important point is 375 students all over from Karnataka. The process was so transparent, so transparent. There are 30 members. Everybody knew at every stage how they were progressing. It was actually the parameters with which the rating was done, and everybody could see each other's marks. They knew competing. Absolutely, am I right? Don't you agree, students? So they did it. Thank you, Kunal and Anaga. Okay? But hospitality. Oterra, there's a lovely team of Oterra staff. They work day and night. They customize small little things for us. They rearrange the lobby. They rearrange the lobby to ensure that we could have hackathon posters, reception seats. Hackathon, so we thank Oterra team for this wonderful hospitality, great food, and all this thing, services. Okay? And I should not miss out naming, I cannot probably name all the volunteers, but ELCIA admin staff, Shivyogi, Mamta, and the team, volunteers from PAX, volunteers from Verbindem, volunteers from Neonish. The number of people who have contributed to make this happen is incredible. If I have forgotten any of the names, my dear young friends, any institution, it's me failing in my duty. Your contribution has been immense, and without all your contributions, this event wouldn't have been a success. And while I've thanked everybody else, the most important is the delegates. We thank you all delegates for registering and coming over. We hope you got some meaningful content in the day's proceedings. We hope all of you had good takeaways. Look forward to having you in the next edition, even grander, even bigger, even more relevant. Thank you all.
Well, you have missed one person to thank, and that is Mr. A. Vaidyanathan. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. A. Vaidyanathan. Now it reminds me, once a small girl was playing near a well and accidentally slipped and she fell inside the well, and she was shouting for help because she did not know how to swim. A wise man was passing by. He heard the cry. Without a second thought, he jumped inside the well and he brought her out. He dropped her and he was walking. The little girl said, "Thank you, sir." The wise man looked back and asked, "For what?" She said, "For saving my life, sir." The wise man came to this little girl and said, "Listen, make sure your life was worth being saved." As Vaidyanathan sir said, there has been a lot of effort behind this particular summit. A lot of people have volunteered. They have given their time because they know this will directly or indirectly contribute to the economy of our country. So ladies and gentlemen, delegates, students, make sure the time that you took today to participate in this summit was worth. 3 cheers to ELCIA's Tech Summit 2024. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Even though I have not taken permission from ELCIA, but I would like to announce, let us all meet next year, almost same time at ELCIA's Tech Summit 2025. Thank you so much. I'm Chinmayananda. See you.